Time slowly slipped away, and the festival ground's secret realm, which was perfectly synchronized with the eternal world, quietly ushered in its dusk. The setting sun slanted westward, the daylight gradually darkening, taking its place were the lanterns that lit up across the town like venue, appearing to intensify the festival atmosphere. The lords became more and more anxious. Even though half a day had passed, there were only a small number of lords who were confident in recruiting heroes. Aside from Kong Ming, Wu Ji, Ba Long, and others like Big Boss Tianyuan, not even the second-ranked Wangba dared to say he was secure. This was because he was not satisfied with recruiting ordinary heroes. Since Tianyuan could freely choose among the top heroes, how could he be content? In the supply area, Zhang Luoxing sat down with a slap, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and gulped down a few cans of cold drinks. This competition is too intense. If you can't gain the favor of the target hero before revealing the benefits, it will be more difficult when the final stage arrives, after all. He was under a lot of pressure. How could the conditions of their new territory and troops compare with those of the veteran lords? He had to continue to strive, unlike Big Boss Tianyuan, who could freely enjoy the time to come. Lord Shepherd wasn't just indulging in a feast, he was constantly observing the heroes. But he didn't approach them, didn't try to make connections. From what he learned from Zhang Luoxing and Lu Miamu, as well as the information from an earlier gift given by a sister of wealth, he already had a deep understanding of the famous heroes in the festival grounds, limited to the previously known heroes. The heroes here don't come from troops. Most of them didn't get promoted through the hero trial either. Rather, they did something that fits the bill of being a hero, and then were rewarded by the world to become heroes. This, too, can be seen as an alternative form of trial. There are no weak heroes. They start off at least from 2 or 3 star rare rank. But heroes can't be measured solely by their rank and stage. The combat power of heroes is often far superior to those of the same rank and stage, and it's not uncommon for rare rank heroes to slay excellence-ranked war generals. This is not because heroes are domineering, but because only the strong can reach the realm of heroes. Similarly, heroes have a higher chance of a major rank breakthrough than regular troops. With the advancement of the land rank, heroes bound with the Lord and the territory may someday leap into higher realms. This is what the Lords call ordinary heroes, who still possess infinite possibilities. Further up, there are advanced and top-tier heroes. If we talk about rank, 1 or 2 star excellence rankers are advanced heroes, and 3 star excellence ones are top-tier heroes. But rank isn't everything. The General Gluttonous and Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, who were enjoying themselves with his feasting, were both at the 3-star excellence rank. In particular, the latter had a high probability of awakening abilities like transform into a giant dragon, due to her not-so-low dragon bloodline purity. If he was able to recruit the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, he could become a full-fledged Dragon Knight, which excited him just thinking about it. However, as a lord, Mr. Mew needed to consider the bigger picture and not just rely on his personal XP and happiness. When Mr. Mew observed heroes, he did not focus on their rank, strategic talents, or XP appearance but mainly studied their character and accumulation. Character matters. Even if the recruited heroes made a contract under the witness of heaven and earth and wouldn't harm the territory, a hero with poor character can still bring bad influences to the territory gradually and subtly. The great arcanist Blaze was said to have been the head librarian of some ancient kingdom. He has stored countless knowledge in his mind, and is essentially a walking human library. In Mu Yuan's mind, this great arcanist ranked in the top few. Valkyrie Luoligia, the military commander of some ancient kingdom, has the ability to train and upgrade female warrior troops. Moreover, she is proficient in both magic and martial arts, and is not a simple brute. This one was good as well. And to be honest, some part of this liking was due to her appearance. Who isn't a member of the Appearance Association, whether heroes or him? Fei Shi, Princess of Pure Water. According to legend, she was born in a weak principality and was inevitably offered as a sacrifice to a monstrous vortex out of desperation. However, she turned misfortune into fortune. Eventually, she transformed into a water spirit and killed the monster, gaining her heroic status from the world. However, Fei Shi was heavily injured in this battle and didn't live long. Princess of Pure Water, this profession was basically a hidden one, very powerful and even seemed good at production. Lu Mianmu was keen to compete and recruit this princess, but the queen of Shenyao Empire and several other powerful lords were all vying for her. Even though Lu Mianmu had a good rapport with Fei Shi, she was far from competitive. Mr. Mu had heard from her that she was prepared to give up and recruit other heroes. The lords were displaying all sorts of strategies. Mr. Mu was still busy eating. Duo Lai was in the middle of a feast. Amid the somewhat tense atmosphere, suddenly, ding, a melodious and cheerful bell sound resonated above the secret realm and echoed far away. Many of the lords who were on edge jumped up, as if they had heard a bell ring during a tense examination, and only then came back to their senses. That scared me to death. I thought the festival was going to end. I haven't even managed to talk to any heroes yet, damn it. But the tolling of the bell also signified that changes had quietly taken place. From this moment on, the lords could view the basic information such as the names, ranks, abilities, etc., of the heroes, as long as they focused their attention. The details of this information depended on the lords' personal abilities. That was the rule of the festival grounds. The heroes could check the lords as well. Mu Yuan immediately looked over the heroes he was interested in, and the information he saw at this moment was very detailed, surprisingly so. Without focusing, without waiting, he just looked over and information surfaced like a data stream. The level of detail. It felt like a lord was checking his own troops' information. While I certainly am a man with numerous gold and purple attributes, this detail is, quite frankly, incredible. At the same time, various lights were reflected in Mu Yuan's eyes. The rank of the heroes was only Excellence 3-star. But they each had a few advantages and characteristics, emanating a bit of purple light. No, there is another true epic hero present, Thunder King. Born as a thunderbolt giant with unparalleled battle power, he is the undisputed ruler of the Leiyin mountain range. Mu Yuan has long known this information, but what he sees now is far more detailed, including the Thunder King's likes, favorite food and drink, key experiences, etc. What the Thunder King likes most is to adopt sons. This hero cannot actually be recruited. He was already active in the festival grounds over 60 years ago or even earlier. Yet many lords who come here would be recruited by the Thunder King, who asked them to become his adopted sons. Indeed, there are quite a few idle lords who have pledged allegiance to the Thunder King. Cities and territories rely on the Leiyin mountain range, amounting to a small kingdom. Mu Yuan knew it well. He understood that he could not recruit this king who does not wish to pledge allegiance to anyone, and is high in position and power. Moreover, the Thunder King's attraction to him is just so-so. He has already had 2 epics in his family and there will be more in the future. He continued to look. Steel Fire Alchemist. Mastering a complete set of alchemy skills, possessing equivalent strategic talent, and having the Venue skill, Steel Boiling Furnace. Blind Nun. Excellent 2-star special occupation. Unlike ordinary nuns, she purifies all filth with unparalleled swordsmanship. Her realm of sword intent has already reached accomplishment and she possesses several destructive techniques. Knight of Daylight. A knight inheriting from the ancient Bright Empire, knowledgeable and dutiful. He already possesses the Venue skill, Land of Radiance, etc. General Long Shang. Star Maiden, Moon Shadow Dancer. Ghost-faced Swordsman. And so on. These people, along with the Valkyrie, the Great Arcanist, the Holy Light Master Sacrifice, the Princess of Pure Water, the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, and other heroes, can be placed among the top 10 heroes. 3 of them are not on the list of power heroes put forward by the officials and the archival information. Obviously they are new heroes. As for the rest of the heroes, Mu Yuan sees more detailed information than the archived data. For example, the Blind Nun, the archived data just listed her as a high-tier hero, obviously unaware that she has already accomplished sword intent. This information can be provided to the Tai-Zan Alliance. The data in the previous archival information was also provided by the previous excellent lords, which is convenient for the newcomers to recruit specific heroes. As for getting contribution points from providing information, it's not so important anymore. Finally, it is the real recruitment time. The lords became anxious and restless. Those heroes who had the idea of allegiance were also serious and solemn. Today's choice will concern their whole lives. Then suddenly, in the center of the secret realm, on the festival square, a silver line appeared out of nowhere, and as if being pulled outward by an invisible hand, it turned into an uneven silver space gate in the blink of an eye. A lord with silver hair and red pupils walked out of the gate. 2 heroic generals flanked him on either side. The space gate closed. The silver-haired lord disdainfully glanced around, a slight corner lifting at his mouth. An invisible stifling atmosphere spread out, forcing the surrounding lords to back away in dismay. This was artistic conception. Although the festival's secret realm forbids combat, such suppression by artistic conception and aura is not within the forbidden scope. The newcomer clearly knew the rules. And silver hair and red pupils. This is the lord of the Yongxing Empire. Damn it, they're here again. Deep in the secret realm, inside a temple, a figure emitting a faint golden glow was a bit annoyed. She was the spirit of the secret realm, the manager of the festival's secret realm. But the lord from the Yongxing Empire who arrived had not violated the rules. He had just made use of extra special rules. The spirit of the secret realm could not expel him, only clicking her tongue, grabbed some food in apparent annoyance, and stuffed it into her mouth. The lord of Yongxing ignored the other Taizan and Shenyao lords, or those who didn't even have any faction at all. He just surveyed the surroundings, looking for his own goal. According to the astrology guidance, there is an extremely potential hero here. He gulped him down. Otherwise, considering his noble status, he wouldn't condescend to do such transboundary things. Found it. He had a faint smile on his face. The air of artistic conception spread out, forcing the people to separate where he passed. He walked straight towards his target. The heroes looked at this domineering lord. For the majority of heroes, there was no difference between Yongxing, Taizan, or Shenyao. But in the eyes of some of the heroes waiting to be recruited, suddenly a dazzling golden glow burst out. It was brilliant, resplendent, and extremely warm. Like an enchanting harbor, driving them to explore it. In one corner of the Huan Chao supply area, the heroes of the gourmet group were still enjoying their feast as if no one else was around. The Dragon Blood Martial Maiden felt she was about to be full, whereas Duo Lai and Lord Tianyuan still seemed to be unsatisfied. She couldn't help but admire them. Embracing a sudden whim, she gazed at Lord Tianyuan intently. Village head, tycoon, explorer, gun intent, man of battle. As she stared, one after another, information tags that she resonated with emerged. The tag, village head, suggested that this territory was still rather backward, but the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden had heard that the Tianyuan territory was only a few months old, with limitless potential. Gun intent, man of battle, tycoon, and mansion implied that Lord Tianyuan was indeed out of the ordinary. She was a person who loved food and battles. She really didn't care about swearing allegiance to a lord. Being alone and wandering around was quite cool, but if Lord Tianyuan invited, maybe she would accept. As long as there's food and drink, being loyal and performing tasks for a lord she got along with didn't seem a bad idea. However, what surprised her was that there were still plenty of tags popping out from this lord, even after she had been staring, deeply and affectionately, for over 10 seconds, as though there was no end. Until suddenly, a dazzling, almost blinding golden light suddenly burst forth, making the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden exclaim, "Damn," and she fell backwards onto the ground. From a distance, the top-grade hero, Great Arcanist Blaze, was pondering which hero was worthy of his loyalty in this ceremony. He yearned to meet a wise lord. As a heroic spirit, he could only reconstruct his body and step out of the heroic spirit hall by signing a contract with a lord. However, Blaze had his pride. He didn't want to lower himself to serve a lord who didn't satisfy him. Kong Main? Not talented enough. Wuji? Just a warrior. Queen? What is that? Tianyuan? That eating manner, too inelegant, no. Only observing for 2 seconds, the great arcanist was about to divert his gaze. A lord so crude and seemingly uncultured was a person that he, the great arcanist, simply couldn't bear to serve. A dazzling gold light suddenly exploded in front of his eyes, almost blinding the arcanist's old eyes. What is this? He couldn't see the meaning of the golden light, but he vaguely saw the features of some remarkable tags that emerged. Like, spell mastery, thunder intent, mage's territory, etc. There seemed to be numerous mage towers, with passionate mages studying and discussing. The great arcanist's eyes widened. He had to pinch his beard harshly to snap back to reality. This youngster, he seems crude on the surface but is elegant inside. His every action carries profound meanings, and he is determined to develop spells. This youngster is definitely a genius in the world of arcane arts. He is fated with me. A wise lord. He is a wise lord. Snapping back to reality, the great arcanist no longer hesitated and strode forward. In another area, beneath the clear and beautiful face of the Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor was an always serious expression. She looked at the not-so-far, Glory Knight. The noble young lord of the Shenyao Empire, who stubbornly insisted on sticking around. I've told you, you do not meet my requirements. Although this young man didn't have too much darkness in her eyes, there were still faint traces of red and yellow filth, impossible to drive away. I will only serve a pure individual. People can never be completely pure, but as long as their actions are justified and they adhere to the duty of honor, aren't they also pure and good people? The Glory Lord replied, besides, in such a vast festival ground, with countless lords, is there anyone more suitable than me? If we join forces, we can definitely create a glorious future. His words seemed reasonable. However, when the Glory Lord spoke passionately, Windsor saw that the suppressed red and yellow filth became even more filthy. Moreover, it's not that there were no completely pure people. She had seen many in her era, and the church's saint was flawlessly pure. Even in this festival ground, there were pure individuals. It's just a pity she was not a lord. Windsor's gaze couldn't help but shift to a blue-haired girl not far away who was eating and drinking happily. She was so pure and clean, like a piece of white jade in a polluted place. Just as she thought about it, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed next to the blue-haired girl. Its brilliance almost filled Windsor's entire eyes. Even her normally emotionless face couldn't suppress her surprise, her mouth slightly ajar. She also couldn't see the meaning of the golden light, but she vaguely saw them. There were nuns chanting, and there were holy light master sacrifices just like her, scattering warm holy light over the territory. And there were mighty warriors on expeditions, eliminating all evil. This lord. True, there was a taint on him, but under the warm golden light that was like a harbor, these impurities seemed insignificant, flaws that could be ignored. Yes, what the Glory Lord said earlier was reasonable. Purity should be judged by deeds, not the heart. Dust and foulness are inevitable. How much foulness can a lord who cultivates pure heroes have? Windsor thought for a moment, and then decided to stride toward the distant figure. Lord of Shenyao Empire. Not far away, under the gaze of Princess Fei Shi, Lu Miamu felt a bit unwilling and regretful. Even though she wasn't that competitive, even though her sister had long made expectations for her, the probability of her being able to recruit Fei Shi was not high, but when she really faced failure, Lu Miamu still bit her lip, and looked at the distant figure, gradually forcing herself to move away her gaze. I should learn to let go. If nothing unexpected happens, Fei Shi would be recruited by the Queen of Shenyao Empire. Given the relationship between the two countries, they might even meet on the competition or battlefield as enemies in the future. Lu Miamu prepared to leave, but saw Princess Fei Shi suddenly widening her eyes, and then the next moment, she was striding not so ladylike towards the front. That direction seemed to be the area where she is providing supplies. At the festival grounds, the strongest hero, Thunder King, was surrounded by one lord after another. These were not lords who were recruiting or extending an olive branch to him. Instead, they had accepted his recruitment, his new adopted sons and daughters. At this moment, the Thunder King also witnessed the soaring golden brilliance, which caught him by surprise. Oh ho ho, this generation of youngsters is not simple. Sadly, such outstanding young people would surely not want to become this old man's adopted sons and daughters. What a pity. He had no intention of going forward to pledge allegiance. Even though it was the first time he had seen a golden glow for all these years, so what? After all, he was the Thunder King. The golden glow was only visible to the eyes of the heroes. At this moment, the Lord of Yangqing was elegantly walking with the utmost confidence, at a leisurely pace towards his target. Star Queen. Her divine beauty was far more than what appeared on the surface. Even on the surface, Star Queen, as a hidden class of the Excellence 3-star, commanded attention as soon as she appeared, along with numerous lords who wished to recruit this hero. The competition was fiercely intense. Lord Yangqing was still confident. He appeared in the most chic demeanor to attract attention, and as long as the hero paid attention, she would naturally discover his excellent abilities. He is determined to recruit this hero. Indeed, the Star Queen's eyes were glowing and the twinkling golden glow in her pupils seemed extraordinarily remarkable. She was walking towards him more smoothly than he had imagined. The hassle of an excellent person was that before he even made a move, the hero already. A few meters next to him, rosy long hair fluttered and faint starlight seemed to sprinkle down. Star Queen passed him by plainly, without stopping half a step. She released a swift stride, moving forward to a certain area. Not just her, but several other top-ranked heroes showed a similar attitude. Lord Yangqing. Lord Shepherd was fishing, waiting for those interested to take the bait. A bit against his expectation, not as many fish bit his bait as he had imagined. It seemed, only top-notch heroes could see the bright golden glow emanating from him. However, even though the glow was dazzling and warm, top-notch heroes were also proud and reserved. They understood the principle: the more easily something is obtained, the less it is cherished. The great arcanist moved very slowly, as if he was strolling aimlessly, thinking about how to introduce the topic. Princess Fei Shi held up her dress hem, deliberately circling around to show she was not trying too hard. Then, Lord, please accept me. Some heroes of the gourmet group knelt down on the spot. Among them was even the General Gluttonous and the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, top-notch heroes with comparable power. You guys, what about the dignity and pride of the heroes? The great arcanist cursed secretly, had no choice but to step forward in a hurry. Lord Tianyuan, please listen to me. Fei Shi could no longer care less about her remaining ladylike demeanor and hurried over. As a heroic spirit, she was destined to serve a lord. If so, she had to sell herself to the best one. If such a lord was missed, she might not be able to find a second one even after waiting for several decades. Wait for me. The Star Queen switched from a leisurely walk to a faster pace, and then to a jog in just a moment. General Long Shang exerted a fierce momentum, clearing a path from the crowded crowd, striding forward. Even the most graceful and solemn Holy Light Master Sacrifice, she couldn't help but hasten her pace. She couldn't explain her own anxiety, but everyone seemed anxious, so she unconsciously became anxious too. Perhaps it was due to insufficient cultivation of her mind, but the golden glow was warm indeed. At the festival grounds, there were many lords but fewer heroes, and top-ranked heroes were a sought-after commodity. Often, several dozen lords were competing with each other. And these several dozen lords were all excellent lords. As for the mediocre lords, they did not even have the courage or the qualification to step up. But what did they see now? One after another, all those proud top-ranked heroes high in demand by the lords gathered in a certain area, in front of a certain lord. Goodness, it's Tianyuan again. Is it about Yuan or not? All our goddesses that we dearly longed for have run to him. Are General Long Shang, Great Arcanist, Ghost-Faced Swordsman etc. also goddesses? Stop arguing. Ah, the hero that I have worshipped for so long. At the festival grounds, it is supposed to be as lords, looking for every possible way, competing and recruiting heroes. But when it comes to Tianyuan, he distorts the norm opposite to ours. Could it be actually more than a dozen top-ranked heroes, competing for a lord? Is this reasonable? Is there any justice left? Mu Yuan also wished to ask the same. What is the most painful thing in life? When there are a group of beauties and stalwarts in front of him but he could only recruit one from them. Wouldn't it waste his pole position? Mr. Mu looked at a group of heroes who were ready for battle. with swords drawn and bows bent, and fell into contemplation. In the Huan Chao exclusive area, Mr. Mew was entertaining the heroes, having a great time chatting. From these heroes, especially from those ancient heroic spirits, he gained more understanding of the history of the eternal world, and he was eager to go on with the conversation. Under a tense situation, none of the heroes dared to break the tranquil atmosphere. So, why not chat more? Maybe in the course of the conversation, they might catch the eye of the Lord Tianyuan. Just the way other lords were showing off their talents before him. Thinking of this, a few of the heroes fell silent, but then they looked at the awe-inspiring presence of Tianyuan Lord and felt that it was worth putting aside pride and arrogance at the moment. Once they pledged allegiance, the heroes and the Lord were practically bound together. In this case, with the god Jade in front of them, how could they possibly be interested in other talents? Moreover, Lord Tianyuan is very young, and it's said that only a few months have passed since he took control. Isn't this the most appropriate time for him, her to assist the Lord and make achievements? Even if more heroes join in the future, they will be well-deserved super veterans. Thinking of this, between the few or dozens of heroes, there were faint sparks in their eyes, but they were still chatting happily, all smiles. They could sit patiently, and the great lord enjoyed the chat, but the other lords who were watching from not far away were anxious and bitter. Hurry up already. We know you're awesome, but who exactly are you planning to recruit? Make a decision quickly. At this point, even the Queen, the Lord of Glory, the Lord of Kongming City, and so on, had to be grateful for the rules of the Heroes Festival. It is said that the purpose of this rule is to prevent top lords from monopolizing heroes, eating from their plates while also taking from the pot, and not leaving even a drop of soup for other lords. They had initially cursed this rule. With their abilities, if not for the rule restrictions, they would be able to recruit 3 or 4 heroes. If they couldn't recruit highly ranked ones, they could use ordinary heroes to make up the numbers. Who would think that they had too many heroes? But now, they just wanted to be thankful, give praise to the rules, and pray that Lord Tianyuan wouldn't set his sights on the hero they had their heart set on. This way, even if there were unexpected difficulties, the targeted hero would ultimately end up in their bowl. The Lord of Yangqing Empire had a grim look on his face. He, as the son of the Duke of Yangqing, a future top lord, could only pick up the leftovers of others? He couldn't bear this humiliation? He walked forward, the overwhelming knife intent emanating from his extreme anger, like a sharp blade at one's neck, threatening to leave a bloody mark at any moment. The surrounding lords were frightened, scared, and angry. HMPH. Suddenly, a sword intent soared across the sky, like a giant sword flying from the end of the sky, fiercely cutting through this overwhelming knife intent. A slender young man in white came from not far away. He wasn't holding a sword, he himself was the sword. Boss Wuji. The Lord of Taizan shouted. The Lord of Yangqing also had a grim look, but what he found more difficult to bear was that the artistic conception of the young man in white was not beneath his own, and even slightly higher. HMPH, just a warrior, he still took a step back. Wuji isn't too bad, easy to get along with, Mu Yuan secretly pondered, having a vague idea in his heart. Of course, even if Wuji hadn't made a move, this Lord of Yangqing wouldn't have been able to make much of a splash. Not to mention that this was the festival grounds, where hurting others was prohibited, and no matter how strong the artistic conception was, it alone could only compete against the air. Moreover, of the more than a dozen heroes around him, over half could easily beat the Lord of Yangqing in terms of artistic conception. What do you call top-level heroes, huh? Most of the heroes present were young. During this time, in their previous lives, most of them were only at the second-order elite level or third-order warlord level. But every one of them had a high level of artistic conception. Don't look at how Mr. Mew easily mastered artistic conception, but actually, he just benefited from the hero duel arena, and his own qualifications were only average grade super excellent. Unlike this batch of heroes, wild heroes like Dragon Blood Martial Maiden, Shi Lu, were homeless, wandering, and often unsettled. They did not even have a good environment for practice. Ancient heroes, their backgrounds were not noble as well. Fei Shi, although a princess, was a princess of a small country. She was even offered as a sacrifice to the giant beast in the sea. Her living conditions could not be described as miserable, just that her entire life was quite tragic. Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor, although a bishop, was only a bishop of a small church. Without the divine favor, his whole church was smashed and he was listed as a wanted criminal. Great Arcanist Blaise, the one among the ancient heroes who lived the longest, was already at the peak of the Fourth Order leader level during his life. Unfortunately, if Mu Yuan were to recruit, the reconstructed body of the Great Arcanist would only be at the elite level. The country where he came from was just a small to medium kingdom. In his later years, he suffered a bad end, being killed by enemies of another country even at his old age. The library of the entire country was burnt down. Looking at this, the heroes of the festival grounds either lived miserably or died tragically. But they were indeed of outstanding talent. Moreover, more than half of the heroes present had venue skills, and everyone had a legendary demeanor. All of you are unparalleled talents, and I long for the opportunity to work together. However, as you all know, the rules of the secret realm have imposed limitations, and I can only invite one hero. And currently, my Tianyuan territory needs a learned and versatile hero more. General Long Shang, the ghost-faced swordsman, and other heroes were in a hurry. In this world, being able to fight is the most important thing. Being learned and versatile isn't necessary at all. But no matter how anxious they were, it wouldn't change Lord Tianyuan's mind. Moreover, how could their military generals possibly out-talk these civil officials, like the Great Arcanist? They were quickly refuted and rendered speechless, seeming like they might be stripped of their hero status the very next moment. The Princess of Pure Water, Fei Shi, was also somewhat disappointed. Although she was far from being erudite and talented, she had anticipated that her compatibility with Lord Tianyuan was not very good. Even though Lord Tianyuan emanated a very vast, elemental aura, this aura was merely hidden within the golden radiance, amounting to nothing more than a minor speck. However, although most of us cannot co-build territories, there is definitely room for cooperation in the future. Princess Fei Shi, how do you find my friend Lu Miamu? She is extraordinarily beautiful. Her troop type and talent are quite compatible with you. It's just that she has not been building territory for a substantial amount of time. Mu Yuan brought over Lu Miamu, who was not far away, and pushed her in front of Princess Fei Shi. After all, it was the sister of a wealthy lady. Helping her out was not a strenuous task for him. Lu Miamu stared blankly and said, "Ah," in astonishment. Before she could react, her simple but clear eyes met with Princess Fei Shi's gaze, blinking continuously. Princess Fei Shi was also momentarily dumbfounded before she sunk back into her thoughts the next moment. Perhaps, this wasn't an entirely bad idea. She had been paying attention to Lord Lu Miamu of Huan Chao for some time. While her status terms were relatively weak, they were extremely compatible with Fei Shi, and working with this female lord might be quite comfortable. Moreover, as Lord Tianyuan said, if she accepted Lu Miamayu's invitation, they would have the potential to collaborate in the future. And if she accepted the invitation from that Queen Lord, she feared they would become enemies when they met again. Then let's settle it. She grabbed Lu Miamayu's fair hand and made an immediate decision. Lu Miamayu's response was another confused, "Ah." The sudden surprise left her speechless. She didn't know what to say, but her face grew slightly flushed, and she could barely contain her excitement. She turned around and hugged Tianyuan tightly. Mu Yuan thought, "I kindly help you, and you dared to take advantage of me? Damn it." At a distance, the Queen, Lord of Shenyao Empire, was listening intently. When she saw Tianyuan not intending to recruit Princess Fei Shi, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as she thought to herself, "Know your place." However, the next moment, the Princess Fei Shi that she had been yearning for was captured by another Tai Zan lord. Hold on a minute, is there no law left in this world? Nevertheless, all this was within the rules. Pushing one or pushing several remains the same. Adhering to the principle of not wasting and wanting to bolster the Tai Zan alliance, Mu Yuan recommended Zhang Luoxing, Wu Ji, and Yu Saiyu to the heroes. Some rich men and women wanted to offer him a service fee, but Mr. Mu declined. He'd rather have a favor in return. While these rich men and women might not be formidable on their own, their network of contacts is indeed powerful. To survive in the eternal world, in addition to being strong in combat, it is indispensable to have connections, background, and power. Selling more favors could mean getting preferential treatment when going out in the future. In reality, Mr. Emu's recommendations were not that powerful. Princess Fei Zai's acceptance of his proposal had much to do with Lu Miamayu's own excellence. His recommendation accounted for only a small proportion, even though sometimes this slight force could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. If a person were not particularly capable, such as a certain Zhang Luoxin who provided him with much information, they might still get despised by the heroes. The already powerful Lord Wuji, with his recommendation, had a wider range of choices. He successfully recruited the Knight of Dawn, who was not only strong in combat but also loyal and strategic. This was, in Mu Yuan's opinion, the hero most suited for Wuji. After reading Wuji's information, he was indeed a martial arts fanatic, incredibly talented in combat, but his territory management was quite average. For Wuji, having a stalwart general is good, but a commander who can help him strengthen his territory, who is capable of both literature and martial arts, is the key to bringing a qualitative leap to Wuji's territory. Thank you for your recommendation, brother. If there's anything you need in the future, just say the word. Wuji made a fists across chest salute and said solemnly. On the side of the long table, many heroes had now understood Tianyuan's choice and their expressions were complex. They looked at the girl with pink long hair. Congratulations. Mu Yuan also walked up to her. The girl was not tall, or rather she was somewhat petite. She was dressed in a light purple dress that flowed down to her knees, and below which were black stockings that wrapped around her legs. She wore ornaments on the hem of her skirt, chest, earlobes, and fingers, producing a tinkling sound as she moved. While her facial features were exquisite, she didn't particularly stand out compared to the Holy Light Master Sacrifice, the Valkyrie, and Dragon Blood Martial Maiden. Only her eyes were incredibly profound, as if they contained countless constellations. The Star Maiden, Isloa. Profile. Isloa was born in a remote town of the Eagle Kingdom, awakened her bloodline at 14, entered the Central Magic Academy in the royal capital at 16, mastered all theoretical techniques and mid-level techniques across different categories at 17, and invented the art of gathering stars by observing the stars at night, earning her the title of Master of All Magics. The same year, she defeated all the contenders in a magic debate, including the heads of various departments of the academy. She also improved and created various techniques, even offering classes in the large lecture hall as a student, virtually establishing a new department. The next year, Isloa was revealed to be a witch. She was considered impure and ominous for she had the blood of a monster running in her veins, and she was forced to leave the Central Magic Academy. Another year, the prodigious Isloa fell in the depths of the wilderness. In choosing to recruit Isloa as a hero, Mu Yuan had pondered thoroughly. Firstly, she excelled in techniques, possessing countless spells and numerous other disciplines. Of course, if we compare the breadth of knowledge and mastery of theoretical knowledge, Isloa was nowhere near the neighboring library director. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. But, the advantages of Isloa didn't stop there. She also happened to be the only hero among the 10 or so top-tier ones gathered in front of him who possessed a domain. A domain. Even though Mu Yuan felt that having a domain was not that uncommon, compared to other heroes who didn't possess even half a domain, Isloa was clearly exceptional. This could easily be inferred from her profile. In addition to orthodox techniques, she also mastered many unorthodox and even obscure methods. Of course, if that was all, in Mu Yuan's eyes, Isloa would at most be compared to a great arcanist, never coming out more than 30% or 20% or even 10% ahead. Mu Yuan stepped forward, staring into her deep, mystical eyes that shone brightly like the stars. He reached out his hand and asked seriously, "Are you willing to become my hero?" In Isloa's view, the Lord was enveloped in a golden radiance, stepping forward as if walking on golden clouds. Sacred, warm. Isloa took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart. With all her knowledge and the most elegant demeanor, She extended her hand, laying it on the warm palm of the Lord, and slightly bowed her head. I am willing. My lord. Ding. Prompt. Do you want to recruit the hero, Isloa? Prompt. Your recruitment has been agreed upon by the hero, Isloa, and under the witness of heaven and earth, the contract signing is in process. Prompt. You can now view all the information of the hero, Isloa. Isloa, Hero, Class. Star Maiden, Excellence 3-star. Level. Grade 2 Level 7, Grade 2 Level 9 Feet, Talent, Starlight Body. Skills. Starry Array, Star Road's Gate, Artistic Conception. Master of 1,000 Spells. Domain. Wanxiong Domain, Strategic Talent, Starlight Scholar. Isloa's signature ability was Art of Gathering Stars, an ability that transcended the scope of skills. It was a unique system of techniques she created. The more she studied, the more Isloa understood that human power had its limits. It was not possible to carve all myriad techniques into the body and soul and apply them as one wanted. Thus, she used her body as a foundation, drawing in starlight to form her star body, and learning various techniques. Like a huge knowledge repository, she needed only to learn a little, use it as a basis, and then she could leverage a whole skill. By this shortcut, Isloa quickly learned and mastered hundreds or even thousands of techniques and created many combinations of them. Additionally, she dipped her toes into the fields of body modification techniques, alchemy, pharmacology, economics, and more. At the moment of the shining stars, thousands of techniques are blooming in the starry sky. The strategic talent, Starlight Scholar, was a talent similar to Nun Advancement. The awakening of this talent was probably related to Isloa's experiences. She once taught at a royal academy and almost created a new school of techniques. A Starlight Scholar is a rare class profession that constructs a knowledge database using a Starlight network to learn techniques and skills. As for the special weapon and strategic skills, Isloa didn't possess any. Not only her, but other top-tier heroes also lacked certain things. After all, they were not heroes who had been promoted through proper trials. Moreover, even if they did go through the proper trials, not every trialist had the resilience and wisdom of Dead Bone, and certainly not the luck of Duo Lai. No need to rush for strategic skills, they will come eventually. As for hero equipment, Mu Yuan was clueless. He recruited Star Maiden, Isloa, not because he wanted her to fight. Even though, simply looking at Isloa's stats, she seemed capable of fighting. What he was after was Isloa's skills. Oops, he meant her versatility. She not only had a wealth of knowledge about many techniques, but she also had some knowledge about alchemy and pharmacology. Even though she may not be proficient in these, they were sufficient for the Tianyuan territory. She was a hero capable of building several complete systems for the Tianyuan territory single-handedly. Moreover, Ding. Prompt. Star Maiden, Isloa. Possesses a triggerable hero task. Do you wish to trigger it? Hero task time Maze City. Explanation. Eagle Kingdom is a frontier kingdom, often attacked by monster tides, and there are adventurers who venture deep into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Over time, some half-blooded humans with monster blood were born. Among them, women were easier to ignite the monster blood and awaken their talents. These people were called witches by the people of Eagle Kingdom and were considered portents of bad fortune. Isloa's witch identity was exposed. Forced to escape and wander, she encountered other witches. They might have been missies or ordinary civilians, but at this time, they shared a common identity: the persecuted witches. Isloa joined them and prepared to cross the mountains to the distant Bright Empire. It is said that their witches can also enjoy the same rights as ordinary people. Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. Not only were Isloa and her group hunted, forcing them to flee in an extremely embarrassed state, they also fell into a mysterious city and were tragically cursed. At the brink of death, Isloa's great talents, great determination, and great wishes seemed to win the pity of a mysterious star god. The Trick City fell into a crack in time and was frozen in place. Prompt. This task is to rescue the companions Isloa had in the past. Do you accept? Prompt. Once accepted, the city in the crack will see the light of day again. It is recommended to carry it out within 3 months. Countdown. This is the greatest uniqueness about the hero, Isloa. He could trigger a mission from her, an information even Isloa herself was unaware of. She died early and horribly. The Lord Shepherd, cloaked in golden brilliance, saw this information before his recruitment commenced. On the surface, it seemed like a huge bother, but in reality, set aside the fact that mission would offer rewards, just consider the process of the mission. Rescue comrades? Times. Recruit high-level talents? Square root? At the festival grounds, indeed, a hero could only recruit one person. Now that he had recruited Isloa, it was like buy one get n for free. He'd essentially recruited a large team of talents. Were witches not talents? Mu Yuan could only say that those who could awaken their bloodlines were already considered superior beings. Not to mention, some witches came from nobility, knowledgeable and talented, and aside from not having a hero's status, their prowess didn't fall short to many other heroes present. Except, in an instant, Mu Yuan seemed to see a decaying trick city trapped in a rift of time. His vision, under some mysterious force, gradually closed in and delved into somewhere within the city. He couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation, his eyes widened. Gradually he saw gray wolves, crows, deer, foxes. These were the legendary witches. They were somewhat different from what Mu Yuan had imagined. But that doesn't matter. A crow could also take on a 996 job. When Mu Yuan took on the mission, Isloa, as the fulcrum of the task, naturally received a prompt. Her eyes widened as disbelief, joy, excitement, and anxiety continuously interchanged like a slideshow. Lord, yes, relax. We can talk about it in detail later. Now wasn't the time to delve into it. The Hero Festival had reached its climax. Mu Yuan only recommended the lord he was acquainted with. As a citizen of Zan country, and having enjoyed many benefits from the alliance, Mu Yuan had suggested to the present heroes to consider the lords of the Tai-Zan alliance. Lord Shen Yao. Other lords. Can they even continue playing? In the last game, the Lord of Han Yu City swept across the field with her dominating competence, free to recruit any heroes. At least, the Lord of Han Yu City had to recruit the heroes herself, and after her selection, the rest of the heroes were left unobstructed for them to compete over freely. And now? The market competition, on Lord Tianyuan's arrival, had been completely disrupted. They hated it. All the lords of Tai-Zan rejoiced and expressed their gratitude. Tianyuan's arrival brought hope. By the long table, the Star Maiden, Isloa, stood very ladylike behind Mu Yuan, the corners of her mouth slightly tilted up, blissful, anticipative, but also a little nervous and hesitant. From this moment on, her life was completely entwined with that of the lords. What would her future life look like? To the side, the dragon blood martial maiden hung her head down, crestfallen and dispirited. Her iron rice bowl was gone. If we ever meet in the future, Duo Lai will treat you. Really, of course, the dragon blood martial maiden was not a heroic spirit, so she had no plans to accept any lord's recruitment. She wanted to continue wandering. Even though the world was vast, but there were many opportunities in the future. The rest of the heroes gradually scattered and soon a group of lords chased after them, fiercely competing. Lord Glory caught up with Holy Light Master Sacrifice Windsor and said, "Form a contract with me, it's your only option left." Windsor stopped, looked back at him coldly. "Are you misunderstanding something? Just because Tianyuan doesn't look up to me, doesn't mean I look up to you." Perhaps earlier, Windsor had considered lowering her demands. However, after seeing Lord Tianyuan, looking at the others made her even more disappointed. In her eyes, even the top three couldn't match up to Lord Glory. At least, the filthy trace on the distant Lord Wuji was much less than his. After she spoke, she proceeded towards the temple on the mountain without pausing. Time continued to flow. Dong, the closing bell finally rang. Some lords cried tears of joy, while others, full of disappointment, pounded their chests and stamped their feet. In a deep part of the secret realm, a mysterious figure was crunching on his last meal. Another festival is over, time flies. What a pity, if I wasn't the spirit of the secret realm, I would also want to serve that lord, cloaked in numerous golden lights. Ah. In this place, a chubby crane was rolling around on the ground, heaving a wistful sigh. Ding! Prompt. The heroic festival has officially ended. As you have gained the recognition of more than half of the heroes, had the intention to serve in this festival, you have received additional blessings from heaven and earth. The cue sound echoed in his ear, catching Mr. Mew off guard. I've never even heard of this before. Glancing over the conditions for the blessing of heaven and earth again, sure, it only made sense why he hadn't heard of it before. Prompt. You have gained a permanent boost. Lord's Charm plus 1 level, Tianyuan Lord's Prestige plus 1 level. In the mysterious, additional information rushed into his mind. The Lord's Charm could universally enhance one's affinity and majesty. Whether it would make the already handsome Mr. Mew even more handsome, he was uncertain, but this trait could effectively improve the morale of the territory, making it easier for the Lord to recruit wild heroes, troops, and so on. Looks like it's of no use. It did have uses, but at the moment, Mr. Mew rarely left his home. The increased prestige of the territory by +1 level brought about effects that were rather welcomed. It could effectively boost the absorption rate of the displaced people. Especially the attraction towards talents would be significantly increased. The name of Tianyuan would gradually spread. Not bad. A pleasant surprise. The Hero Festival had already ended. Tianyuan territory was shrouded in darkness at this moment, yet the city lord's mansion and distant rare buildings were lit up, driving away the darkness. Mew Yuan and Duo Lai, each with a story to tell, appeared next to the city lord's mansion before the lord's altar. In front of him, the golden gate symbolizing the festival grounds, the secret realm's gate, was slowly closing. Gu? Duo Lai was asking. Where was the junior with pink hair? No rush, let's wait a little longer. The star child Isla was not a live hero, she wouldn't leave the secret realm with them. Instead, suddenly, the light of heaven and earth attracted and intertwined, drawing out a curvaceous figure. Only for a moment, the condensed body of heaven and earth light had quietly dispersed. Isla with pink hair had already appeared on the altar, just like recruited troops. However, she didn't have her luxurious purple dress and full-body jingling accessories. She was simply wearing a very plain cloth top and trousers, wearing clogs on her feet, barely covering her round and smooth toes as if they were made of jade. Was the power of heaven and earth being a bit too thrifty? Tianyuan territory was rather rudimentary, but of course, clothing of the right size could be found. Soon, Isla changed into a purple outfit and tied up her shoulder-length hair, looking more competent. The new employee had officially started work, however. She wanted to say something but stopped. You want to ask about the Time Maze City task, right? Yeah. Don't worry, your childhood friends from hundreds of years ago will definitely be saved. But Trick City, it's dangerous. Isla's mind wandered back to hundreds of years ago, which to her could only be a few years or months ago. At that time, her power was not weak, being at the peak of the elite level. Even so, they had several brushes with death after losing their way into Trick City, where terrifying undead creatures and curses lurked everywhere. Not to mention now, her level realm was only at 7 of the elite stage, and although the potential of the Lord of Tianyuan was infinite, he was just a novice lord. A lord who had started from scratch and had been building the territory for only a few months, and was still very weak. Rushing into Trick City would mean certain death. That's why I say we must be fully prepared, but you also have to believe that our territory has this power. As for whether she could save her companions from the past, Isla still held a pessimistic view. She decided to numb herself with work. She was a hero that the Lord had just recruited. It was her job to help the Lord with his worries and troubles, instead of bringing a problem to the territory. My lord, please instruct, is there any work task you need me to do? Well, there were quite a few. However, let me give you a tour of the territory first, and then let's hold a welcoming feast. We'll discuss work matters tomorrow. Leaving from the altar, two people headed south, passing a plain, domain interferer, fairly quickly. But Isla was a professional after all. She had not been deceived by the appearance of this building, quickly spotting the special ripples around. This is a facility that can conceal the territory and prevent outsiders from spying. this is a highly sophisticated and ingenious facility. The Central Academy also had similar facilities. However, this building in Tianyuan territory, that looks like black antennas, seemed to be no worse than the ones she had seen in the Central Magic Academy. No wonder so many heroes were going after my lord. This building is called the Domain Interferer. I see you're familiar with some anti-divination. Can you enhance the interference of this building? This facility is slightly different from the ones I know about, but given some time, I can set up some external devices to enhance its anti-spying ability. She had only thought for 2.5 seconds before confidently asserting this with her neck raised as proudly as a swan's. No wonder she's a hero who knows everything, with her main job involving star imagery. This was also one of the reasons why Mu Yuan had recruited her. The two continued onwards, and outside the core area was the southern residential area. This was also the area that best reflected a territory's style. However, Mr. Mu had somewhat forgotten that the Hero Festival ended at midnight. The southern civilian area was already almost empty, yet from the distant houses with the lights turned off, there were occasional ims and ahs that sounded like undulating waves. Mu Yuan. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, I won't be embarrassed. Ayla turned a little red, but nothing could be seen in the darkness. She pretended not to be embarrassed, surveying the surroundings with a professional eye. Soon, he was engrossed in observing. In all fairness, the fact there were awkward noises meant that the citizens here were well-fed and full of energy. This was unlike some remote towns in the Eagle Kingdom that would be on the brink of survival in the years of disaster. The Tianyuan territory also seemed to be located on the outer edge of the Tai-Zan alliance, constantly under the attack of monster tides. It was difficult to survive here, but there were no traces of battle, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was a vibrant new territory. In the early morning, although no civilians were seen, the soldiers of the defensive troops were still diligently carrying out their patrol tasks. A big halberdier led 2 halberd guards and 3 spearmen, forming a small team to patrol along a set trajectory. When they came to Mu Yuan, they stopped, clumsily saluted, and then continued their duty. That's a big halberdier, right? She was slightly surprised. In such a short time, a minimum of 3 big halberdiers had passed through her field of vision. They seemed to be of low level, but after all, they were big halberdiers, and they would eventually become masters who could hold their own. This place was just one of the patrol areas in the southern part of Tianyuan territory. Tianyuan. No, our territory indeed had a considerable number of soldiers. Suddenly, as the two walked past a large, robust tree, the tree opened its eyes, its branches swaying in excitement as if it was a child weighing several thousand pounds. Mu Yuan knew that this was the treeman expressing its joy, welcoming him. It couldn't talk yet, but it already had considerable wisdom. This is a treeman guard? Ayla was astonished. She had only read about treemen in books, and heard that they were only active within the elves' kingdoms and were extremely rare outside. However, as they walked along, they came across the second, third, fourth treemen, greeting them unexpectedly. My lord, do you have some elf lineage? This is the plantation area in Tianyuan territory, currently only growing some common jade crystal rice. There is also a fertile area to the north that grows some rare crops, Mu Yuan explained. Unfortunately, Ayla didn't have any special opinions about crops, because after all, she wasn't capable of everything. As they were walking through, a special plant thrust in the center of the field suddenly bloomed, and a small, barefoot elf in a long dress flew out, floating in the air. She fluttered about, giggling. Is this a flower fairy? No, it's a vegetation spirit. Ayla widened her eyes, looking at her lord to confirm with her gaze. Indeed, it is a vegetation spirit. Mu Yuan nodded. There were many kinds of vegetation spirits, and this one, because it evolved from a flower fairy, still retained the appearance of a flower fairy. But it could merge into any plant at any time, moving freely. If it was in a forest area, the vegetation spirit could travel several or even a dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was an excellent one-star troop, auxiliary type. Indeed, with the vegetation spirit and the flower fairies, the growth speed of crops in the territory can be significantly increased. I will make a comparison chart later to calculate which kind of crops are more profitable. But I also need the current market data on all kinds of crops. She concluded. Then she felt something was off. Oh right, this was an excellent one-star troop and also a very rare and precious vegetation spirit. When you introduce it, can't you be a bit more enthusiastic, my lord? Don't be so calm. After touring the south, Ilo was somewhat astonished. On second thought, it was only natural for the Lord of Tianyuan, who was cloaked in golden brilliance, to have some rare kinds of troops. Besides, they were only excellent one-star troops. Her own class of Star Queen, obtained through awakening, creating techniques, and reforming her body, was rated a full 3-star. She was truly a genius. She would undoubtedly help the Lord in accelerating the development of Tianyuan territory. While Mu Yuan was walking around late at night, the situation was not quiet in other territories either. In honor of the heroes they had recruited, the lords rejoiced. The name, Tianyuan, began to spread among countless lords and even influential figures. Shocking news. Just how outstanding is the Lord of Tianyuan to attract numerous heroes to compete? A passerby commented, isn't it wrong? The Hero Festival. I remember it's the lords who compete for heroes, right? Is this news wrong? Another passerby said, no mistake, I was there. The Lord of Tianyuan is forever a god. A third passerby added, forever a god +1. However, the fortunes of different kingdoms did not match. The Shen Yao Empire had suffered several defeats in this festival. The queen, because she couldn't recruit Princess Fei Shi, had to fall back on recruiting a second-rate hero. The Glory Lord, on account of always pursuing the Holy Light Master sacrifice, and seeing that the compatible Knight of Dawn was also recruited by Wuji, could only end up recruiting a hero who was 2 levels lower. This slight defeat was still within the tolerance of the high-level officials of Shen Yao Empire. But, regardless of the reason, this Lord of Tianyuan showing a stronger competitiveness than the Lord of Han Yu City mustn't be allowed to continue. At least, we cannot allow another Han Yu to emerge. Investigate. I want to see all the data on the Lord of Tianyuan within 3 days. Not bad, not bad. He has my style back in the day. He is indeed the person I have chosen. In a place in Langsing, after hearing Lu Miamayu's description, Lu Shui crossed her slender left leg over her right one, changing to a comfortable sitting posture. Lu Miamu. Even though you're my sister, I also know that Big Boss Tianyuan's style is obviously better than yours, okay? Lu Shui pondered and said, this time, since Tianyuan has earned such a great reputation for our Taizan, I have to get something good for him from those old guys. The next day, dawn twilight arrived. In a room within the city lord's mansion, Isloa, who had only slept for 4 hours, woke up. Though she had less sleep, she was full of energy. If she didn't have to worry about the task in the Time Maze City, she believed she could sleep even sounder. No matter what, work hard. Only when the territory becomes powerful can the rescue operation go smoothly. Hurry, give me a work assignment. It was the first time Boss Mu had seen someone clamoring to work. That's promising. He thought for a moment and then spoke. As you're aware, our Tianyuan territory has just started out. There are many aspects that need to be built up, so the burdens on you will be heavier. However, Isloa was not afraid. Mu Yuan nodded. First of all, can you write out all of the complete magic system, alchemy system, and some ancient knowledge that you have mastered? No problem, although it sounds a bit cumbersome, but... Isloa stretched out her hand and a twinkling starlight floated from her pale fingertips, floating to a corner of the hall, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a girl who looked almost exactly like her in terms of dress, style, and body shape. A doppelganger ability? This technique is called puppet doppelganger. Simply put, it's... Then, hundreds, if not thousands, of words poured out of Isloa's mouth. Every word made sense on its own, but when put together, they were baffling. Mu Yuan returned a smile. He couldn't admit that he didn't understand, could he? After all, he, Lord Shepherd, needed to save face. I should seriously study some theoretical knowledge. With Isloa's help, I should be able to free up more time. Mu Yuan didn't understand the theory behind Isloa's ability, but he understood the conclusion. It's not entirely a doppelganger. 1. The power is weak. 2. The thought process is simple, only capable of handling simple tasks, such as reading Isloa's own memories, and writing out books based on that. In the blink of an eye, Isloa created several more puppet doppelgangers who picked up tools and started transcribing without further ado. This was the perfect tool for a 996 schedule. Ahem, the employee of the year. Isloa raised her neck proudly, as if to say, just like that. Seeing this, Mu Yuan felt relieved and took out his notebook. The second thing is the enhancement of the domain interferer we discussed yesterday. Understood, my lord. She assured that there was no problem. The third thing is to set up our own caravan in the territory for transportation and sale of various commodities. Understood. She continued to agree. The fourth thing is the planning of the territory's construction. I remember that you have studied architecture and management, haven't you? The fifth thing is the research on the spell fusion project. The sixth thing, the seventh thing, oh, and one more thing. Although you are currently a civilian official, you must not neglect your personal cultivation. Only when you improve your strength, can you enter Trick City for rescue. Last night, Mu Yuan and Isloa had a deep, careful discussion about the information about Trick City. Many shadowy monsters are active there. They're mainly tricky, hard to defend against, but it's not yet to the point where they can't be dealt with. In the beginning, Isloa's group consisted of 4 elite-level individuals, the rest were on a professional level, and they also went through some hardships, so they were not in the best condition. In contrast, their combat power here can be pieced together with legions, and the number of elite-level strongmen is not necessarily fewer. Mu Yuan looked at the crescent-shaped object in his hand. This was not the key to the secret region, but a task tool formed by the power of heaven and earth when accepting the mission, which had a teleportation function. It could teleport them directly before Trick City. It could also teleport them back to the starting point at any time. But it only has 2 chances to use, one to go and one to return. If they returned without finding the rescue target, it would mean mission failure. I understand. When it comes to the task in Trick City, Isloa became more serious, but after the seriousness had passed, she vaguely remembered. The first, second, third, fourth, 7th, 8th, 9th task assigned by the Lord just now. Damn. Although she was mentally prepared that the work of the territory would be heavy at the beginning, wasn't this too much? Well, who made her the right-hand man of the Lord and the indispensable general of the Tianyuan territory? Wait a minute. What about Duo Lai? It wasn't until this moment that Isloa vaguely remembered that this place doesn't only have her as a hero. But do you think Duo Lai can handle these tasks? Duo Lai only knows how to eat. Even General Dead Bone felt a headache when dealing with these affairs, let alone that Dead Bone had a more important task, which was to train the Undead Legion and teach the skeleton generals and resentful spirits along with Rakshasa. In the past, all these logistics jobs were done by him, Mr. Mu. Of course, now they should be delegated to reliable staff members. Don't worry, although Duo Lai is not reliable and the territory can't find someone like you, a great talent who can handle administrative tasks on her own, I will arrange for a few reliable assistants for you. As soon as Isloa heard the words, a great talent who can handle administrative tasks on her own, she was as happy as if she had eaten honey. The Lord's vision was just right. Yes, she is after all a hero, a genius hero. Who else can be expected to do these tasks if not her? Isn't it a joyful thing to be trusted by the Lord and entrusted with important tasks? Soon, the reliable assistants arranged by the Lord arrived one by one. Mu Yuan introduced them. This one is Lu Lu, the current commander of our territorial defense troops. He's responsible for daily security, managing territory citizens, and recruiting refugees. She is 17, who has experience in teaching citizens how to cultivate the soil and plant crops. This one is Niu Si, the captain of the patrol team. Also, there's Lainey, who currently runs the only hospital in Tianyuan territory, though she only has 2 people under her command. These are the ones within Tianyuan territory who are free, intelligent, reliable, and well-informed. Each one of them is an important figure, at the very least a junior officer. Undeniably, Tianyuan territory predominantly depends on its military power. While Lulu and 17 are not particularly proficient in managing territories, they do have some experience and a wealth of information about it. Through communication with each one of them, Isloa quickly gained a richer and more nuanced understanding of the Tianyuan territory. She also got to meet several of her peers. She could tell that Lulu, 17, and others were military officials, implying the territory was seriously understaffed. Lainey, even though she seemed to fit more of an administrative role, seemed awkward in handling the work. However, Isloa could detect a subtle, profound and high level of holy light energy radiating from Lainey. She found it somewhat familiar, just like, during the festival, the Holy Light Master sacrifice, Windsor, who was sitting next to her. Isloa's eyes widened in surprise. Lainey, with her clear but naive eyes, seemed to have only just awakened her self-awareness. She had just been promoted to the rank of Holy Light Master sacrifice a few days ago by the Lord himself. Even though she hadn't advanced to the professional level, she had already naturally awakened her self-consciousness. This seemed reasonable. Was there anything wrong? Wait. Isloa turned to look at Lulu and 17. What rank are they? No wonder she always felt that these two were very powerful. In the afternoon, Isloa joined the Lord in a visit to the most prestigious building in the core area, the Magic Furnace. Accompanying them was Duo Lai. Isloa looked at the building, touched the exquisite intricacies of various patterns inscribed upon it, and immediately felt reinvigorated. All her fatigue from the morning's work disappeared. This building is very mysterious. It seems to hold more potential possibilities. That's right, this building can fuse magical techniques to create more powerful large-scale magic techniques. Isn't this your area of expertise? Of course, Isloa had been named the Mage of All Forms, Thousand-Star Mage, among others. She had invented countless techniques and combinations, and she almost established a new faculty in the Central Magic Academy as a student. What was her secret? It was her exceptional academic talent. An experienced mage could master this building while Isloa was more proficient and compatible with it. She immediately started tinkering with it, only to appear crestfallen a moment later. Blazing Sun. This is just a super fireball technique. How can such a crude technique be stored in there? It's a blasphemy, blasphemy. Mu Yuan remained silent, secretly glancing at Duo Lai, not. Duo Lai looked nothing more than clueless. Isloa noticed the gaze of the Lord and understood somewhat, and immediately felt embarrassed. She suppressed her agitation, cleared her throat. Anyway, the fusion of magic techniques requires careful consideration of compatibility, timing, ratios, and also the quantity input. She said up to here, and Mu Yuan understood a bit why his previous attempts failed. In the fusion of magic techniques, some might need a large quantity, and some might need a small quantity. Like compounding medicine or cooking, they need to be in certain proportions. But he was always outputting equal quantities. Of course, even with equal quantities, without adequate foundation he could not figure out the right proportions, since there were so many variables involved. My lord, do you have any requirements for magic techniques? She asked. Mu Yuan thought for a bit and said, the magic furnace has been upgraded to level 2 and has 20 input slots. How about we fuse two techniques, one for offense and one for defense? What do you think? No problem. The attack technique could be either thunder or fire oriented, as they are powerful and have a broad area of effect. They can effectively deal with monster tides or large-scale monsters. Her suggestion aligns with what Lord Mu had perceived. For the defensive technique, she pondered for a while, noticing that the territory's main force seemed to be nature-oriented. We could base it on wood techniques. The defensive technique thus fused might not immediately possess great power, but it would be sustainable, which is quite essential for one-time techniques. Upon this consideration, Isloa began to start her work immediately. Fusing magic techniques was not a one-person job, so she pulled in the Lord and Duo Lai as her assistants in managing the power load. They busied themselves for 2.5 hours, in the end. Although Lord Mu and General Duo Lai were only slightly out of breath, Isloa was dripping with sweat. Her hair was sticking to her face, looking utterly drained, but the light in her eyes was still bright, and there was a huge sense of achievement in her heart. The magic furnace held an irresistible allure for real mages. She introduced, the offensive technique has nothing special. It's called the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. It's as flashy as the name suggests. Able to manifest 9 dragons formed by intertwining thunder flames, at least 100 meters long, I presume. Moreover, unlike one-off techniques, this dragon can sustain itself for a while. The defensive technique is rather more ingenious. It is called myriad verdant ivy formations. Not only can it form an ivy wood formation that covers and protects the entire territory in an instant and lasts for a considerably long time, but this ivy wood formation can also absorb enemy attacks and convert them into energy to sustain the technique. If the enemy cooperates, this large-scale technique can last for a long time. Indeed, it's truly ingenious. Izloa brought him a surprise that was far beyond his expectations. The fusion magic technique was not only more powerful but contained a number of subtle variations. In comparison, the previous, Blazing Sun, similar to a super fireball technique, indeed seemed crude. With these two large-scale magic techniques, even if Tianyuan territory encounters a formidable enemy, they would still be able to put up a good fight. If the mighty serpent servant faced the fierce strike of the nine-headed roaring thunder dragon, probably it wouldn't be able to withstand much. Izloa, not bad at all. However, having completed the magic furnace's assignment, perhaps it's time to start her next project. Flame molded its body, thunderbolt flowed, fizzing into overlapping scales that lined its bodice. They have glowing pairs of eyes, within which destruction was contained. After bombarding a mountain hundreds of meters high several times in succession, 9 mammoth-sized serpents entwined their target and shone with an utmost brilliance. Boom! The dazzling light shrunk, like a tidal wave returning to the palm of Izloa's fair hand, leaving a spherical projection slowly rotating, with the terrible destruction of the surroundings by the massive explosion vaguely visible. You can do this too? I know a lot more. Large-scale magic needs testing. Otherwise, when casting an attack spell, one might deal heavy damage to both the enemy and oneself. He had tested the Blazing Sun before, causing heaven and earth to tremble and forming a pit that could serve as a lake. In fact, after several rains, the pit now resembles a small lake. The Blazing Sun was so fierce that if he genuinely tested the new large-scale magic, the disturbance would be disproportionate. Izloa suggested it wasn't necessarily so troublesome. It's just a calculation and deduction through existing data, then showing it with illusion techniques. It's not challenging. Duo Lai let out a sound of wonder, satisfying Izloa a great deal. However, she also found something surprising. Duo Lai seemed to have an enormous energy reserve. She just recruited 2 helpers. The Lord, after all, is the Lord, and she dared not use him strenuously. He just supplied some minor energy. Duo Lai was different. As a mage, he spent tons of energy under her command. The input didn't seem to be less than hers. Yet he was still merely panting slightly. Quite interesting. Certainly, Duo Lai is very strong. He had practiced in secret for a long time and sought advantages from the Lord. He was dreaming of challenging Brother Deadbone, the number 1 in Tianyuan territory. However, the new junior was somewhat powerful, and he, Duo Lai, almost lost his seniority prestige. What could he do to regain his seniority prestige? Duo Lai pondered, but couldn't. Why don't you two spar a bit? Mu Yuan said, sparring is more direct than displaying abilities, and you could also take this opportunity to familiarize and cooperate with each other. Future collaborative tasks are inevitable. In his view, Izloa had many aspects worth learning for Duo Lai. Her skills and capabilities vastly surpassed Duo Lai. Many powers she possessed and the wide coverage they had, Mu Yuan wasn't quite sure about. Firstly, most of Izloa's skills require combination and specific techniques to use. Even in Izloa mode, he couldn't play it well for a while. Secondly, Izloa had just joined Tianyuan territory. The level of collaboration wasn't high enough, and he could only borrow relatively small proportions of her power. Many skills couldn't even be used. As soon as he finished speaking, the light blue hair on Duo Lai's forehead stood straight up like an antenna. He likes the suggestion. It was time for General Duo Lai to show his capabilities as a senior. Isloa also thought it was a good idea. In today's era, we entered the territory and sparred, almost as a custom. She had heard many old heroes say so. This not only showcases strength but also helps in better integration into the territory. Her opponent would be the previous Tianyuan territory's strongest, General Duo Lai. They would not spar right away. After all, Isloa was just depleted, and she was still wearing a plain white dress. If they genuinely fought, an accident could happen carelessly. However, Mr. Mew had already placed an order last night, buying a rare robe and a rare staff for Isloa. After all, she was a noble hero. How could she possibly go to battle in plain attire? Other lords treated their recruited heroes as treasures and fulfilled their needs. Here too, Isloa was cherished very much. A perfect helper. Providing her with some equipment was necessary. Not just her, with the slow accumulation of Tianyuan territory's wealth, Mu Yuan had also equipped subordinates like 17, Hong Yi, Bone 3, Bone 4, Jun, etc., with at least one piece of rare equipment. Some were purchased from the outside, some were rare equipment obtained before, remade by Master Erniu. Hong Yi's rare equipment was a bell that could make enemies dazed, combining well with her illusion technique. Even the tree demon Granny had a treasure bead equipped, which could augment her wood-based power. As for Rakshasa, because compatible equipment was hard to find, he was dressed in plain. No, he was fully nude. The equipment configuration of Tianyuan territory's generals was catching up with the average of top rookie lords. After putting on new equipment, Isloa and Duo Lai didn't go to the training field to spar. Mu Yuan worried that even a level 2 training field might not withstand the aftermath of the fight. So, he took them to the wilderness, arriving before a deserted mountain about 10 kilometers away from the territory. Both stood facing each other. Mu stepped back, retreated about a kilometer away and called over several camera falcons for a multi-angle observation. Isloa was also observing Duo Lai. Although Duo Lai seemed foolish, and perhaps genuinely was foolish, Duo Lai was not weak. After seeing generals such as Lu Lu and 17 of Tianyuan, Isloa was more sure of this. However, she was more confident in herself. She was the genius Isloa. Besides, the Tianyuan territory was built only a few months ago. General Duo Lai was practicing at most for several months. If she couldn't beat him, if her competitors on that day, like Windsor, found out, she would probably be laughed to death. I'm about to make my move. This is my signature spell, the art of gathering stars. As her words just faded out, the strands of Isloa's hair started to flutter. In her clasped hands, hundreds of starlights as if they were fireflies floated out. These scattered starlights gathered behind her and instantaneously formed 3 football-sized spheres, which looked like the miniature versions of beautiful celestial bodies. Inside them, everything was contained. Duo Lai also made his move at the same time, deploying his most frequently used and proficient skill derived from constant barbecuing, Fireball. He fired them like a cannonball barrage. This time, Duo Lai had improved significantly. The fireballs were no longer simply straight-line projectiles, but curved and flew like meteors crossing the sky. However, deploying this in front of Isloa was simply elementary at best. Snap, with a flick of her fingers, the first magic sphere quietly turned into a purplish-blue color. Like thunder, the 002 style. In front of her, slim beams of lightning were instantly condensed, and precisely attacked and intercepted all the fireballs. Duo Lai attacked. Isloa intercepted. The confrontation lasted for a dozen seconds. Clusters of flames were ignited in midair, but none could trespass past the barrier. The energy reserve of Duo Lai is much larger than Isloa's, but with this kind of exchange, Duo Lai's energy consumption is also 10 times that of Isloa's. Apparently, the new employee knew well how to micromanage and conserve energy. Yet Duo Lai was not a simpleton either. It immediately enhanced its output, and the fire dragon roared across the sky. Snap! The magic sphere behind Isloa began to switch again. Blue, blue, yellow. Her toe tapped the ground, and she drew an arc shape on the ground in front of her. The kicked-up gravel transformed into walls of rock midway, blocking the roars of the fire dragon. Smoke and dust filled the air, and pebbles tumbled and fell. Duo Lai noticed the surrounding land was sinking, like mud. Several giant, white mud hands reached out from the ground. The fright left Duo Lai speechless. Duo Lai swiftly leapt into the sky, his body enveloped by wisps of cyan wind. However, the large hands emerging from the mud then transformed into small gray birds in his sight. They fluttered their wings and took off at high speed. This is a combination of Water and Earth series spells and Transformation series spells. I added a little something extra to it. Isloa said. Unknown to all, the magic sphere behind her changed to red. The birds, like arrows leaving the bowstring, expanded their bellies just before they were about to hit Duo Lai, followed by a loud explosion. Clusters of flames burst in the sky, chasing after the fast-dodging General Duo Lai, who had wings attached. Duo was scared to death. However, Isloa was even more surprised. This was one of the combination techniques that she prided herself on. Aside from controlling the damage of the explosion, she didn't hold back at all, but she still couldn't get close to General Duo Lai. He was worthy of being considered the first person in Tianyuan. In the air, after successfully dodging all the bird attacks, Duo Lai also yelled, "Be careful, General Duo Lai will go full out." The terrifying thunder flame dragon wrapped around him, sizzling and crackling. But Isloa also said, "So be it, I'll have to display my true power." The battle entered the second phase. Behind her, the magic sphere shone with the magnificent light of stars, and even Isloa's body began to glow. Prominent blue patterns, flashing like electronic circuits, appeared on her exposed arms and neck. Powerful yet eerie. Mu Yuan. No wonder he always felt something was amiss when he used the Isloa template. The appearance, the posture, let's say that if the Eagle Kingdom dubbed her a witch, it was plausible, maybe, likely, they didn't entirely wrong her. Isloa once transformed her own body. She pulled numerous forces with her body as the engine, resulting in a significant increase in the power of any techniques deployed. Even if Duo Lai unleashed the Thunderbolt Spear which he had practiced for many years, he was still clearly at a disadvantage. This is not fair. How could this newbie be so formidable? After all, Duo Lai was the senior here. I must unleash that move, or else, if I lose to the newbie. Duo Lai thought back to one night a few days ago. On that night, under the shining aura of the Lord's baptism, he quietly took a significant new step. Not only did he evolve into Epic Duo Lai, awaken a very powerful skill, but he also understood, and this needs to be specially emphasized, he finally comprehended a Venue skill on his own. Duo Lai landed on the ground. The earth, the vegetation, the surrounding mountains were suddenly covered with an incongruous white glow. Within this white field, a pitch-black Orochi emerged and roamed around. Wherever it went, trees vanished, the incoming techniques also disappeared, as if they were devoured by some invisible force. The pitch-black Orochi, which looked two-dimensional, had its body extending inch by inch, energy accumulating. This is a Venue skill. Although Isloa had a Venue skill of her own, she claimed to be a genius and also spent a long time researching and creating her own battlefield. However, Duo Lai, how long had he been practicing? He was indeed the strongest in Tianyuan, surprising her once again. If that's the case, Isloa dispensed her Venue skill as well. Starry Array. A huge array, looking like a star rail, was extended under her and was on par with Duo Lai's Infinite Snake battlefield. Her battlefield was more classically mage-like, serving as an extension of her power. At each node of the star rail, power surged, constructing towering ignitions of fire and lightning. Defense Tower, Firepower Cross Formation. With the power of the ley lines and the world, a super powerful firepower mode is built. It is firing continuously at this moment. The pitch-black Orochi, which seems to be only in a two-dimensional form, is strangely devouring all energies. Duo Lai and Isloa were also constantly confronting each other with their techniques. The two of them once again engage in an evenly matched duel, as if they could fight to the great Tao annihilation. This, of course, it's impossible. Isloa concluded that if the fight continued, her energy might be exhausted first. General Duo Lai's energy reserve is vast beyond counting. I never thought that I would be pushed to this point. It's not that she is too weak, it's just that Duo Lai, the strongest in Tianyuan, is stronger than she could ever imagine. So, invisible power, invisible momentum, invisible charm, all spread out centered on Isloa. Her eyes are like stars, reflecting all things in the world. The starry array, which is branded on the earth, seems to undergo changes as the invisible domain opens up. Turn. Isloa turns her wrist and the earth is tilted. The barren hill on one side becomes flat land, and the earth is continuously tilting and sliding down. Even the flat, uncanny black snake is sliding into the endless abyss along with the space flipping and things changing. At this moment, the entire space seems like a Rubik's Cube, constantly overturning in Isloa's hand, like a world in the palm of her hand. When it comes to the use of domains, Isloa is stronger. At least, she's much stronger than Deadbone when he was fighting against the Orochi. After all, she has been mastering the domain for quite some time, and the accumulated knowledge and theory can't be compared to Deadbone, who has only been cultivating for 3 months. In the flipped and reversed domain, Duo Lai screams in surprise. At this moment, Isloa possesses the power of dominion. Even if a warlord-level powerhouse falls into it, she can control their life and death. No matter what tricks Duo Lai uses, they are useless in the domain. They are easily neutralized and redirected, whereas Isloa's attacks can easily reach Duo Lai's forehead. Finally, it's over. Isloa wipes the sweat from her forehead. She never thought that this battle would be so difficult. Luckily, she won. This is the battle that establishes her as the right hand of the Lord. But in the next moment, crack, 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 it's not loud, but it rings clearly in the ears, like the sound of something being chewed. It suddenly rings out. Space suddenly freezes. The domain freezes. Isloa's eyes freeze. All things seem to be frozen in amber, only the sound of cracking continues. In the large space that's as frozen as an ice block, a clearly visible bite mark appears. A series of faint bite marks extend from about 10 meters in front of Isloa, followed by bang! Like a shattering mirror, the earth, rocks, plants, energy, particles, everything disappears, including the domain that doesn't truly exist. She can clearly sense that her domain has had a large chunk bitten off and swallowed. The invisible and formless domain, which is a higher realm than the artistic conception, has been swallowed. Wasn't it said that only a domain can fight against a domain? Or was that just now? She's certain that it wasn't a domain, but a certain kind of terrifying secret technique that's indescribable and unfathomable. And now, the secret technique dissipates, and the giant mouth devours everything in front of it, leaving only a huge spatial gap. The jagged edges, like bite marks, are slowly healing. And General Duo Lai also appears at the other end of the giant mouth's spatial gap, panting. Coming from him, there's a faint, indescribable coercion of a higher life form towards a lower one. I lost? She did lose, it's just that Duo Lai held back. It's not that Isloa can't accept the reality, it's just that General Duo Lai once again far exceeded her expectations. If she's not mistaken, General Duo Lai is likely the legendary Epic Life. Back then, she had never heard of an Epic Life in the entire Eagle Kingdom, although there was a red dragon guarding the neighboring kingdom. However, the kingdom had to make offerings to the red dragon every year. Sometimes even the king had to offer his wives to the red dragon. It goes to show the power of Epic Life. It's no wonder General Duo Lai is considered the top of Tianyuan. I'm not wronged in defeat. You're also very strong. Wait, since when did Duo Lai become the top of Tianyuan? Although it did fantasize about it, it was very self-aware. It could barely handle a newcomer. It couldn't dare challenge Boss Deadbone. Isloa was stunned. She reread her memories and reviewed them until she finally confirmed an unbelievable fact. Such a formidable General Duo Lai isn't even the top of Tianyuan. Could it be? She widened her eyes, looking at the Lord who was leisurely in the distance. No wonder the Lord could be enveloped in mysterious golden light. It all makes sense now. Now you should understand, we have the ability to venture into Trick City for a rescue. There's no need to worry about anything else. So, this was the true purpose of the duel. Every action of the Lord truly has a deeper meaning. Mu Yuan felt that the girl might have misunderstood something, but there was no way for him to ask. Through the duel, he not only had a more accurate assessment of the combat power of the epic version of Duo Lai, but also a deep understanding of Isloa. As expected, this girl's combat power is very strong. Especially in her mastery and application of techniques, she has practically reached the pinnacle of their study. Unlike Dead Bone, General Dead Bone's technique is returning to simplicity, merging countless tricks into what seems to be a plain, simple move to secure victory in battle. Isloa's techniques are pleasing to the eye. In battle, she is like a gracefully dancing butterfly. This may have something to do with her academic school experience. Academic school magicians always focus on aesthetics, however, even as Isloa's spells ensure aesthetics, the hidden attacks and conversion of power are not lacking at all. This is the mastery of all techniques that she casually wields at the pinnacle of her powers. If Duo Lai was at the same level and rank as her, Duo Lai would not be an opponent. However, it should be known that Duo Lai's combat power had already surpassed others when he was at the 3-star stage of excellence, perhaps even comparable to weaker epic life entities. Although Mu Yuan hadn't seen a living epic creature before, he could make a rough guess by comparing General Duo Lai and Lakua Bone 2, who were of the same rank. Even if Duo Lai advances to epic, without using his final killer move, he would still lose. Spatial Devour. This is a top-tier technique that Duo Lai awakened upon evolution. Unlike Dead Bone's profound and expandable Wraith Sacred Mountain, Spatial Devour focuses on solidifying space and devouring everything within its scope, even including boundary-like items that do not exist in the physical world. Simple, brutal. But for Duo Lai, isn't this kind of simple, brutal ability the most suitable? He looked towards Isloa, who was somewhat disappointed. You too possess infinite possibilities. So, the fight is over, it's time for the lady to get back to work. Mu Yuan opened up the statistic of his troops. Currently, there are only 500 human-type soldiers. With this rate of accumulation, it would take more than 20 days to save enough points for Isloa to evolve, and during this time, other evolutions must be suspended. That's a bit long. However, not too long ago, he had exchanged contact methods with the second-generation lords, so he can purchase some remnant souls through their channels, and then conduct transactions through public secret realm intermediaries. He took out an antiquated sheepskin scroll. This was a communication tool given by a rich brother. If you write or draw something on it, the information will be conveyed to the other end, to the holder of the other sheepskin scroll. This type of communication, compared to forums and real-world cell phones, is much more complicated, but it has the advantage of being secretive and not relying on reality. Clearly, people like Zhang, these second-generation lords, have been preparing for a long time to adapt to live in the eternal world with Langsing integrated. At this moment, another communication device in Lord Shepard's study made a noise. It was a palm-sized bronze mirror. He gently pressed it down, and Lu Miamayu's face appeared on the mirror. Big boss, have you eaten yet? The taste is really good. Mu Yuan found himself in the elf's courtyard again, eating Cantonese-style dishes here. Isn't it great? Lu Miamu said. Big boss, if you want to eat, come more often, you can get a 40% discount. What, it's not free? After all, it's my sister's business. Mu Yuan was just joking. If it were really free, he wouldn't dare to come often. The dishes here are similar to the reality, but the ingredients are infinitely more superior. The ingredients for the dishes he ate today even contained excellent grade ingredients. Even if this ingredient was just a small piece cut from an excellent treasure, it shows its preciousness. Of course, the price of the food is also extraordinarily high. If charges are applied, he might be less inclined to visit often. The Lord of Han Yu City seems to not only know how to fight and kill, but also understands how to make money. The elf's courtyard is a bit lively today, with a trade fair apparently going on. This is a common use of public secret realms, acting as trade realms. There aren't many players in this realm, but each of them is an outstanding lord from all corners of the world. Mu Yuan also took a distant look. Either he's not interested or he can't afford it. A poor man always has to save some money. Lord of Hanyu City. The Lord of Hanyu City actually came today. Some lords spotted the figure from afar. She was like the most dazzling light, her appearance drawing countless eyes. However, perhaps the presence of the rich lady Hanyu was too strong, and the lords only dared to whisper and gaze from afar. They watched as the Lord of Hanyu City entered a Cantonese restaurant and sat down in front of a young man. Who is he? Damn it, 10 minutes, I want all the information about this man. The Lord of Hanyu City makes a special trip to the secret realm. Could it be just because of him? Astounding. Wait, this man looks like. He is Tianyuan, he's Tianyuan? Even if he's Tianyuan. Well, I must admit, Tianyuan is quite impressive, but why does my mouth taste like darn lemons? Lu Shaohui strides over and sits down, scrutinizing Mu Yuan up and down, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Not bad, indeed a junior I appreciate. She has won quite a face for her. Especially seeing certain people secretly regret not trying to win Tianyuan over ahead of time. She felt as refreshing as drinking iced honey tea. After all, you did give our Tai-Zan alliance a good deal of honor. This time, I freeloaded on behalf of you. And managed to get some benefits. Here, these are them. Rich Lady Hanyu takes out another storage ring. With a touch of her fingertip, all the items inside are displayed. At first glance, Mu Yuan saw a treasure bead enshrouded in a blue halo. Concealed pearl, its effect is similar to the domain interferer, but it is more targeted at individual protection, and the two can have an overlapping effect. Of course, having more of this kind of shielding is always better. Apart from the bead, there is only one type of treasure, but there are many of them. They piled up into a small hill. It's the God Shine Crystal Edge. The Lord of Hanyu City knows me well. This is almost the treasure he wants to get the most at this stage, none of which is not. Of course Lu Shaohui understands. The more outstanding the Lord is at the initial stage, the more they need the God Shine Crystal Edge. She was especially eager for it back in her day. How could she not understand the thoughts of young people today? And these God Shine Crystal Edges, they are best used when subordinate generals are rushing from the professional level to the elite level. Indeed, with this batch of treasures, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu and other generals will have the chance to rush to the elite realm in a short time. Their chance of entering Trick City has increased by a bit more. Mu Yuan is contented as he accepts it. He did contribute at the festival grounds. Speaking of the festival grounds, I have recorded much information about the heroes who have not yet been recruited. Mu Yuan takes out the data he worked all night to produce. He had wanted to submit this information earlier, and now he can do so through the hand of rich Lady Hanyu. Not only can he enrich the information reserves of Tai-Zan, but he can also accumulate some contribution points for himself, why not? After the arrival of the Lord of Hanyu City, Mr. Mu freeloaded another meal again. Perhaps because he ate too much at the festival grounds yesterday, even when he used the Duo Light template, he faintly had the sensation of being full. Mr. Mu regretted it very much. After thanking and excusing himself when he had eaten his fill, he left the secret realm. Not until Mr. Mu had left, did Lu Shaohui pick up the Book of Heroes information. It looked like it was indeed rushed given the rough craftsmanship. She flipped through it. 3 more top-tier heroes worthy of recruitment have been added. This information is exceptionally detailed. Of course, for a big shot like her, the top-tier heroes of the festival grounds are just small fry at best. At most, they are small fry with great potential. Reflecting on the heroes she saw at the festival grounds 3 years ago, Lu Shaohui continued to flip through. As expected, the Holy Light Master Sacrifice, Blind Nun, Valkyrie. One familiar title after another appeared before her eyes. She revealed a nostalgic smile. That said, the information attached under the titles was rather detailed. The artistic conception of the Blind Nun was this high? She didn't pay too much attention at that time. This Tianyuan, his observations are too meticulous, aren't they? Could it be that his performance at the Festival of Heroes was actually better than mine? Lu Shaohui fell into thought. Lu Miamu. Sis, you're being a bit unreasonable. In terms of the festival grounds alone, Big Boss Tianyuan is more than just getting the better of you. Mu Yuan was in a good mood as he stepped out of the light gate, which seemed like a water curtain, and into the bright sunlight. God Shine Crystal Prism. With this batch of treasures, and the perfect breakthrough stones previously sponsored by rich Lady Hanyue, the quantity of elite levels in the Tianyuan territory will soon make a significant breakthrough. As it was still early and the exploration team had not returned, he left the trivial tasks to Isloa and went to the cultivation quiet room, the Tien character number 1 VIP room, and entered. The character, quiet, vividly placed before one's eyes, along with the lingering fragrance of sandalwood, was calming to the spirit. In a moment, Mu Yuan's joy, happiness, laziness, and irritability seemed to be cast to the ends of the heavens. His emotions came to resemble a peaceful lake, with not a ripple stirred. Such poise truly befits a sage. The day is clear and sunny. It's a good time for a breakthrough. He murmured. The top ranked after Dead Bone and Duo Lai in Tianyuan territory was not Bone 2, Bone 3, Jun or others who had been the earliest to break through, but it was him, Great Lord Shepherd. It wasn't that he used more resources. On the contrary, he used very few cultivation materials on himself on a daily basis, merely absorbing soul sand using the Duo Lai template. His cultivation speed might not even compare to that of Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, and other generals who benefited from the building supporting the soldiers. But he was the Lord. The Lord benefited a little from the upgrade of the soldiers. The feedback wasn't much, particularly when Mr. Mu himself was already strong. This made it seem less pronounced. However, with the accumulation over time, the advantage of the Lord still stood out. There was a very noticeable rule in the Lord's world. At the beginning, most Lords were weak, with only a very few top second generation possesses impressive combat strength. But in the later stages, each Lord became an elite. Mu Yuan quickly absorbed the power of God Shine Crystal Prism as his emotions settled. One piece, then two. His body, spirit, and energy were visibly growing at a rapid pace, quickly reaching the critical point, the overflowing status. Mu Yuan took out a perfect breakthrough stone. He did not load any templates, but only relied on his own strong foundation to gather the energy in his body time and again, resonating with the perfect breakthrough stone in his hand. Vibration. The breakthrough stone shattered and a formless force integrated into his body. In the blink of an eye, it was as if Mr. Mu had taken a hormone, and his body was filled with infinite strength which propelled him to heights that previously seemed insurmountable. After a moment, his muscles and bones resonate together, and his entire body undergoes a rapid transformation, assisted by the pure power of the breakthrough stone, metamorphosing into perfection and reaching new heights. He stripped off his clothes to reveal perfect and uniform abdominal muscles. With a mere thought, energy surged out, attaching to the clothes and continually weaving to form a formidable armored suit. In a moment, it disassembled and then reshaped before disassembling again. One couldn't be more proficient. Mu Yuan was already capable of this technique, but it used to be more laborious. After the breakthrough, however, it becomes incredibly easy, as if his CPU had been upgraded. He fixed his hair, exited the cultivation room, and his energy quickly receded due to the slight spillover caused by the breakthrough. At night, the generals who were out exploring all returned one by one. Those who didn't go out like Lulu and Isloa also ended their busy day. Oh, not Isloa, she had a large workload and adhered to flexible working hours. It appeared she was not yet finished with her work. Boss Mu still gave her a break. After all, when night fell, it was time for cultivation. If one did not cultivate for a day or two, over time they would fall behind others. We have a cultivation room in our territory. You can select a room number you like to practice in. As for cultivation resources, you can collect them once a week. Here are also 5 God Shine Crystal Prisms, which you've never used before? I've never used them before. The normal use of God Shine Crystal Prisms is 5 pieces. If one exceeds this number, the effectiveness will diminish. The erudite Isloa naturally knew this. But even if she had never used this kind of treasure, she still felt that she was too extravagant. I am now at the second stage 7 level. I can't level up even if I use them all. It's better to give them to others. The other generals in Tianyuan territory won't lack these. I have told them to strive for elite level. As soon as they break through, I'll start the Time Maze City mission in these few days. So, you can just concentrate on your work and cultivation. So soon? Isloa was surprised, but also had a look of anticipation. With the strength of General Duo Lai, and the boss Dead Bone, who had never met before but was acknowledged as the #1 in Tianyuan, it did not seem impossible to delve into Trick City. And it seems that new elite-level powerhouses are about to emerge in the territory? The Lord is pretty steady. At present, the highest level in Tianyuan territory are Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4. All of them are skeleton generals of 3-star excellence, who had an early breakthrough and enjoyed the aid of Skeleton Cemetery's enhancement all the time. They had long cultivated to the first stage 9 level, but not yet completely there. Just taking in a little bit of the God Shine Crystal Prism would end with a breakthrough. A little below that, those at level 8, were Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu, 17, Jun and others. Except for Jun, the others all have the potential of 3-star excellence. Their potentials were high, the cultivation speed was fast, and the breakthroughs were easy. They indeed used 1 to 3 God Shine Crystal Prisms, but Mu Yuan planned to prepare a more luxurious cultivation package for everyone. The effectiveness decreases if more than 5 are used? It doesn't matter, he has plenty of God Shine Crystal Prisms. Compared to them, Tree Demon Granny only just entered the first stage 7 level, and regardless of how much she was cultivated, she wouldn't be able to make a major breakthrough in a short period of time. This battle would have no chance of happening. Lord Shepherd had no plans to venture out during this period, choosing instead to stay safely at home. He hadn't forgotten, he had made quite a splash at the festival grounds, and was likely in the sights of certain big shots. Only being indoors, within his own territory, did he feel a sense of safety. Night. The moon shone brightly overhead, casting its soft white light down. Rumor had it, the moon of the eternal world possessed unimaginable power, but at the moment, it seemed no different from the moon back on Langsing. The skeleton cemetery, however, was shrouded in black mist, obscuring the moonlight. Under General Dead Bone's watch, Second Brother Bone, Bone 3 Wave, and Nigu Lassie began their breakthroughs one after another. Powerful forces emerged within the cemetery. They stirred and attracted the surrounding black mist to surge and gather. Soul crystals shattered one by one, transforming into a visible tide of energy that enveloped the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, figures such as Second Brother Bone crossed into the realm of the elites. Ha 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 ha. Second Brother Bone burst out laughing, feeling an immense sense of invincibility. In the very next moment, he was silenced by Boss Dead Bone, who had suddenly appeared before him and knocked his skull with a bang. Seeing Bone 2 and Bone 3, who showed no hint of inheriting the stable spirit of the territory, Boss Dead Bone let out a deep sigh. He would need to instill more stability to balance things out. The next day, Lulu, 17, Rakshasa, and Hong Yi, who were slightly behind, also successfully broke through one after another. Only Jun seemed to be having a hard time. He was of only 1-star excellence stage. After all, the other Hawks also needed to evolve, and he was not a combatant of the territory. His evolution order was not high. The lower his stage, the slower his cultivation speed. Moreover, without the buffs from the Skeleton Cemetery and Treeman Forest, coupled with the fact that cultivation quiet room was too cramped for the azure bird like him, Jun did not like to squeeze in. With so many factors against him, even though Jun was one of the first subordinates to break through to the professional level, he has now fallen to be among the 3rd echelon. Jun was sorrowful. He looked at Lord Shepherd with a bitter gaze. Mu Yuan stroked his azure feathers, which felt like a gentle breeze. Next time for sure. As a result, the lineup, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Isloa, himself, the 4 heavenly kings and the 3 skeletal now unbelievably consisted of 11 elite-level strongmen. And each one was a strongman among the elites. Even Bone 2, taking on a powerful foe at the higher end of the elite level, would not be a problem. Such a force, even outside the newcomer circle, was not bad at all. However, the Tianyuan territory remained a village-level territory. The next morning, as dawn broke, Mu Yuan stepped outside. The wind brought with it the fresh scent of grass and trees from the courtyard, along with fresh air. It was another beautiful day. In the distance inside the large hall used for working, lights were still on, and several figures were vaguely visible busily moving back and forth. Piles of documents keep stacking one on top of another. Good morning. Good day, my lord. Perhaps because she was sleeping better now, even if Isloa only got 2 or 3 hours of sleep, or even replaced sleep with cultivation altogether, her face was still rosy, and she was full of energy. She could work tirelessly. This is what you call having the competent undertake more work. Lord, I have some issues with the formation of the trading team and the exploration of the Pan-Chi City route that I want to discuss with you. She lifted her head slightly to look at the Lord. The route exploration. It's not a problem, I'll handle it. He would let Jun handle it. Searching for Pan-Chi City from a bird's eye view was undoubtedly the quickest and most convenient way. Furthermore, the fog inside the Tai-Zan Alliance was not as heavy as the outside. However, Lord Shepard was not the kind to shirk his responsibilities. He needed to control the entire process. If Jun flies too close and is mistaken as a monster by Pan-Chi City and shot down, it wouldn't be a good look. As for the formation of the trading team, regarding the personnel issue, Mu Yuan signaled with his eyes. Leave it all to you. This was an immense show of trust. Isloa's cherry lips opened slightly, she started to speak, hesitated, then finally said, I understand, I will figure out a way to form the trading team. Although the personnel issue was tricky, but with the Lord's trust and the solution to another problem, what could she say? All she could do now was figure out a way. With so many strongmen in the Tianyuan territory, the only way for her to become one of the Lord's right-hand individuals was to work hard in other areas. Let's do it. Suddenly, Isloa's self-made earring on her left ear started to tremble. At the same time, the tip of the domain interferer located 200 meters away began to flash and emit a deep humming sound similar to that of a buzzing bee. Hum, hum, hum. With a serious expression, Isloa said, My lord, there are enemies attempting to divine and spy on our territory. It looks like the day has finally arrived. Mu Yuan recruited Isloa with this factor in mind. Her profession, Star Queen, involves astrology, and her bloodline contains such power. However, the Eagle Kingdom Academy she attended didn't provide much information in this area. Most of what she learned was orthodox techniques and her knowledge of astrology was unorthodox. Astrology and calculation, she's not very good at these. However, she can interfere with the enemy's spying and conceal herself. Isloa quickly approached the domain interferer, but after taking 2 steps, she realized that her skirt was inconvenient for running. She reached out, held her skirt, and a gust of wind lifted her and quickly took her away. Lord Shepard also flew over in a flash and pulled out a soul crystal to shove it into the storage slot. It could be seen that the 18 soul crystals previously embedded in it had already burned down 1.5 and were consuming the energy of the soul crystals at a relatively fast speed. At the same time, from the shining tip of the domain interferer, a faint gray mist diffused, as if a thin, gigantic lid, covering the entire Tianyuan territory in it. However, this gray mist, like an artistic conception, is virtual and invisible, only visible to the Lord Mu Yuan and other heroes. In the eyes of the territory citizens, the light of dawn was drilled out of the horizon and gradually spread until it filled the entire sky. They got up from their beds and prepared to pick up their hoe to start a new day. General Duo Lai looked at the gray curtain, a little confused, but still flew to the core area. Emperor Deadbone stared, slowly pulled out his wailing death, and his blue pupils twinkled faintly under the mask, like a morning star under the sky. Mu Yuan looked at Isloa. What's the situation now? She quickly observed, making a judgment from the subtle changes in the gray sky. Her taut spirit relaxed slightly. For now, the enemy still can't break through the concealment of the domain interferer, and this force is far away, vacillating, and can't point directly at our territory. It seems that Lord's information confidentiality work is done well. However, just to be safe and to save some consumption of soul crystals, I'll temporarily reinforce the domain interferer. Good, her cautious spirit deserves praise. The concept of saving money for the family is even more commendable. This girl is impressive. He heard that Mr. Tan had recruited a hero, but when he arrived at the territory, he had to be raised like a grandfather every day. His family is easier to support. Isloa wanted to improve the domain interferer, but the time was still short. No matter how genius she was, she couldn't understand this advanced facility and reform it in a few days. But temporary reinforcement was much simpler. She immediately opened her venue skills and domain, with star rings extending from the interferer as the center, together resisting the invisible prying force from the distance. After a moment, just 10 or 20 seconds, the humming sound on the domain interferer gradually decreased, the gray sky dissipated, and the soul crystals in the storage slot no longer glowed and burned. After a careful count, about 4.5 soul crystals were burned. Not expensive? No, not right, this was only 20-odd seconds. Isloa wiped her sweat and said, "Lord, T needn't worry, this kind of prophecy and surveillance consumes more energy on the other side and won't be used easily. However, as soon as they use it next time, the force will be more fierce. So, it's too dangerous." Isloa also appeared to be a bit weak, and she was sweating all over after only 20 seconds of opening her domain. She needed to quickly spend some evolution points to supplement her. Isloa. From the Lord's eyes, she saw a look that despised her for her small energy reserves. But to tell the truth, her energy reserves already far exceeded the same level. However, the domain is usually an ability that can only be fully utilized at 4-order peak. When she uses it, energy is quickly consumed. Isn't this reasonable? She opened her mouth. However, thinking of General Duo Lai's far greater energy reserves, she fell silent again. Maybe she was a little lacking. At the same time, Shenyao Empire. Eyeball of Shiny Intelligence Department, Number 3 Intelligence Office, Long Distance Observation Station. An instrument that looked like a huge telescope was running drippingly. It was tilted at a 30 degrees angle, narrower at the end and wider at the front. Outside its end were one ring-shaped array patterns after another, with lights rapidly moving over the mysterious patterns. Surrounding it, the ground was entirely paved with high-quality materials. Mysterious array patterns were carved on it. At several key nodes of the array patterns, there were people dressed in complex costumes and holding various tools to assist in operation. At the front of the huge telescope, there was also one observer whose pupils were shining bright. After a while, the ring-shaped array patterns dimmed and dissipated into countless light particles. The long-distance observation instrument also exited the operating state, and the humming sound echoing in the spacious hall gradually subsided. "Mr. Harun, the observation failed, we saw nothing." The one called Harun is a man with short brown hair and a body as stout as a bear. His most noticeable feature is his right eye, which seems to have been implanted with a mechanical eye that flickers with a brass glow. "That's to be expected," he said, regarding the information about Tianyuan territory. "Aside from the 2 words, Tianyuan, there's nothing else. That portrait is mostly fake. If we could observe it, it would be better to pray for the Lord of Tianyuan to reveal his identity. Observation and divination require high-quality information. At present, they have no understanding of the Lord of Tianyuan, and the Tai-Zan alliance has also made certain concealments. It's not easy to spy on the real identity and territory of the Lord of Tianyuan. If it were easy, their Shenyao Empire would have crushed the Tai-Zan alliance long ago. Observation is just the first step. The higher-ups pay a lot of attention to Tianyuan, and they want us to find the location of the territory without fail." There was a pause, and then Harun spoke. "Deploy our high-level spies within Zan country, regardless of cost, to probe for all information on Lord Tianyuan. No matter how confidential the information of such an outstanding lord may be, there are bound to be traces left behind. Yes, as long as we can obtain the true identity of Tianyuan, it will be much easier to observe." Harun assigned tasks to his subordinates, then took out an ancient hardcover book and briefly flipped through it. In it were records of recent noteworthy intelligence. A new round of resource competition was about to begin, and noteworthy new lords in Tai-Zan included. The fog-shrouded ancient city that appeared in the chaotic area adjacent to the Shenyao Empire and Tai-Zan had attracted many adventurers. Tianyuan territory. Despite being subjected to a long-range attack just a few hours ago, Mu Yuan did not change today's task arrangement to undertake the Time Maze City heroic mission. The information suggested that the mission should be carried out within 3 months. However, it also mentioned that the city in the cracks was once again revealed, and Lord Shepard was worried that delay might cause unexpected incidents. Since the power of the territory was sufficient, it was better to go earlier than later. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would greatly affect Isloa's state. Lord Shepard could not bear to lose high-level talents. As long as these witches came to the bowl, whether establishing trade teams, opening schools, or other projects he had thought of, they could all be put on the agenda. I understand. I will find them and return as soon as possible. Mu Yuan handed the crescent-shaped mission tool to Isloa. She received it with both hands and followed the Lord to an wasteland a few kilometers outside of Tianyuan territory. Because it was unclear how the portal would open, the Lord suggested to use it outside the territory to prevent any mishaps. The Lord is indeed very prudent. Isloa looked around and saw not only the familiar faces of 17, Duo Lai, and others, but also the other generals of the territory. The mighty skeleton general. The ghost general who was either beautifully strange or burly and fierce. Including her, there were a total of 9 elite-level strongmen on this mission. If you count General Lulu who was still in the territory and the Lord, doesn't that mean that Tianyuan territory, which was only established a few months ago, already has 11 elite-level entities? Thinking of this, Isloa's confidence was boosted significantly. After all, when they were trapped in Trick City, there were only 4 elite-level people in their group, and they were not in a good condition. But now, with so many strong people, including Duo Lai and General Dead Bone who is even stronger than General Duo Lai. How many companions need to be rescued? Mu Yuan asked. Isloa replied, when we were in the Eagle Kingdom, at the most, there were 136 witches. However, not everyone dared to venture deep into the wilderness, to travel all the way to the distant Bright Empire. Most chose to lie low and live in the remote areas of the kingdom. When we set out from the border town, we were only 28 strong. Along the way, we were pursued and encountered powerful monsters. Finally, before I lost consciousness, there were only 16 of us left. The truth proved that our idea of going to the Bright Empire was utterly fanciful. Fortunately, there was still a chance for redemption now. Mu Yuan looked forward. The 9 strongest of Tianyuan, excluding Lulu, were present. The ordinary soldiers were not numerous, with only 10 skeleton generals, 10 resentful spirits, and the Tool Falcon. The weakest were just entering the professional level. It was, after all, a rescue mission. Previously, he thought of making it up in numbers if his strength was inadequate, but now since the power was sufficient, the team's scale should not be too large in order to infiltrate quickly, grab the people, and go. Besides, if numbers were needed, General Deadbone alone was as good as an army. This operation is codenamed The Witches in the Mysterious City, and is commanded by Deadbone, with Isloa providing assistance. I, the Lord, will also give you some long-range support. So, let's get started. After Mr. Mu finished speaking, he retreated 1,000 meters. Isloa, holding the crescent-shaped tool, lifted it high above her. The tool shimmered with light. The light tore through the space, creating a huge but irregular space gate with a diameter of more than 20 meters in an instant. Under the power of heaven and earth, this portal was slowly shrinking. In possibly 10 or 20 seconds, it would disappear altogether. It seemed a bit crude. Through the space gate, one could vaguely see a city standing on the plain in the distance, surrounded by a thick black mist, unclear and wonderfully strange. General Dead Bone looked at it for half a second, quickly taking in the situation on the other side of the space gate, and prepared himself to burst into his full power at any time. He then stepped out. This space gate differed from the Secret Realms gate. There wasn't an obstruction resembling a water curtain. It merely tore through 2 places with immense force. Stepping through the gate, the skeleton generals and resentful spirits, who had been trained rigorously by Dead Bone for several days, quickly formed their ranks. The generals wielded silver-gray massive swords and were equipped with a broad, thick shield, while the resentful spirits clung one to the bodies of the generals, ready to strike the enemies at any necessary moment. Naturally, the equipment of the skeleton generals was no longer the simple standard set. General Dead Bone was not satisfied with the war general level armor. Firstly, standard equipment wasn't durable. After a professional level war general engaged in a few intense battles, the armor would already be close to scrap. Secondly, not only were the equipment poor, but they were also ostentatious. The elaborate feature of two lifelike skulls on the shoulders of the armor was like a beacon in the night or a handsome boy in a crowd, as if begging for attention. At the request of General Dead Bone, Master Li had created new +3 grade armor for the generals. Master Li knew more about how to make the armor more suitable, more durable, and stronger, and General Dead Bone was not one for too many words. He had but one requirement. Low-key, low-key, and low-key. Of course, it was being low-key, not pretending to be weak. The skeleton generals at this moment looked like grey tin cans, not easy to mess with at first glance, but not as charming anymore. Dead Bone stood at the forefront of the formation and looked into the distance. Lord Shepard also used the tool Falcon. He had forgotten to take it in the previous chapter but had corrected it now, for low-altitude reconnaissance. The Trick City was still several kilometers away from this location, and nothing was around. It seemed deserted. It seemed this area was a low-risk area or so-called civilized area. In the distance, outside Trick City, one could already see some figures coming into view. Big goblins, jackal men, spearmen, barbarians, zombies. These were not monsters but rather players' troops. These brawny troops were all clad in sophisticated armor. Even goblins, who usually went into battle naked or wearing only large underpants, were so heavily armed that they were like moving fortresses. There seemed to be quite a few players, and at a glance, they all seemed to be veterans, Mu Yuan mumbled to himself. In the past, the sight of veteran players would make him frown and order a retreat of a few kilometers. No matter how talented a newbie was, it was hard to make up for a gap of several or tens of years in development. But now, Tianyuan territory had grown strong, and even veteran players with ill intentions could hardly make waves. It's unclear where they all are. Even with the sharp eyes of the Storm Falcon, it is hard to find the whereabouts of other players, Mu added. After all, experienced veteran players are good at hiding themselves. They either hide in inconspicuous places or blend into their own troops. Let's move. There's no need to detour. Given that there seem to be many adventurer players in the Trick City, we should hurry. Mu seemed a bit anxious and ordered Dead Bone. Understood, my lord. Dead Bone's deep voice echoed through the spiritual link. Immediately, it adjusted the formation, and the entire team advanced rapidly in an arrow formation. General Dead Bone was positioned at the very front, and the skeleton generals lined up slopingly on both sides. Hong Yi, Rakshasa, Isloa, 17, Duo Lai were all in the middle of the team. 3 camera falcons maintained a low-altitude posture and followed closely. In no time, the Trick City, shrouded in gray-black fog, was almost within touch. The city interior was very dim, somewhat similar to the dungeons they had raided before, but the shadows wriggled like flowing water, and eyes were opening in the black fog, mysteriously chilling. Right outside the city, where they were just a line away from the shadows, many player teams threw glances at Dead Bone and others, showing signs of apprehension. No one approached. After all, this was the wilderness. A place beyond rules. Encountering players here, everyone would keep a distance. The Dead Bone squad also briefly halted outside the city, seemingly, like other players, preparing to observe the situation in Trick City. In reality, it was Lord Shepard who wanted to gather information about the surroundings. At his mental instruction, Isloa immediately used a small technique, which could slightly manipulate the wind, bringing the whispers within hundreds of meters around them into their ears. Apart from that, it seemed that Isloa also controlled enigmatic techniques like the water mirror technique, telescope technique, and so on. Of course, these techniques were minor and couldn't detect anything in intense battles or in a chaotic environment with elemental particles. With her minute operation, bits and pieces of information floated in sporadically which, via Isloa's relay, reached Lord Shepard. Jupo City? From some players' discussions, Mew heard this frequently mentioned term. However, he did not recognize this city. Soon, another city name floated in. Shiji City? This city, the learned Great Lord Shepherd recognized. He had memorized all the big city names of the Tai-Zan Alliance, among which Shiji City was one. The location, although not considered the outskirts of human civilization, was indeed the frontier of the Tai-Zan Alliance. It was a wilderness facing the Shen Yao Empire across a barren plain. This area must, in all likelihood, be part of that wilderness. However, there were still many Langsing towns here, just not belonging to any faction. Gradually, this area became a buffer and no man's land between Tai-Zan and Shen Yao. Jupo City was probably the big city standing in this region. He'd heard that the black market here thrived. Also, many wanted criminal players had escaped into it. This area indeed has many active players, so the appearance of this weird and mysterious city immediately attracts many players to form teams for exploration. For players, these ancient cities are almost synonymous with treasures and opportunities, especially those that appear so suddenly. But they clearly don't know that Trick City has nothing to do with the emergence of treasures. It merely appears because I, Mr. Mew, have accepted a hero mission. No, it's not to say there aren't treasures in Trick City. Isloa and her companions didn't do much exploration of the city. But whether there are treasures or not, for me, the rescue is the first priority. The Dead Bone team began to move in. Stepping into the range of Trick City, the view darkened significantly, and eerie sounds echoed from all over the city, causing one's goosebumps. Although Isloa was not afraid of these abnormal sounds, entering Trick City flooded her with memories that made her tense. Her fingers tightened around her staff as if about to leave indentations. But for Hong Yi, Rakshasa, and others, entering here was like returning home. Could Trick City be darker than the skeleton cemetery? Hong Yi was someone who slept in graves every day. Lord has asked Duo to check if there is a general direction? There is. Isloa concentrated for a moment, then uncertainly said, I seem to have an instinct to go in this direction. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the skeleton generals made a clear sound on the ground when their battle boots touched the bricks. Dead Bone frowned slightly. It was a bit loud. But the skeleton generals under his command knew how to control the noise during their march after going through his training. The soles of their boots also underwent special treatment at his request, so they shouldn't. The surrounding area was just too quiet. Just moments ago, there were strange sounds echoing through Trick City. Be alert. He unsheathed his sword, looking around. It seemed like within the low-hanging black fog, something monstrous was hiding. Eyes. Eyes suddenly opened in the fog. Like a ghastly white eyeball suddenly floating up to the surface, a disconcerting gaze fixating on them. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, tens to hundreds of ghastly white eyeballs appeared, as if a crowd of monsters were about to emerge from the black fog. But they didn't. It was a monster made of black mud and shadows, covered with hundreds of eyes. Isloa didn't recognize this monster either. The creatures within Trick City took all forms. They seemed to be put together from different parts. However, she was able to quickly determine that the Eyes of Shadow was undoubtedly at the elite level. It was a complicated creature, making use of the power of the black fog to trap them imperceptibly. They had just set foot in Trick City and already encountered such a powerful beast. It was a bit of a mess. She gripped her staff, ready to attack. After all, General Dead Bone was considered the strongest in the Tianyuan territory, so it was essential to save as much energy as possible to deal with stronger opponents. As for Duo Alai, whose movement was too huge in combat style, they could only let others assist her in killing this obstruction quickly. However, Dead Bone chose to have Rakshasa fight. It may be a test. Indeed, it is said that General Dead Bone has inherited the steady temperament of the Lord. It is reasonable to test the waters before really taking action. But didn't Rakshasa just break through to the elite level last night? Isloa thought. The eyeball monster suddenly let out a sharp howl, gray light shot from its pale pupils. Even from a distance, Isloa felt her thoughts being slowed down, and her body felt as heavy as if it had fallen into the mud. At the same time, the eyeball monster had already extended a number of dark tentacles. The ends pointed to form glossy black spikes. Several, or even dozens, were thrusted down, binding the surroundings and creating ear-piercing sounds as they tore through the air. The sight slows, shadowed thrust. The tactics used by the Eye of Shadow are vicious and ruthless. A normal elite-level strongman might have been pierced full of holes in just 2 rounds under such circumstances. But the shadow only hit the khaki smoke. At a speed too high for Isloa to see, Rakshasa had already appeared next to the shadow monster, his spear dancing like a dragon, making a series of thrusts. Muffled booms like firecrackers went off one after another. The eyes on the shadow monster's body exploded one by one, leaving only depressed, gray-white pits and whitish juice seeping out. But an even more piercing shriek was let out from the shadow creature, with tentacles flailing wildly, showing the creature's vigorous vitality. Rakshasa frowned, quickly retreating more than 10 meters away. His back slightly arched, his muscles bulged like twisted roots, and brown evil chi patterns spread across his body. Suddenly the patterns moved as though they were alive, swirling around his upper body and resonating with the thunder in the world. Evil chi like a dragon, he shouted. His soul body form actually resonated with the sound. He lunged directly ahead, thrusting out with his spear. Evil chi patterns followed the spear point, intertwining with the evil chi power that was rushing out to shape a roaring dragon that slammed viciously into the struggling eyeball shadow creature. It was like a needle piercing a balloon. The shadow creature's body bulged, then exploded, turning into hundreds of black mud splashes, leaving only the glistening soul sands slowly seeping out. The shadow creature had been killed with one hit. The scattered evil chi quickly returned, transforming into brown patterns adorning Rakshasa's body. Holding her staff and still stuck in the thought from 2 seconds prior, Isloa was stunned. What? It's over. As she walked through the eerily quiet streets, Isloa replayed the recent events in her mind. Is it over? That was fast. She glanced distantly at the Rakshasa, with its green, fanged face, dark, burly body. Truly a fearsome, well, an effective warrior, considering how his appearance alone could terrify opponents. Though, he seemed a bit too strong considering the Lord indicated that all other formidable beings just recently broke through, excluding General Deadbone and General Duolai. If the Rakshasa is of the same level as her, Isloa, after comparing, found herself lacking certainty in winning. She is a hero. The genius hero who defeated Windsor, Blaze, and Fei Shi, and stood out in harsh competition with a legendary demeanor. She once thought she was the strongest in Tianyuan and would aid the Lord in reaching the summit. But after coming here, the second strongest, the third strongest. She had doubts whether she would eventually fall to being the nth strongest in Tianyuan. Isloa is skeptical about her life. When she goes back, she must work harder, exert more effort in dividing herself to handle various affairs. Otherwise, her dream of being the right hand of the Lord will keep drifting. Not far away, Bone 2 glanced at the Rakshasa, then at Dead Bone, and stepped forward. Big brother, second brother also wants to fight. He thought, his ranking was the same as the Rakshasa, and so was their level. If the Rakshasa could instantly kill a shadow pupil monster, it doesn't make sense that he, Bone 2, couldn't. Bone 3. Me too. Dead Bone glanced at them and symbolically knocked on their helmets with a conjured black mist. Shape up, Ulot. The group of skeletons, ghosts, and people continued their trek deeper into Trick City. They encountered some monsters along the way, but most were merely professional-level, small monsters. Although the monsters in Trick City were strange in both form and ability, they could not make waves against absolute power. As for strangeness, the undead, like Deadbone, were never afraid. Which undead was ever scared? After they had gathered more and more information, the tactical commands from General Deadbone got increasingly meticulous. Sometimes they could evade encounters with monsters for up to 10 minutes or more, thanks to Deadbone's keen observation and skillful prediction. On the other hand, the player teams in Trick City encountered wave after wave of monsters. There were many explorers in this area. Deadbone treated the player teams with respect and caution, but never forgot to gather some information about them from a distance. Players from Taizan and Shenyao seem to have clashed in the east. Rumor has it that someone unearthed a rare treasure in the Black Tree area. Should we go and check it out? Watch out, there are quite a few wanted players in Trick City, all of them are ruthless killers. Upon hearing of treasure, Duo Lai, like a triggered puppet, had sparkling eyes. What a pity, General Dead Bone would not join in any of the excitement, and he certainly would not covet any treasures beyond the mission's objective. Things like Taizan, Shen Yao, treasures, killers, etc. have no concern to him. He follows the Lord's commands. He led the team at a steady but not slow pace. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Trick City was far from small, and the environment was complex, not to mention the presence of unpredictable players. Dead Bone had to be more wary than usual. If it was a standard attack raid, Dead Bone would certainly take several, or even tens of times longer to carefully scout the terrain and push forward slowly. However, this time their mission was a deep rescue. Once they finished rescuing, they would leave. Of course, he had to avoid some tedious processes of brain and brawn. Being steady wasn't always an impediment, we seemed to be close. Isloa said. An instinctual sense, or maybe a revelation from the heavens and earth, told her strongly that her past companions were not far from here. But at this moment, she grew more and more anxious, fearing her expectations were in vain. After all, it was so dangerous back then. Even her, the strongest one, was killed by a monster. Could the others really have survived? She was afraid, but she gritted her teeth. There was no use worrying. The sooner she faced reality, the more possibilities there would be. Follow me. This area was deeper into Trick City, filled with strange noises. The worn streets with their crisscrossing shadows resembled a spider's web, waiting for prey to be caught. But other than this, there weren't many monsters, and the players were much more sparse. Dead Bone's group hadn't seen a team of players for almost half an hour. Suddenly, Mu Yuan's brows furrowed. From the low-flying camera falcon, he spotted several figures in the distance that were markedly different from the monsters. It was a team of players. About several players in the team, and some formidable soldiers like halberd guards, goblin warriors, and wolf cavalry accompanying them. A group that, at first glance, was filled with elite players. Only, they were running away, fleeing in panic. Had they encountered a powerful monster? Dead Bone quickly went into alert and silently retreated into a side alley. Battle should be avoided whenever possible. By commanding 3 cameras at the same time, Mu Yuan saw clearly. A dark red blade light shot from the shadows, entwining around the escaping goblin warrior like a python. It shredded the splendid armor and sturdy body as easily as tearing fabric. Only a green head with bulging eyes, filled with palpable fear, was left rolling around. It was a human. Stepping out from the shadows was a thin man with a blade. He wore a black cloak, had a lean and tall body, a narrow and long face, sunken eye sockets, and a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He extended his flexible, snake-like tongue to lick the blood from the blade, revealing a look of ecstasy. Several fleeing players looked back, their expressions filled with even more fear. It's Ghost Jack indeed. Damn it, why would we run into him here? This fellow has a bounty of over 30 million starlight coins, a high-level wanted criminal. He's treating us like prey, damn it. They were both afraid and angry, squeezing out all their potential to flee. Meanwhile, Ghost Jack maintained a certain distance and slowly pursued them, just like playing with his prey. The players grew increasingly desperate. At this point, General Dead Bone had already hidden in a nearby alley. A wisp of black mist released from its palm merged with the surrounding environment, and a faint domain power enveloped all personnel. One of General Dead Bone's creeds: never to intervene in anything beyond the mission. Once these players ran far away, they could continue their journey. But then the ghost clad in a black cloak stopped in his tracks. After standing still for 3 to 4 seconds, his head suddenly twisted 90 degrees, turning towards Dead Bone. His eyes, which were deeply sunk in, widened, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards. Found you, more interesting prey. He swung his knife suddenly. His dark red knife intent, filled with extreme killing intent, spread out from him, causing all the creatures hidden in the surrounding black mist, which wanted to pounce out, to tremble and shrink back again. Isloa's pupils contracted, this artistic conception. It's stronger than hers. It carried the intent to slaughter everything, as if all enemies standing before him were pigs and sheep that had their necks washed and were ready for slaughter. No wonder, the obviously not weak goblin warrior was killed without any resistance earlier. Under the cover of knife intent and killing intent, it indeed had no power to resist. General Deadbone frowned slightly and sighed softly. He also suddenly swung out an equally fierce and unmatched shadow slash, which collided with the red glow of the killing intent of the knife. The sharp energy spewed out, making the surrounding earth riddled with holes. A raging black flame also burned around General Deadbone, and he stared at the ghost from 100 meters away. It's time to retreat, Deadbone thought. He openly displayed his powerful strength on purpose, without covering the special effects. This was to let the enemy weigh his strength. According to normal logic, players in the wild are unwilling to confront enemies they are not fully confident about. Even hunters would worry about the prey being too strong, which may result in their own injuries. Getting injured in the wild is a big taboo. However, Ghost Jack was a lunatic who never talked about normal logic. He just looked more delighted, like a wolf seeing a beautiful woman. His momentum and artistic conception seemed even more rampant and terrifying, like a tide rolling over. Deadbone. Is this even logical? He had no choice. Through spiritual link he told Duolai, Isloa and others, "You go and save people first, I will be there later." But this ghost, he has a double artistic conception that can be fused, and his level is far above ours. And General Deadbone's level was even below General Duolai. No matter how good he was at fighting, he had his limits. Isloa made a lot of sense, and Deadbone agreed with her. This is indeed a very terrifying enemy. However, as long as we finish rescuing the target, we can leave at any time. You understand, right? Lord was overseeing their team, so Deadbone was assured. Isloa understood. General Duolai scratched his head. They continued towards their destination, while General Deadbone blocked the overwhelming momentum of the ghost and initiated a counterattack, as invisible powers of the curse descended one after another. The ghost's body slightly sunk, but his twisted smile was still there. He licked his lips and lunged forward like a shadow. Swords and knives clashed repeatedly. Almost all the attacks were from the ghost, but Deadbone's defense was also solid. It seemed that in terms of power and speed, he was not at a significant disadvantage compared to the warlord-level ghost. A great enemy, indeed. Deadbone's gaze was solemn. Ghost Jack retreated dozens of meters away and started to laugh creepily. He even flipped the blade of his knife and slashed his body, making several wounds. The bright red blood flowed out, flowing into the blade, which made the long knife look more eerie and terrifying. The artistic conception around his body seemed to materialize, showing a faint red, covering dozens of meters around him. Suffocating, extremely suffocating killing intent spread out. Even the players who had fled a good distance felt a tightness in their chests and found it hard to breathe. It's over, this brave man is going to die. This brave man doesn't seem weak either, he just defended against Ghost's several moves. You know nothing, just now the ghost was merely playing with his prey. Now he's going for a real attack. I've heard a bit about this move. It's a killing move drawn by his own blood after integrating several knifing skills and killing intent artistic conception. It carries dozens of technique variations, and it's extraordinarily powerful. You can't dodge it, you can't block it either. This brave man is definitely going to lose. We'd better run, too. Otherwise, we'll be next. The rolling killing intent, 99% of it falls on Deadbone. As the ghost slashed, the scattered faint artistic conception of killing intent that had already materialized around him surged like a blood wave. The killing intent was overwhelming. The rolling knife intent also tore the ground, frozen space, and made the surrounding black mist keep retreating. Deadbone attacked back. It seemed like a common sword move, just like before, but the moment Wailing Death collided with the red knife intent, the vast power was truly revealed. It was as if a towering mountain, covered with skeletons, stood behind Dead Bone. Undead on the mountain shouted its name. Stars of undead energy gathered to form streams, forming a river that flowed from Wraith's sacred mountain down to Dead Bone, through refining and pressing for dozens of times, integrated through dozens of techniques, then merged with several high-level skills, and finally burst out from the Black Giant Sword. It transformed into the shocking and unadorned Stygian River. With a dominant force, it swept away everything in its path. What knife intent, killing intent, blood tide, whether tangible or intangible, all dissipated, only the Stygian River was roiling along, completely engulfing the ghost who was maintaining the slashing pose, and crashed into the buildings in the distance. The buildings also went under the gradually dissipative Stygian River. Dead Bone wiped the sweat that couldn't possibly exist on his skull and looked at the missing corpse of the ghost. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He pondered again that this move was not perfect enough. Far away, Duo Lai and others hadn't run far when they saw the rolling black river overwhelmingly swallowing the, incredibly tiny, ghost. Isloa looked at the clean and tidy road, which was devoid of a speck of dust and had sunk quite a lot, and then at General Dead Bone standing in the middle of the road, completely calm and relaxed. She fell into contemplation. She came to a conclusion. So this is what General meant by, "we'll be there later," isn't it? Isloa has let her imagination run wild. General Dead Bone is very straightforward with his plan. Once the rescue is completed, they all have more freedom to fight or retreat. But if they have a chance to kill this strong enemy, they should seize the opportunity to do it once and for all. Dead men make the skeletons feel safest. After all, this is the wilderness. General Dead Bone pondered for half a second and stopped considering his River of the Underworld's killing move. He also criticized himself for being distracted and contemplating his abilities. He glanced around, his gaze lingering on a few players in a far-off team, then turned and strode toward his own group. He left behind several players standing frozen in place, their bodies covered in cold sweat, looking as if they had just been dredged out of the water. It took them nearly 10 seconds to suddenly wake up, their backs bent and breathing heavily, their constricted pupils still filled with lingering palpitations. "We can't stay in Trick City any longer," in the middle of the squad. Isloa glanced at General Dead Bone in the distance and then at Duo Lai at her side. She had previously tried to gauge the power of Tianyuan's number 1, and Duo Lai's answer was, "Just a tiny bit stronger than Benduo, just a tiny bit." At this moment, Isloa really wanted to ask earnestly, "You call this a tiny bit?" Duo Lai. However, Isloa didn't ask, nor did she continue to think about, how terrifying is General Dead Bone? How did Lord cultivate such a general? Instead, she focused and used her intuition to search, her heart pounding. Trick City, somewhere. At the end of a deep alley, down from a passage that could only accommodate 2 people side by side, is an underground space of about 100 square meters. Flickering candlelight provides a few strands of illumination to the pitch-black ominous area. There's a girl leaning against a corner, her face pale, her eyebrows tightly knitted, and her eyes tightly shut. Her exposed arm is covered in scales that look like snakeskin. Another girl has a scarred face and one abnormally swollen arm. Witch's disease, it's getting worse, crow. A black crow flutters down to a pile of miscellaneous items, attempting to strike an elegant pose. Unfortunately, her feathers look as ragged as torn clothes, and her eyes reveal traces of exhaustion. Next to her is a gray white-haired wolf. She looks like an ordinary gray wolf, with faded fur that is thick in some places and sparse in others, as if she's a toy made haphazardly out of old newspapers. In the world of gray wolves, she could only be considered a runt. However, what comes from the mouth of the gray wolf is a crisp and sweet girl's voice, yet it sounds weak. "No more bringing crow, all right. This is one of the symptoms of the witch's disease, crow. What can I do, crow?" The black crow girl spreads her wings. Also present is a deer and a curled-up fox. Like the 2 before them, the deer and the fox are also a pitiful sight due to the effects of the witch's disease. Or rather, the effects of the monster blood inside them. In their era, girls who awakened their powers and flowed with the blood of monsters were called witches. There's a reason why witches are feared and hated. Firstly, there's a long history of hatred between humans and monsters in the Eagle Kingdom. Secondly, witches who have awakened their monster blood often exhibit certain physical characteristics scales like a snake, hands turning into claws, a fox's tail sprouting out, and so on. They usually only present a few of these features, but after Black Crow and her companions wandered into Trick City, they were afflicted by a strange curse. The curse stimulated the monster blood in their bodies. Black Crow and the other 3 girls were most affected, but their powers were also the strongest. "What's the situation outside, Crow?" "It's the same, there's a ring of monsters surrounding us. They won't come in, but we can't get out either. And if we stay here any longer, not to mention the witch's disease, we're running out of food and water." White Wolf can't quite articulate why they're still holding on. Perhaps it's just human nature to fear death. She looks outside, through the narrow passage, seeing a crowd of black monsters clustered at the entrance of the alleyway. They are trapped here. Even if they could break out and surpass these monsters, how could they escape from the expansive Trick City? The answer is, there's nowhere to escape to. There's no sign of life. Not to mention the many wounded. "I'm tired, let's end it all. We might as well face off with these monsters." "Wait, the noise outside seems to be getting louder, Crow. It might be the monsters fighting." White Wolf walks over to the steps weakly, looking up towards the noise. Black Crow flutters over too, perching on White Wolf, and looks upwards at the same angle. Outside the passage, the area is still packed with monsters. But suddenly, as if attracted by something, the hordes of monsters began to rush towards the rear, screeching. Boom! A surge of flame engulfs the entire alley, perfectly confining its power within it. In just over 10 seconds, it has incinerated these monsters, even several elite-level monsters. This is the result of Duo Lai and Isloa cooperating to unleash fire. Like a river of fire, the orange flames illuminated the faces of the Black Crow and the White Wolf, also casting a glimmer in their pupils. The deer were stepping forward. The sleeping fox opened its eyes. They all saw a familiar figure emerge from the flames. Isloa was also gazing at her companions from hundreds of years ago. At this moment, she seemed to be standing in the midst of intertwined time, her eyes damp, murmuring softly. "Finally, I found you." Outside the corridor, General Dead Bone stood leaning on his sword, with the skeleton generals clearing up the approaching monsters. Duo Lai really wanted to join the fun, but the Lord summoned him to clean up the monsters outside together and pick up the shiny soul sand, which swiftly cast his confusion and worries away. Not bad, overall no accidents. Even though many players appeared in Trick City, and they even encountered a fugitive like the Ghost, as long as they found the mission's target and no one got into an accident, it wasn't considered unexpected. Mu Yuan was contemplating while watching the silhouettes in the basement. He counted, including the Black Crow, White Wolf, Deer, and Fox he had glimpsed before, there were 13 witches left. However, most of them were in terrible states, having difficulty walking. If they hadn't fortuitously discovered this basement free from monster disturbance, they wouldn't have managed to hold on. Even so, judging by their current situations, they couldn't hold on much longer. Lucky we got here in time, a few more days and it might have been. In the basement, Isloa took out a variety of prepared recovery potions and precious items like Vitality Spring water for everyone to drink. Although there was no immediate miraculous effect and it didn't cure the witch's illness, it at least made everyone feel a little better. She looked at everyone with a lot to say and ask, but Isloa knew this wasn't the time for reminiscing. "Follow me, I'll take you out of here." However, the underground space was not spacious, and rashly using a tool to tear open the space was risky. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and many elite soldiers were still outside. She kept in contact with the Lord while instructing and ordering the witches. Wait, since we are leaving, do not forget this crow." The Black Crow flew to a spot not far away, where a black coffin was located in an area where it was hard for the candlelight to reach. The Black Crow girl clung to the coffin with both claws, and then dropped many black feathers, wrapping the coffin and flew up with it. Seeing Isloa's puzzled look, she said, "It's a treasure crow." "Treasure? I may not know its specific function, but it's definitely a treasure crow. We're going to serve the Lord, aren't we? It's only appropriate to bring gifts. The witches were, after all, professional level at their weakest, so even with heavy injuries and severe illness, they wouldn't have problems walking a few steps with others' help. Soon, they came out of the underground space in twos and threes while outside. Dead Bone had already ordered the skeleton generals and resentful spirits to form a protective ring. Ding! Prompt. Your hero, Isloa, has subdued witches times 13 feet. Do you accept their loyalty? They actually exist as a troop type? Maybe it's due to the witch's lineage. In this era, it's a rank, a profession. There's not much of a difference from the civilians who have changed their jobs in other territories. In fact, being a troop is even more convenient. The recruitment went without any hitches. Next, if they could figure out what the witch's diseases were, it would be time for a construction boom. Mr. Mew thought. But all of a sudden, either to him, or to the camera falcons, the ground in the distance started to tremble, and a series of rumbling noises could be heard. A black cloud was vaguely visible in the city's center. No, not a cloud, but endless monsters emerging from the black cloud. They were spilling out at a tremendous speed, like a wave of black. There were players clinging to griffins, grasping the reins tightly. The griffins were also flapping their wings hard, trying to fly away as fast as they could. However, their speed was actually slower than the wave of monsters. In no time, flying creatures caught up with them, tore them apart and devoured them, and they died after a single scream. What's happening? Mu Yuan had no idea. Dead Bone General looked at Isloa, who quickly used a tool. The crescent-shaped tool shattered completely, an unfathomable force tore the space, forming a gate more than 20 meters in diameter and not evenly flat, stretching across the cracked patchy ground. The witches quickly stepped in, followed by the skeleton generals and resentful spirits. In a few short seconds, everyone passed through the space gate. But Dead Bone stepped halfway through the gate, when it suddenly stopped. It looked around and the edges of the space gate, looking like saw marks, were indeed closing slowly. However, it was much slower than before. It seemed that some special factors in Trick City were interfering with the closing of the space. This was not a big deal. Normally, at most, the space gate would disappear completely in a few dozen or 100 seconds. However, they were deep within Trick City, and at the end of their vision, a black tide was already rolling in. In the center of the black tide, further away, was an enormous black shadow, indiscernible in detail, using the black tide as its vessel, guiding it forward. The eruption of the monster tide deep within Trick City jolted the players who were still immersed in their adventures and treasure hunts. They used various means to probe the situation in the city center. Yet when they saw the monstrous swarms that resembled black tide, they were all startled. I always said this ancient city's sudden appearance spelled disaster. Earlier I saw the fierce gun mercenary corps from the Shen Yao Empire heading for the city center and they rudely drove away other players, seizing control of the entire city center. Damn it! Those bastards must have done something. The fierce gun mercenary corps, the one that once explored the ancient ruins and obtained a large amount of technical information? This was no obscure mercenary group. After all, those who could delve deep into Trick City were generally experienced players. Yet, the fierce gun mercenary corps still managed to monopolize the adventure, which said a lot about their strength. They were equipped extraordinarily, each player owning an exploding fire gun. Yet at this time, bang, 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 before the black tide. Players in uniform combat suits, holding silver and red intertwined fire guns over half a meter long, fled in panic. The soldiers covering the rear were nearly annihilated. Some players turned back, pulling the trigger and shooting a dazzling gun light, each shot killing a dozen monsters and blasting a hole over 2 meters in diameter on the patchy ground. However, these seemingly infinite black monsters gushing from deep underground were unaffected by such minor damages. It was like missing a few drops of water in a lake, insignificant. They were quickly caught by the black tide, screamed, and were reduced to nothingness. At this time, all players in Trick City were desperately fleeing outward, but even players at the periphery were trembling with fear. Even from a distance, they could still see the terrifying black tide. It was like a tide, or like a dark cloud, spreading an oppressive and suffocating aura. Perhaps influenced by the black tide or the terrifying shadow, the black fog in Trick City churned more violently, and an invisible disturbance enveloped the city. Some players were terrified to find that no matter how hard they ran they couldn't close the distance, as if they were trapped in an invisible formation. Stronger players, through their powerful spirit and will, could break through these disturbances or find the correct path using various special methods. However, they also delved deeper into Trick City. Everyone was in danger. Unless some powerful player troops had just arrived in Trick City and had not ventured deep yet. The Hand of the Yellow Scarf mercenary group from Shiji City had just arrived. They were so astounded, stupefied, and alarmed by what they saw. They were one of the top 3 powerful mercenary groups in Shiji City, having received numerous honorific titles from Tai-Zan such as City Guardian, Great Explorer, Spear of Shiji, and Friend of the Citizens. Each player in the group was elite. However, even the elites didn't dare to confront the Black Tide. They were just humans. They stood on a hill outside the city, looking out into the distance. Thank goodness our group leaders slacked off earlier, otherwise if we had come a few days earlier, sheesh. No, it's not the time to relax yet. A strong player stared. Judging by the current trend, the monster tide is likely to break out of Trick City, sweeping up a real monster wave in the surrounding areas. Our Shiji City may be affected as well. This is already a catastrophe. We mercenaries can't solve it. No one in the Trick City region can resist it. Hurry, notify the Lord of Shiji City. At a location not far from the center of Trick City, General Dead Bone furrowed his brow. Another accident had occurred. The already slow rate at which the space gate was closing had slowed down even more. This was inevitably due to the influence of Trick City, or rather, the monstrous tide and the massive shadow. If the massive shadow could be killed, this eerie disturbance would surely be eliminated. However, General Dead Bone had a very accurate understanding of his own combat power. There was a huge disparity between him and the shadow. He was far from being its match. Not to mention the massive shadow, even the seemingly endless tide in front of him was hard to confront. It was just too numerous, and too powerful. There were numerous elite-level monsters inside, such as the Shadow Eye monsters, the Black Giant Birds, Hundred-Eyed Crows, and so on. Powerful monsters mixed in like droplets of water. What should we do, Googie-G? Defend, just hold out till the gate closes. Dead Bone said. Soon, the black tide spread to this area. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Isloa were all forced to take action. Duo Lai's flames blazed, covering and easily burning the ordinary monsters in a whole street. General Dead Bone then precisely finished off the elite monsters that were hard to burn to death. As for Isloa, she found herself too poor. Her energy in this kind of situation had very limited effect. She could only provide support, casting some buff statuses on Dead Bone and Duo Lai. General Dead Bone was quite satisfied. A teammate who can provide enhancements, not bad. The 3 of them stood like a reef, resisting wave after wave of assaults from the tide, unyielding. In the center of the black tide, a massive shadow towering like a skyscraper, let out a deep, hoarse roar. Intruders! Die! Eagle Kingdom! Wait for me, to gather, my soldiers, to trample on. The giant shadow repeated these words over and over. It had some consciousness, although not much, but it gradually turned its gaze towards Dead Bone and his companions who were the most resistant and difficult for the monster tide to swallow. An invisible pressure suddenly swept over. It felt as if a mountain was weighing heavily down on them. Back off. Lord Shepard spoke up. He looked at the terrifying shadow, not through the eyes of the Storm Falcon, but in person. He had come to the outside of the space gate, separated from Trick City by just a gate. Standing here, he could also feel the suffocating oppression coming from the terrifying dark shadow. Stronger than the Orochi that had descended. Embodiment of obsession? A fallen demon? Monster mutation? What it was didn't matter anymore. What mattered was, the dark shadow posed a threat to the safety of Tianyuan territory. The gigantic shadow cast its gaze, so did Lord Shepard. His short hair began to grow longer, surrounded by a faint but stronger suppression force than Duo Lai and Dead Bone. Isloa. As expected, Lord is indeed the real strongest. Mu Yuan extended his hand, palm facing up, as if supporting the sky. Techniques, come forth. A few kilometers away, at the core of Tianyuan territory. In the magic furnace that resembled a giant silver pot, red and blue auras suddenly shot into the sky. Thunderclaps rang out from the ground, like an enraged giant dragon roaring. One after another, giant dragons made of fire and sculpted by thunder laid transverse, projecting a full sky of radiant reflections over the wilderness several kilometers away. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. This large-scale magic held various changes and usages, but controlling such a technique imbued with terrifying energy was extremely difficult. Or you could say it was impossible. Usually, you could only launch such large-scale magic according to an established setup. However, at this moment, veins bulged on Great Lord Shepherd's forehead. After using the Duo Lai template, his inherent strong spiritual power seemed to have broken through its limits. Based on the cornerstone of his spiritual link talent, his psychic power turned into threads, firmly holding the impulsive beast that was the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, and swung it towards the space gate that was not so wide and had jagged edges. Whoosh! The thunder flame dragon roared as it flew past Duo Lai and Dead Bone, stretching its immense body of thunder and fire once more over the dimly lit Trick City, casting endless light and heat over the monster tide. It dived down. The black monsters disintegrated into ashes inch by inch, and the ground also caved in amidst the charred traces. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon surged towards the enormous dark shadow, appearing to reveal the image of the shadow. His body was as dry as wood, his eye sockets sunken, wearing a black crown, surrounded by endless black fog. The black mist made him appear as if he reached the heavens and pierced the earth, like a king overlooking the world. He manipulated the black fog, vaguely forming an invisible giant hand, reaching for the thunder flame dragon. Yet another vein bulged on Mu Yuan's forehead. His spirit spread out like a net throughout heaven and earth. The energy burned fiercely like a blazing fire. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, contrary to its large body, performed a spiral flip in midair, flying past the giant hand of black fog, heading towards the massive shadow formed by the black fog, entangled ring after ring, tying it tighter and tighter. The extreme heat of the fire and the annihilating thunder impacted close by, causing the black fog to sizzle and dissipate. Not waiting for the dark shadow to roar again, Great Lord Shepherd raised his hand that seemed supporting the heavens, and tightly clenched it. The ultimate light radiated from the thunderflame dragon, as if a sun was gently rising in the pitch-black land. Wherever its light shone, the surrounding black fog and monsters turned into smoke and vanished. The glorious light finally reached its climax. A deafening explosion that could be heard clearly outside the city. The huge sun tightly clung to the ground, with visible ripples spreading rapidly all around from the center of the blast. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the black monsters twisted and were then torn apart. One after another, either grand or low buildings were instantly collapsed. Rubble and broken wood were swept into the raging wind, flung outwards. Even the ground and roads were uprooted in large patches, forming a devastated land with a diameter of at least several kilometers at the center of the explosion. General Dead Bone was stationed in front of the space gate. The ground rose up numerous skeletons, forming a sturdy wall of burial, but the wall still creaked under the impact, cracking and then healing again and again. In less affected areas, some players were lifted by the aftershock, rolling several tens of meters away. They quickly got up and climbed to the roofs of buildings that hadn't collapsed in that area to look out. They were stunned. The black tide, it's almost gone. A player murmured, most of the monster tide giving chase like a matter of life and death had suddenly been wiped out. Were they safe now? But they couldn't laugh, they couldn't relax. Their hearts were still trembling under the just now world-shattering force. Humans are so insignificant. What on earth happened? Suddenly, a player looked up. Above the Trick City, surrounded by black fog and swirling clouds, a huge hole had appeared from nowhere, the heavenly light shining down strand by strand, extremely bright. Shining on the land of Trick City that had never seen light, and also falling on some players. They stopped and stared, as if waking from a great dream. No matter what, we survived the great calamity. Outside the Trick City, a strongman arrived, walking in midair. His eyes shone brightly, gazing at Trick City that was shrouded in dark clouds and black fog, covered as if by a gigantic pot lid. His expression gradually grew grave. A bad omen. Trouble, an ominous thing has been born here, it will bring disaster. No, I must report to the city lord immediately, but the situation is somewhat unclear. Just as he was hesitating whether to return immediately with the message or venture into the city for a look, the ultimate, dazzling, brilliant flame rose to the sky, tearing through the year-round black clouds over Trick City. Like a flaming sword of heaven embedded in the city, casting a cleansing brilliance. Also, it seemed to reflect the shocked and gradually astonished face of the imposing figure hovering in midair. Shock, 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 what on earth happened? At the same time, Mr. Mew didn't bother thinking about whether the nine-headed roaring thunderflame dragon could succeed or not. Seeing the closing speed of the space gate significantly increasing, he quickly urged Deadbone and the others to get away. He watched it, waiting, 1 second, 2 seconds, 8.5 seconds. The space gate was finally completely closed, leaving no gap. The space gate finally closed, showcasing the vast wilderness in front of him. Tall, robust trees stood erect, rustling and crackling as the wind blew. It's safe now. Mu Yuan murmured to himself. Even though he failed to collect any loot and felt somewhat regretful, it was unsure whether the giant shadow was dead. After all, the nine-headed roaring thunderflame dragon was a large-scale magic technique primarily aimed at area damage. He didn't dwell on it too much, as safety was paramount. The mission had been completed satisfactorily, and the only additional expenditure was the large-scale magic technique. If he could squeeze Isloa a bit more, he would have a new technique, which was completely environmentally friendly and waste-free. The dozen or so witches he had just recruited were still in shock and tense, and their physical condition was rather poor, so Mu Yuan merely showed them a little attention before leaving. The rest would be taken care of by Isloa, but unexpectedly, Isloa herself was at a loss. Lord, do you really have no opinion on witches? You've asked this question before, haven't you? It seems I haven't completely persuaded you yet. Well, let me put it this way. Mu Yuan gave an example. You can look at what our main force in the Tianyuan territory is. Isloa thought carefully. Halberd Guard, Treeman, Flower Fairy? No, none of them. It was the skeleton general, adorned in heavy gray-black armor. It was the skeletons, the undead. In the Eagle Kingdom, witches were discriminated against and seen as enemies. However, their circumstances and treatment were somewhat better than those of the undead and undead mages. If the latter were discovered, they would be immediately sent to the pyre. In this regard, staying in the Tianyuan territory indeed provided some peace of mind. I see, said Isloa. On the contrary, Mu Yuan felt that it was the Eagle Kingdom that was too backward. Witches and high-ranking undead were highly despised. Look at the current era. Both witches and high-ranking undead are very popular troop types. If you were to say which class was not very popular, it would be the goblins. The team quickly returned to the territory, and the witches. The girls were settled in newly built high-end houses. Mu Yuan had prepared a building for them. It would be somewhat crowded for 13 or 14 people to live there, but the environment was many times better than normal civilian houses. This was preferential treatment for talents. The girls needed a suitable environment to rest and recover at this point. He also asked Tianyuan's first doctor, Holy Light Master Sacrifice Laney, to take a look. As for himself, he opened the territory panel and pulled up the information about the dozen or so witches he had just recruited. Black Crow Sophia, rank. Rare 3-star, level. Second order 7 level. Skills. Crow's Call, Black Feather, Feather Transformation, Black Claw, Fireball Technique, Windblade. White Wolf Lien Yu, Elk Irene, Fox Daisy, all 4 of them are of the rare 3-star rank. They possessed the highest rank among the witches. This rank potential was not low. If they could cultivate normally and steadily, it would not be difficult to climb to the peak of the second order step by step. If they were a little bit more diligent and had enough resources, they had a good chance of stepping into the third order warlord level. Mu Yuan didn't know the specific situation in the Bright Empire, the strongest human race before the Great Catastrophe, but in the Eagle Kingdom, a third order war general was sufficient to serve as a city lord of a large city. The Central Magic Academy where Isloa was enrolled had teachers at the second order level. Unlike the present era, in the Tai-Zan Alliance, many veteran players could bring out a squad of elite-level second-order troops on their own. The ranks of the other witches are much lower, with only 4 stepping into the rare rank. Among the witches, Black Crow, White Wolf, and Elk are elite level, with Black Crow having the highest level and probably the strongest combat power, followed by White Wolf. Of course, what Mu Yuan saw in recruiting the witches was not their combat power, but their talent. Except for White Wolf, it seemed that all 4 were from noble families, cultured individuals, and some of the other witches also possessed talents and skills. Compared to the vast majority of illiterate refugees, they already had many advantages. Setting up schools, processing documents, and organizing trade caravans could all be arranged quickly. Mu Yuan thought. Everything would have to wait until the witches had finished their physical examinations and recovered. He turned his head and saw Duo Lai tapping on the black coffin placed on the floor, producing a crisp bang. He almost forgot. They had brought this coffin out of Trick City. It appeared that the underground space was immune to monster intrusion, which was somewhat related to the coffin. Could this really be a treasure? It is a treasure, but the specific function is not clear. Duo Lai said. Mu Yuan took a look and identified it with the abilities of a lord. Sacrificial black coffin, category. Special, function. Those who sacrifice to the black coffin can reap rewards. Mu Yuan. This explanation was very vague, but some of the more advanced items, especially special ones, were indeed hard to identify at a glance unless they were opened from the box of light balls. He wasn't in a rush. He immediately fetched several rare-level appraisal stones from the next warehouse. It was one of the tools that he had been hoarding from time to time. He took one and patted it against the sacrificial black coffin. The light was dazzling, enveloping the entire black coffin. After several seconds, it gradually dissipated. On closer inspection, the description of the black coffin has become more detailed, but not enough. He continued to use the identification stones, one after another. Finally, the accumulation of stones let the black coffin's description become clear. Description: open the black coffin and sacrifice a sufficient amount of monster remains to exchange for a certain amount of remnant souls of troop type. Note 1. The amount and rank of the remnant souls of troop type obtained from the sacrifice will be far lower than the original sacrifice. Note 2. The type of remnant souls of troop type obtained will correspond to the type of remains sacrificed. It seems to be an artifact with a very special function. As Mu Yuan contemplated, he immediately asked Duo Lai to fetch some monster remains. Tianyuan territory doesn't collect monster corpses, only some processed small monsters such as brown bears, gray wolves, and mountain sheep, commonly known as refrigerated ingredients. Duo Lai, with his mouth pouted, fetched some food, then pushed hard to open the coffin lid. Creak 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 creak. The coffin lid, covered with eerie patterns, was pushed to a certain extent before getting stuck. It looked pitch black inside, and not a single ray of light penetrated it. It was as if it was a black hole or a devouring monster's mouth. Duo Lai dumped all the remains of brown bears, gray wolves, etc. into it. Oddly enough, the opening of the coffin wasn't large, but when the whole brown bear fell in, it naturally slid in and disappeared like it had fallen into an abyss. After a while, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai pushed the coffin lid back together. The moment the lid was completely closed, a creepy, gnawing sound came from within the coffin. Duo Lai wasn't creeped out, he thought it was wasteful instead. So many wonderful ingredients for a feast. The gnawing sound only lasted a few seconds before ceasing. The next moment, the coffin lid pulled itself up just a little bit, as if it was deeply dissatisfied, and spit out a small remnant soul light ball. Grey Wolf's remnant soul, common 1 star, Duo Lie. You swallowed so much but only spit out 1 remnant soul? Give me more? Thump thump thump. Duo Lie was hitting the coffin with great effort, but the lid of the sacrificial black coffin had been fully closed, appearing to ignore him. No, this kind of output rate is very normal, Mu Yuan said. Duo Lie. Has the Lord lost his mind? Mu Yuan said. Sacrificial black coffin consumes monsters. It's not limited to things that can be eaten like goblin corpses, jackal men bones and so on. Anything that's a monster's corpse can be thrown in. Not only there is no cost, but it can also save the work of cremation and cleanup in the future. Duo Lie. It seems so, Lord, you are indeed smarter than me. Mu Yuan. Not. He quickly activated several mental power seeds on the Storm Falcon, letting the Tool Falcons hunt and bring back a group of monsters. Soon, after several batches of tests, Mu Yuan confirmed his guess. The sacrificial black coffin indeed doesn't pick. As long as its monster remains, it will swallow anything. From this point of view, regardless of how many remnant souls it produces, it would be a profit. In front of him, more than a dozen remnant souls were piled up, including bat remnant souls, grey wolf remnant souls, goblin wraiths, and so on. The majority of them were common 1-star remnant souls. From a waste recycling perspective, the output rate of the sacrificial black coffin can't be said to be low. But judging from the rank of the remnant souls produced, it's really low. Mu Yuan suspected that even if he fed a large number of rare-level monster remains to the coffin, it could only produce a small amount of common-level remnant soul. If he wanted to produce an excellent tier remnant soul, he probably had to feed it with epic-level monster remains, right? Not to mention whether the maximum output of the sacrificial black coffin is that high. Even if it is, the value of excellent and epic-level monster remains is quite high. It may not be worthwhile to feed them to this coffin. For an ordinary lord, this black sacrificial coffin is useful, but only to some extent. It can earn a bit more on daily basis. But for me, the sacrificial black coffin proves to be of significant use. The more remnant souls, the faster the rate of accumulating evolution points. It's important to note that purchasing remnant souls is not only costly, but also time-consuming. What's more, the black sacrificial coffin can produce remnant souls of a specific type. Like the hard-to-amass falcon evolution points, they can be accumulated in the future by hunting flying monsters like harpies and feeding them to the coffin. The future looks promising. In the future, he may need to form several transport teams in addition to the exploration teams. It shouldn't be difficult though. Tianyuan territory has ample military power. At this moment, the Storm Falcon and other hunting teams such as Bone 2 and Bone 3 that he sent out were bringing back monster remains continuously. Mu Yuan also pushed the lid of the sacrificial black coffin to the top and continued to throw monster remains into it. 10, 100, 1,000. No matter how many he threw in, the pitch black coffin seemed like a bottomless pit. It was terrifyingly dark. As Mu Yuan closed the coffin lid, the gnawing sound came out again. This time it lasted for tens of seconds. Afterwards, the coffin lid was slightly lifted, revealing a black gap. From it, one after another, remnant souls were spat out. Even though they were of a low rank, the amount was quite impressive. After spitting out dozens of remnant souls, the coffin lid did not immediately close this time. Instead, a wisp of black smoke floated out from within it, transforming into a tall black figure. A pair of eyes opened from within the black figure, and it let out a roar. What the hell? Upon seeing the black figure pouncing towards him, the Great Lord, Mu Yuan, instinctively threw a punch at it. Energy spread across his fist, and his power was channeled through it. Boom! The powerful fist smashed into the black figure's body, crushing it as if it were a water-filled balloon. The black smoke scattered, and the sharp roar vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had appeared before. This sacrificial black coffin does have some side effects, huh? Mu Yuan pondered. He also, like Duo Lie, gave the black coffin a kick to see if it would spit out anything else. But the sacrificial black coffin remained motionless. Perhaps it's impurities of some sort. Regardless, the benefits of the sacrificial black coffin far outweigh the drawbacks for me. Mu Yuan got a few Tulle war generals to move the black coffin to the skeletal cemetery. At this time, Laney, Tianyuan's first doctor, approached him and said that the symptoms of the witches were very tricky. I can heal wounds, cleanse negative infestations, but their witch disease is rooted in their bloodline and has become one with them. Cleansing such a disease is akin to cleansing their entire being, which is not possible. Not only that, according to Laney, the witch disease in Black Crow and others has the potential to worsen, making the situation quite difficult. Wait, bloodline? Mr. Mu stroked his chin. In a high-end shelter, witches such as Black Crow Sophia and White Wolf Sickle Moon had already regained a lot of color in their faces. However, they still retained the forms of a black crow and a white wolf. Not that they didn't want to return to their human forms, they just couldn't. After being cursed in Trick City, their witch disease became more severe, and they had the faint feeling of being monsters themselves. Let alone others' opinions, looking at their own appearance, they felt somewhat inferior. No matter how much Sophia groomed her black crow feathers, they wouldn't soften. What's worse, they were fragmented, like those of a mangy crow, which made the beauty-loving Sophia feel uneasy. The others were in similar states. Although their spirits and condition were better than before, they were limited in strength. They felt rather despondent. After all, Laney, the Holy Light Master Sacrifice, had handed down a death sentence to them, meaning there was no hope. Don't despair, there is always hope in survival. Isloa tried to comfort them. She naturally had the witch disease too, but when she returned as a heroic spirit and rebuilt her body, she chose the best version of herself. Even so, looking down, she could see through the gaps in her clothes that her fair skin was covered in strange deep blue patterns. She didn't know what her bloodline was, just that it contained considerable power. Back then, to become stronger, she changed her body to further tap into her bloodline potential, and indeed took a big step forward. The consequence of this was that her magic blood became even more unstable. Nevertheless, her lineage and potential were still far from General Duo Lai and even more distant from General Dead Bone. She had accepted her fate and decided to devote all her efforts to handling various tasks in the future. This was one way of assisting. She had also heard that a hero and a lord are tied to a territory. As long as the territory can be continually upgraded to a very high level, they can receive gifts from heaven and earth. As the right-hand men of the Lord, the potential of the heroes also has the possibility to further advance. Regardless of how much progress they make, in Tianyuan, it's better to just be an honest civil servant. Sophia and the others weren't too disheartened either. After all, they had left the Eagle Kingdom, and even escaped from Trick City. Having obtained a stable living environment, what more could they ask for? Besides their painful bloodline disease and a little ugliness that might make them unsuitable for public appearances in the future, everything else wasn't too bad. Great Lord, good day, Great Lord. A particular black crow bowed elegantly, but after catching a glimpse of her reflection in a nearby mirror, she swiftly hid behind a shelf, peeping out cautiously. The Lord is handsome. But me, the ugly crow. Mu Yuan and Laney came to visit and comfort the witch group yet again. Great Lord, don't worry. Everyone has stabilized emotionally and will officially start work tomorrow. Isloa said. She was aware of how large the shortage of staff was in the territory and how eager the Great Lord was. They couldn't just give the Great Lord a bad impression right after they arrived, right? Mu Yuan. This made him seem like a heartless boss, although he did hope just a tiny bit that Sophia and the others would get to work soon. I came to tell you not to worry. Witch disease may be tricky in the Eagle Kingdom and Laney may not be able to cure it, but in this era, within the Tai-Zan Alliance, finding a cure may not be impossible. While the Tai-Zan may not be as advanced as the ancient Bright Empire, and may lack the profound foundation of Yongxing, the flow of information is smooth, the resources are shared, and there are fewer barriers. As long as village-level territories have money and contribution points, they can also enjoy top-level potions. Worst-case scenario, they could buy potions that could suppress the progression and prevent it from worsening. And so on. Would Laney, a Greenhand unit that has awakened its self-awareness less than a month ago, Have the ability to prescribe the suitable medicine like the Master Lord? Really, absolutely. Mu Yuan paused for a moment. Also, I have a method here that may cure your bloodline disease. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes were on him. Isloa was taken aback. The bloodline disease was deeply rooted in her body and soul, becoming inseparable. She had researched it for a long time in the past, but the more she researched, the more hopeless it seemed. In the end, changing her body and awakening her potential was in fact nothing more than a byproduct of her research experiments. But could the Lord really just be shooting in the dark? It's just a possibility. But whether it can heal or not, this method has no side effects. Who wants to give it a try? Mu Yuan said, looking at Isloa, your situation isn't suitable. After about 2 seconds of silence, Miss Elk started to step forward. Black Crow Sophia spoke, I'll do it, Crow. She fluttered over, unabashedly hovering in front of Mu Yuan, at a spot 1 head shorter than him. What do you want me to do, Crow? You don't need to do anything, just feel with your heart. The truth will show everyone that he, Lord Shepherd, is the true healing master. Evo power, light it up for me. He stretched out his hand, gently touching Sophia's forehead with his fingertip. An invisible yet profound strength erupted from this point. Mu Yuan stepped back 2 steps. The next moment, a dazzling and heartwarming white light bloomed from Sophia, encompassing her entire crow body. In the white light, her body's outline remained unchanged, still small. But after about 10 seconds, the brilliant white light gradually faded, revealing to everyone, still a crow. But at this moment, her crow eyes are deep like gems, feathers full of vitality, and a faint dark power lingering and guarding around her. If Sophia's previous appearance was like a ragged crow, now she was a king among the crows. It's the difference between heaven and earth. Did it work? White Wolf Lien Yu crawled forward, sniffing vigorously. Isloa's eyes were wide open. This transformation seemed to be more than just. The surrounding area was filled with pairs of expectant and somewhat anxious eyes. I succeeded, Crow, Sophia spoke, her voice more clear and pleasant than ever before. But you still look like a crow. Who said that, Crow? Black feathers flew all over the sky, like petals, circling and wrapping around the gradually elongating figure in the middle. Black waist, long hair, gem-like eyes, white neck, delicate collarbones, milk-like smooth skin, and the fluttering black feathers formed a simple corset and miniskirt. Just a little bit short. Sophia's eyes widened. She looked down at herself, curled her toes inwards, feeling the long-lost human body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, she suddenly realized something. A blush spread across her cheeks. Bang! Suddenly, she turned back into a black crow amidst the fluttering feathers. I, she stuttered, looking at her sisters, then at the Lord. But it seemed, it could be, perhaps, everyone's focus wasn't on her. Could it be that she was really too flat? The echo in the ear indicated that Black Crow Sophia had evolved to the Excellence 1-star grade. Not only has she awakened advanced skills, but she has also understood the venue skill, Black Crow Forest, on her own, showing that Sophia's talent is also very high. Of course, Mu Yuan's focus was on another aspect. 145 units of evolution points were consumed, which is a bit more than normal evolution, probably the extra consumption needed for complete recovery. He had expected this. Not only that, it seemed that after he had given Sophia the evolution baptism, he could vaguely feel that the connection between himself and this girl had become much closer. It's like the difference between a newly recruited soldier and a veteran who has fought 100 battles. Although he felt Sophia was already in a pretty perfect state, he still asked, your dark crow bloodline is still there, but the influence of the bloodline disease should be gone, right? It's gone. It's so miraculous, so comfortable. Lord is amazing. She flew around Mu Yuan, cawing, looking like she had become the Lord's most loyal fan. But without her telling them, everyone else could see that Sophia was radiant, and in a great state, without the slightest signs of being affected by the bloodline disease. Mu Yuan stroked her crow head, then glanced at the evolution points. The human system didn't have many points accumulated yet, so it was a long way off to use it for Isloa's evolution. But for the 13 junior witches, it was just a sprinkling of water. It would only consume a few hundred points. Well, let's get it done all at once then, so they can get rid of their suffering sooner. Everyone line up, one by one. No rush, be good. Lord Shepherd's healing hands were once again in action. Shortly, White Wolf Lian Yu also emerged renewed from evolution, her fur becoming pure and glossy, so inviting that one would want to hold her and rub her hard. Next was Fox Lily, then Elk Aaron. The evolved fox was very beautiful, with snow-white fur that seemed even better to stroke than the white wolf's. White light bloomed time and time again, so did the girls' smiles. Seeing this, Mr. Mew felt very happy. Spending a few hundred evolution points was totally worth it. Great value. So, can everyone start their 997 shifts now? Of course, the matter of assigning jobs was left to Isloa. She was the elder sister of the witches, so it made sense for her to do this sinner job. However, after Mu Yuan left, without Isloa needing to say anything, Sophia and the others began to chatter about work. The Lord had saved them, provided them with shelter, and even cured their blood disease. If they didn't repay him, would they still be human? I think I could. You know, a certain girl said. Before she finished, Isloa slapped her on the head. You're dreaming. At the moment, there are many positions in the territory that are understaffed. Let's talk about what each of us is good at. She gave them a rough idea of the current state of Tianyuan territory. The territory was newly established, simple and monotonous, but this didn't disappoint them. On the contrary, they were all eager to build up their home, so they could feel more at ease staying. Elk Aaron was one of the older witches who came from a noble family. She awakened her bloodline quite late and had already been engaged to another noble family with a similar status just before her awakening. But once she awakened, her life changed completely, and her fiancé came to unilaterally break off the engagement. The broken engagement made her family lose face, and since she had witch's blood in her veins, she became a stain on her family's reputation. Afterwards, Aaron left her family and experienced various industries. She listed all the things she was good at. The Lord wants to build a school, Sister Aaron, you're more than capable of managing that. But in the initial stages, there won't be much to do, so you should come and help me. I'm working at the City Lord's mansion now. Isloa found that Sister Aaron was a treasure trove of skills, knowing more things than she did. She wasn't really good at administrative work either. She wanted to be a combat person, but what could she do? She could only shine in civil service positions. Miss Fox also spoke up. My family used to be merchants, though we were wiped out later on. I can definitely handle putting together a trade team. Black Crow Sophia didn't want to lose out. I can do teaching, business, negotiations, and so on. My family was a count-level noble family, though my stupid and garbage brother sent assassins to kill us. In short, I, Sophia, am a genius girl who'll definitely become the Lord's right-hand man. Thud, Isloa held her head and ruffled her hair wildly, making the hair reaching down to her waist messy. No way, I am the Lord's right-hand man. After their blood disease was cured, the witches became much more confident and cheerful. Now, those with special skills were speaking one after another, even competing with each other. I think I can work in the City Lord's mansion. No way, I'm better than you, I'll go. Isloa looked at White Wolf Sickle Moon. The Black Crow, the Fox, and others also turned to her. Feeling their gazes, Sickle Moon stopped playing with the fluffy tail behind her butt. She reached out her hand, and the fair palm turned into sharp claws in a moment. She raised her claw. I can fight, I can kill monsters. That's not enough, do you have any other specialties? Isloa asked. Miss White Wolf stared at her claws, deep in thought, her head drooping. Half an hour later, the swift and decisive Isloa returned to the City Lord's mansion. Lord, this is the preliminary staffing arrangement. What do you think? Mu Yuan took a look. Each girl's field of expertise was highly detailed. It surprised him because the quality was even higher than he expected. If we're talking about skills, Black Crow Sophia, Elk Aaron, and Fox Daisy were at least SR-level talents. Although they weren't as special as Master Li, who was at least SR++ in the field of forging. They were good at so many things. Each of them could take on multiple roles, they won't have to worry about finding jobs. Even Miss White Wolf, who seems to have no particular skills, had her talent. She'd catch up as she learned. And she wasn't like other newly awakened troops that lacked common sense. That's fine, follow this plan. I only have 2 requirements, fast and steady. Understood, Isloa responded, paused, and then couldn't hold back her curiosity. Earlier, your power wasn't only used to cure the witch disease, was it? That's correct. Lord Shepherd didn't hide anything and said, since it's a blood disease, I filled in the gaps in their bloodlines and took it a step further, naturally curing the disease. He made it sound easy, but Isloa was stunned. Fill in the bloodline? Take it a step further? The attempts to do the former had always ended fruitlessly, and the latter seemed beyond belief. Improving bloodline potential had been attempted by many, but it was costly, unstable, dangerous, and time-consuming. But what did the Lord do? He just reached out his hand, gently touched them, and gave them a baptism, filled up, and evolved. This almost broke the theories and worldview she had learned. But Isloa trusted her own eyes more. She saw and judged that Sophia and the others' bloodline power did indeed increase. The Lord, he truly lives up to the reputation of being the most mysterious person in all of Tianyuan. However, even the most inconceivable power must obey the fundamental rules of the world. Those who defy or break the rules inevitably have to pay a tremendous price. Looking at the Lord, she began to worry, glancing up and down as if searching for signs of any price that had already been paid. She wore an expression that suggested him to stop pushing himself too hard and consider his health first. I did pay a considerable price, but it's manageable, Mu Yuan said, looking at Isloa. Also, you too have wished to evolve, haven't you? Isloa averted her gaze, as she had indeed harbored the slight thirst for evolution. You can also evolve. Her head snapped back towards him, her eyes widened, she pointed at herself, saying, me? But I'm already at the Star Maiden level. Evolution is a miraculous phenomenon indeed. Besides, if even she could ascend further, wouldn't that mean she could potentially step into the legendary epic level? Of course, there is a chance. You saw the changes in Sophia and the others, didn't you? Mu Yuan paused. However, your potential is much higher, leaps and bounds ahead. You understand that if you want to evolve, you'll have to pay a much larger price. So, go and work hard now. If you're not determined enough, you don't want to lose this precious opportunity to evolve, do you? Boss Mu cast a tempting bait, yet it was not illusory. Isloa stared blankly for a while. She was just pondering what price she would have to pay, and it turns out, it was merely to work hard. A swirl of emotions brewed in her chest, a mix of gratitude, on the verge of tears, and an impulse to regard him as a mentor. When she regained her senses, the Lord had already left the office, leaving behind only a silhouette haloed in the golden evening sun. I trust you can handle all the official duties. His shadow disappeared around the corner. Isloa remained rooted in place. After several seconds, she lowered her head and looked at the desk, where a stack of messy documents had accumulated since morning. She flicked her hair with a chuckle, swiftly split into several clones, and set to work on dealing with the various loose ends. Next, we need to buy more remnants of the militia's souls. Although Isloa's position is akin to a civil officer can also make meteors fall from the sky at whim. Mu Yuan gazed at the light ball of evolution. The requirements for continuing to evolve from the epic 1-star level are 5,000 evolution points, which is quite steep. But the epic level possesses the unique trait of natural growth. There's a chance. He wants to quickly promote all of Tianyuan's generals to the epic level as soon as possible. And after the epic level, the level above the epic appears to be the legendary tier. However, it will be more challenging to evolve at the epic level. He had tried on Dead Bone and Duo Lai. The requirement for the next round of evolution was 20,000 points. While it seemed lower on the surface, the feedback from the mysterious forces revealed that it could only evolve to Epic 2 stars. The Epic tier can no longer skip the 2nd star evolution. It can be foreseen that when the Epic 3 stars evolves into the legendary tier, it will require an enormous number of evolution points. We have to take it slow. The current small goal is to evolve all Tianyuan generals to the epic level. At a certain place in capital Tai-Zan, an unfathomable power projected itself from across the void, morphing into lifelike illusions. One of them, dressed in an ice-blue armor, had eyes that seemed to freeze the world. Even though it was just a projection, an invisible chill emanated. However, the others present were not strangers to each other and had grown accustomed to such feelings. Let's start the meeting. The main topic is the selection of candidates for this edition of the Dragon Court Tournament. According to our contract with Shenyao and Yongqing and other countries, we can only choose candidates from the new lords. Tournaments for resource competition between various nations abound, and among them, the Dragon Court competition carries the most weight. Its results can directly impact the nation's fate to a certain degree, so it is not a small-scale event like the Festival of Heroes. This is because the results of the Dragon Court competition determine the distribution of recruitment quotas for top-notch troop buildings. The allocation rights to buildings that are jointly guarded by all large nations, where no one can dominate, belong to Dragon Nest. Who would you nominate? Nominations? Haven't the past years been decided by battles? That's true, but what I meant to ask was whether there are any promising talents. Otherwise, it might be a bit difficult for us this time. The person speaking glanced at Han Yu. Thinking back to the previous edition, he felt extremely refreshed. Maybe it was because the Lord of Han Yu City randomly killed and seized too many quotas last time. It's his turn this time not to perform well. It's not like it's completely inconceivable. New stars like Wu Ji and Kong Ming were indeed up to the standard of previous editions, but there was a lack of truly exceptional lords with overwhelming power. The dozen or so people present were discussing fervently, each putting forth some candidates. Han Yu joined in and said, "If that's the case, I'll recommend Tianyuan." Silence fell for a moment. Tianyuan? Isn't he a complete rookie? Don't joke around. I'm not joking. Since the battlefield is the land of challenge, and the quota selection is based on the records in the land of challenge, why shouldn't we let Tianyuan have a try? There's no cost in trying. Han Yu crossed her hands. Although she was embracing an exploratory mindset, there was a faint, irrational expectation deep inside her. Was it possible for a miracle to occur once more? As for this man, whose prettiness probably did not fall short of her own, she found it increasingly unfathomable. As time slowly passed, with personnel in place one by one, the development of the Tianyuan territory proceeded in an orderly and rapid manner. Lord Shepard now had a lot more leisure time. Apart from patrolling through the Camera Falcon, his daily work was mainly to purchase remnant souls and various materials and tools. These two tasks were also quite troublesome and fragmented. Isloa once suggested that he should have a secretary, Sophia or Daisy could take up the role, but Lord Shepard stubbornly refused. In reality, having an assistant would indeed be nice. Many lords indeed have a large team in reality, but staff were scarce in Tianyuan territory, and to keep talents like Sophia by his side would be a waste. It's better to call them when needed to do menial tasks. For this reason, Mu Yuan has opened a course teaching Zan country's language in the newly constructed primary school located in the residential area. How can Sophia and the other girls be his secretaries if they don't even understand Zan country's language? When they are out on trading missions, they are mostly dealing with other players. They can speak the common language, but they must also know Zan country's language. No problem, we'll learn quickly. Lord Mu Yuan also believes in this. Evolution and leveling up might not necessarily make every individual very smart, but it will definitely enhance their logical thinking, learning capacity, and memory. Therefore, in his little classroom, serious students like Sophia, Daisy quickly learned. That's the advantage of talents who excel in both culture and martial arts. Many awakened elite troops in the territory who understood thinking and rational learning also needed to go to school from time to time to learn knowledge and perfect their thought consciousness. At first, they learned slowly because they had no foundation and their self-cognition centered only on combat, but as soon as they built up their foundation, their learning efficiency would increase rapidly. After all, rare 3-star quality is a small genius among ordinary people, let alone excellent tier. You can't possibly have an excellent tier soldiers who can't memorize a few words, right? Chirp, a duo lie, half asleep. was swaying back and forth until it fell face down on the table, awakening with a start. Seeing the stare from Lord, it tries to hide behind its book and acts cute to get off the hook. Mu Yuan. Double the practice exercises. While the territory's interior was being constantly built, externally, troops after troops were constantly dispatched. During peacetime, there were 4 kinds of troops in Tianyuan territory: exploration troops, hunting troops, transport troops, and defensive troops. The hunting troops and transport troops were newly established to provide materials for the sacrificial black coffin. Under the view of the camera falcon, Mu Yuan could see hunting teams scattered in all directions from the east, west, south, and north of Tianyuan territory, hunting, especially flying monsters, and constantly transporting them back to Tianyuan. After a day of hunting, the security situation around Tianyuan territory was significantly improved. There were times when the hunting teams swept all around and there were very few prey left for the day, forcing the hunting teams to go deeper into the wilderness where it's more dangerous, and the transit becoming more difficult. Of course, the main exploration troops led by General Deadbone are once again delving deep into the wilderness to look for special buildings and exterminate monster tribes. With the present capabilities of General Deadbone, even if they encounter the Orochi again, they can handle it with ease. Lord, another batch of crops have finished harvesting. Their yield is even higher than the last recorded batch, almost 6 to 7 times the regular yield. Isloa said. She was referring to the regular farmlands. She had previously collected data and made a simple projection estimate, so she could not help but exclaim when comparing it now. With plenty of grains, there's money, and there's no worry that the territory won't be able to develop. Mu Yuan was not surprised. This is the charm of the flower fairy. And its potential has not been fully exploited yet. We have to slowly find the crops which are most suitable for the flower fairies to level up and produce the best economic benefits. I see. She quickly took note of the instructions, acting like a secretary, and then mentioned, I suggest not selling the Vitality Spring water directly, as selling raw materials would yield too little profit and waste too much. I am researching a new formula for the Vitality Potion, which is most suitable for our Tianyuan territory. In the future, we can plant some supplementary materials for the Vitality Potion in our farmlands, produce rare potions and then sell them. There will be more intermediate profits. Good. Isloa is indeed very capable. She is a true all-rounder with a plethora of skills. Under the evolution, Isloa is full of energy, her enthusiasm is off the charts. Lord Shepherd was also very happy, and he also wasn't idle. He had already found the township under Panchi City according to the approximate map location, Shilling Town, and judged that Tianyuan was still very far from Panchi City according to the location of Shilling Town. It's not worth it for the newly formed trading team to trek all the way to Panchi City. At least for selling some common goods, there's no need to go that far. There are many trading companies stationed in Shilling Town and there is a large flow of players, which is the most suitable place small territories like Tianyuan to sell goods. Even Shilling Town is several hundred kilometers away from the territory. Only on Tianyuan territory, where the troops are very abundant, can a newly risen territory dare to venture into the wilderness for trade. There are also some officials' territories nearby. For example, the newly risen territory, Shi Mu Domain that rose to power around the same time as him. But that place didn't quite meet Mu Yuan's requirements. Several kilometers away from Tianyuan territory, a well-dressed merchant convoy was slowly advancing. They were all wearing the same white and yellow uniforms, with a pair of yellow wings painted on the front, as if they were ready to fly off with their goods. Around the players lurked several bulging, rock beasts, standing over 4 meters high, their bodies hung with all kinds of packages. This was a common 3-star stage troops, known for their stamina and weight-bearing abilities. Around this rock beast convoy, dozens of well-equipped troops fanned out, prowling the area and killing any monsters that might emerge. It's strange, there are unusually few monsters in this area. That just shows we haven't found the wrong place. Indeed, given the surroundings, this is definitely a low-risk area. After we collect the goods from this territory, we can probably head back, right? Staying outside for too long is wearing on my nerves. We're almost there. The woods in the distance had thinned significantly, with signs of felling. It was clear that the destination was not far off. In a short while, the caravan was stopped by a dozen warriors clad in black armor. The leading man began to speak. The area ahead is private territory, temporarily closed to all players. We understand, but we are merchants from the Flying Wing, here to purchase some goods from you. Could we perhaps come in for a visit? You must be having a hard time selling the agricultural products from your territory. The boss of the caravan, a slightly fat man, squinted his eyes as he spoke. The reason they chose to rush to various newly established territories at this time was that they had calculated that new lords would not be able to transport goods out, so they could buy batches of goods at a lower price, then resell in places like Shillingtown. However, the sturdy man Lulu still refused. The territory is off limits, but as for purchasing, if the price is right, it's not out of the question. Please wait a moment. With that, Lulu closed his mouth, standing there like a statue. Newbie territories normally welcomed caravans like theirs as honored guests. This was the first time they had been turned away. The slightly fat player was somewhat displeased, but they didn't have to wait long before another group of people came from a distance, carrying boxes of goods. In the lead was a girl in a black outfit. Her face was exquisite, and her eyes gleamed like black gems. Are you the lord of this place? No, but the boss has entrusted me with full authority to handle this. We have lots of goods here, it just depends on how much sincerity you can show. Sophia, the black crow, was in charge of this matter, with Daisy, the white fox, assisting. The boss of Flying Wing Caravan opened a bag of jade crystal rice. The grains were full and round, like crystals, which were among the best he had ever seen. This territory had something to offer. He said, the quality is just passable, and I can only offer a price of 0.28 soul sands per pound. 0.28? If you are so insincere, then you can leave. Sophia scoffed. The market price for this type of jade crystal rice is at least 1.26 soul sands per pound. Isn't that difference a bit too much? Young people, you should understand how hard it is to be a cross-wilderness merchant. Besides, without us buying, your jade crystal rice would either rot in the territory or you would have to pay a high trans-dimensional fee for transportation. Everyone knows that it isn't worth it to transport bulk goods across dimensions. If you sell to us, at least you can make some profit. He squinted his eyes. However, the young woman in the black outfit remained expressionless, making a gesture of, as you wish. You have no idea how dangerous it is out there in the wilderness. Without sufficient power, you can't even take a step. Power? Is this enough? Sophia snapped her fingers, and numerous black crows began to circle around her, exuding an immense pressure. This was the pressure of an elite level 7 warrior with an excellent 1-star rank. The convoy leader was speechless. The young female player seemed to be even more powerful than him. It seemed that trying to buy the goods at a low price wouldn't work. The convoy leader and Sophia, along with Daisy, argued for a while, and in the end, thinking that they had come all the way here, they ended up purchasing a batch of jade crystal rice and some supply items. Wait, they were about to return home, so why buy supply items? On the return journey, the leader of the caravan couldn't help but wonder. The others were somewhat envious of the status of the Lord players. No need to be envious. Do you really think Lord players can just casually hire veteran players? Not a chance. The convoy leader said, either the Lord here has some big backers, or he has already been hollowed out by the investment conglomerate, and I'm more inclined to the latter. After all, the female Black Crow player was too impressive. Someone as outstanding as her wouldn't serve under a newbie player. But boss, I'm more inclined to the former. Go ahead and tell me why. I saw a fluffy foxtail attached to another seemingly strong female player. Would a player who hollowed out a lord normally accessorize with such an item? The convoy leader pondered. The convoy leader fell silent. The convoy leader couldn't help but show a grimace as if he had tasted a lemon. The lord of this place really knows how to play. Lord Shepherd wasn't aware he was about to be brought into disrepute. He merely watched the departure of the merchant group called Flying Wing until they vanished deep into the wilderness. Then he sent his camera falcon to continue its surveillance. It seems there's no issue letting Sophia and Daisy pretend to be players and communicate with other players, he thought. That is one of the advantages of having witches on the team. In fact, Sophia is the most suitable person to be put forward since the other witches have one or several additional distinctive features. Daisy has a fluffy fox tail, Lian Yu has a wolf tail, while Irene has a pair of deer antlers on her head. Only Sophia, when in human form, doesn't have any external distinguishing features, except for some quirks in her speech, which she can control. Even Isloa has certain distinct features, albeit hidden beneath her clothing. Their negotiation skills seem to be in order, too, he thought. Mu Yuan considered. The deal he just made with the Flying Wing merchant team was also an examination for Sophia and Daisy. He didn't have high expectations, he wasn't asking for exceptional results, but they at least had to perform above average and not be easily misled. So far, Sophia and Daisy seem to have done well. Daisy has a special talent that can subtly influence others, giving her a negotiation advantage. Charm will. Description. This talent increases Daisy's affability and reduces others' hostility and resistance towards her. This talent passively takes effect, and deliberately triggering it can greatly enhance its effect and weaken the target's will. Daisy actively triggering her talent would be a blatant move and therefore easily detectable. But without active use, its influence is imperceptible and can't even be called an influence. It's like how handsome and beautiful people tend to be treated more favorably. Daisy is simply further leveraging this treatment on top of her inherent advantage. With this in mind, the nearly fully prepared merchant team could make an attempt at more distant travels. The next day, the Tianyuan trade delegation, temporarily named Guangyuan, meaning prosperous wealth, set off. Their destination, Shilling Town, had already been confirmed. The key personnel included Sophia, Daisy, Lulu, and Miss Duo. Lulu, as the head of the security team, brought along a group of elite guards, some of whom had even awakened a sense of self-awareness. Naturally, they were quite naive and mainly responsible for fighting and maintaining morale. The burden of interacting with others fell on Sophia and Daisy. Even so, as this was their first time in these roles, the Great Lord remained concerned. He planned to remotely control Sophia and Daisy throughout the journey. Duo Lai was deployed to serve as the communication antenna and base station. Mr. Mu's spiritual link talent had expanded its effective range to several hundred kilometers along with his raised level and spiritual strength. While still within the Tianyuan territory, he could remotely control Sophia located in Shilling Town. However, this would be a one-on-one interaction and rather taxing. In addition, Duo Lai also served as an auxiliary transport. The reason she was only a backup was because the merchant team had to have their own transport resources in order to keep business running, instead of relying on General Duo Lai for long-distance transportation, even though Duo Lai's dimensional pocket was spacious, far beyond the storage capacity of regular space equipment, and quite convenient for carrying goods. The merchant team must have their own mode of transport. In the inner circle of the Tai-Zan Alliance, wagons and various other transport vehicles could be used on flat roads. But they were not suitable for fringe territories, especially those nestled in forests and mountains. The mode of transport must be able to cross mountains and hills. The Flying Wing merchant team used rock beasts, which were large, endurance strong, and had a large carrying capacity. Their disadvantage was that they were somewhat cumbersome and slow-moving. Rock beasts are one of the most commonly used transport animals in merchant teams. Some larger and top-tier trading houses might even possess their own unique transport animals or transport puppets. The conditions in Tianyuan were somewhat limited. They could specifically purchase types of transport troops like rock beasts and then train them, but it would be quite wasteful in terms of expenditure and energy. Thus, Mu Yuan used the resources at hand. From the existing idle troops that did nothing apart from eating all day, a suitable transport beast was selected. Yes, it was the Slimes. Duo Lai, are the Slimes transport training okay? Of course, GUG, when Benduo is in charge. How could there be a problem, GUG? Duo Lai banged her chest confidently. While she often came up short, She showed talent way beyond her learning ability when it came to instructing her own kind. After all, Duo Lai once held the title of Transport Squadron Captain. It's precisely because Duo Lai was skilled at transporting goods even before she evolved that Mu Yuan conceived the idea of letting the slimes transport goods. Not far away, halberd guards and big halberdiers, with intelligence and the help of civilian aides, transported several boxes of packed goods. The boxes were wrapped with some anti-corrosive materials. Of course, their resistance wasn't very strong since the cost had to be considered. Mu Yuan picked up a box with one hand and came to a slime that was faintly gold, large, and from a distance looked like a pile of golden manure. He rubbed its soft belly and said, "Come, swallow this box of goods. Remember, don't eat it." Gug, the golden slime's big eyes flickered, its body slightly rocked forward, as if indicating it understood. It advanced slowly, swallowed the box measuring 1 meter in all dimensions into its body like a mass of condensed liquid. The whole process wasn't fast, it didn't own the skill, condensing liquid shaping, after all. But because they possessed decent wisdom, they knew how to use their condensed liquid-like body. After about 10 or so seconds, the box was ingested into the golden slime's body and seemed to solidify inside. No matter how the golden slime wobbled, the box wasn't likely to fall out. Moreover, the golden slime even demonstrated a leap on the spot. Leaping high, when it landed, its body continued to jiggle like a large belly while the goods inside remained undamaged. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? This is all thanks to my teachings, Duo Lai puffed out her chest. Mu Yuan ruffled its hair. Yes, very impressive. It indeed achieved the goal he set. Considering the size of the golden slimes, stuffing a box into 4 out of 6 of them wouldn't make them too bloated, and it won't affect their mobility after stuffing them. Although the slimes move slowly by crawling and rubbing, they are swift if they resort to bouncing, which makes it easy for them to leap around in the mountains and forests. Since this was their first time, Mu Yuan only planned to test it on a small scale. The caravan was also small in scale, only bringing along 6 golden transport slimes, along with 10 royal guards, 10 big halberdiers, 10 god archers, and their usual tool, the camera falcon. That's it. The guards all wore standardized equipment with unified identifiers, and he also specially made uniform, small capes, for the golden slimes, engraved with the Guangyuan Business Association's logo. Furthermore, he provided portable tents, daily necessities, tools, and so forth for key personnel like Lulu, Sophia, Daisy, and Duo Lai. Lord Shepherd was very meticulous, but since it was their first time and he lacked experience, he had to prepare everything he could think of. Isn't it a bit too much? Isloa watched tools pouring in from space and broke into a sweat. Sophia and Daisy felt the same, however, they were deeply touched. With a lord like this, what were the sisters waiting for? Rush forward. Cheers for Lord. We've got Duo Lai's storage bag for this trip. The more we can take with it, the better. We will learn from our trial and error. Understood. Isloa thought it made sense. Indeed, this was a man Mars General had referred to as Father Steadfast. Mu Yuan looked at Sophia, Daisy, Lulu, and Duo Lai. Well, forget Duo Lai. He turned to the first 3 and said, "The primary objective for this trip is not just to sell goods, but to familiarize yourselves with the outside environment, and secondly, to understand the local market in Shilling Town." Mu Yuan was also curious about the real Lord's city out there. The official cities are usually the most prosperous and most constructed in the Lord's domain. However, he had never seen it before, and the few pictures he found on the internet were too one-sided. Understood, servant. Half an hour later, at the southern exit of the Tianyuan territory. The fearless general, Lulu, dressed in black treasure armor and holding the shield of the Earth Rock in one hand while a black spear hung from his back. Standing more than 2 meters tall, his mere presence was enough to project an indescribable oppressive power. Guarding, marching, and commanding soldiers were Lulu's responsibilities. Witch-type talents, like Sophia and others, knew more comprehensive knowledge. But Lulu, a soldier by profession, also had his advantages. Their fighting intuition and acuity were deeply ingrained in them. This was a soldier, with his main duty being combat. Without external factors, a player would never beat an equally ranked soldier of the same skill level with emerging intelligence. Even though Sophia is 6 levels higher than Lulu, her chances of winning in a fight against him are probably less than 20%. Of course, their professions were different. Suddenly, the caravan started long journey. Mu Yuan, acting like a worrying mother, gave them numerous reminders. Seeing Isloa covering her mouth to hide her laughter, and Duo Lai's head drooping as though she had already fallen asleep, he finally bid them farewell with a wave and a heavy heart. Before long, the caravan disappeared from sight. Pop, 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 in the rugged forests, one golden ball after another maintained a synchronized rhythm. You leap, I leap. They leapt over streams and over hills. The rest of the guards also leapt agilely through the forest, their speed much faster than yesterday's flying wing caravan. After all, the slime transport workers were flexible and had already entered the professional stage. Sophia and Daisy, both elite level, moved through the forest as though they were walking on flat ground. As they walked, they examined the information given by their lord while discussing with each other. They wouldn't waste a single moment. Lulu, on the other hand, remained serious, his gaze moving inch by inch over their surroundings. Even though there were no signs of any monsters at the moment, he didn't let his guard down in the slightest. That was his attitude. Duo Lai looked left and right, feeling like it was somewhat redundant. It was only when the caravan had traveled more than 100 kilometers and Lulu ordered a temporary stop to rest that Duo Lai came out of her daze and began her performance as Chef Duo Lai. After they had eaten and rested, the caravan set off once again. According to estimates, the journey from the Tianyuan territory to the distant Shilling town will take more than half a day. Since this was their first trip and they were unfamiliar with the route, they might end up taking even longer. After covering 100 miles, despite heading south towards the civilized regions, the environment gradually became more dangerous. With the help of the scouting and alerts from the Storm Falcon, Lulu managed to circumvent several monster encampments. However, while conspicuous monster camps could be avoided, groups of monsters lurking in the forests and wandering monsters were challenging to evade. Roar, a giant python, seemingly made entirely of steel and over 20 meters long, bolted out from the forest, toppling countless trees along the way. It rose to its full height, casting a huge shadow as its metallic body glistened in the sunlight. "I'll cook it," said Benduo. Just as he finished his words, he felt Lulu's death stare. Lord has specifically instructed that General Duo Lai should not intervene. Okay. Duo Lai scratched his head, remembering the warning. What did the Lord say exactly? It was something like, the merchant group must reach Shilling town safely and effortlessly with a regular arrangement to qualify for future business. However, this snake seems a bit tricky, doesn't it? Sophia asked. Yesterday, she had taken a quick glance at the Monster Illustrated Handbook, and now she found a matching target. It's the giant steel snake, a rare 2-star monster. Looking at its aura, it's undoubtedly an elite level 1. Wild monsters do not usually hide their aura, and thus, an oppressive force was emanating from this giant steel snake. Sophia nudged Daisy with her elbow. Should we step in? Probably not. General Lu said he would handle the journey to Shilling town. We should conserve our energy for the tasks after arrival unless we meet a formidable enemy. Also, your sister once mentioned that General Lu is very strong, Daisy pondered. If Daisy had to confront this giant snake, she'd be a bit terrified. The giant steel snake seemed to possess slight intelligence. It stared at Lulu, but after nearly 3 seconds, it couldn't resist its inherent instinct and launched its attack with a roar. It appeared like a thick pole, falling heavily, but it stalled halfway. Lulu, in his black armor, rose up with tiny bits of golden light. With a single hand, he managed to hold up the head of the falling snake. Even though the ground beneath him cracked open, his figure remained unwavering. By the name of Fearless, Lulu muttered under his breath, grabbing the earth shield with his left hand as if it were a lightweight plank, and swatted the snake's head powerfully. In the resounding bang, the giant steel snake was thrown up high, and Lulu appeared in front of its head, pierced its massive eye with a black heavy spear. Boom! About 10 seconds later, the giant steel snake stopped struggling altogether, extracting soul sand and remnant soul. Without uttering a word, Lulu wiped his favorite weapon and ordered to set off again. Sophia and Daisy, in a daze, followed him. They couldn't help but crouch when they passed by the giant snake, poking its hardened body, which was as hard as a rock. Is it over? It's over. Duolai stepped forward, found the only thing he could do, collect the soul sand, remnant soul, and the gigantic serpent's body, then resumed the monotonous journey. Since the process lacked any thrills, General Duolai started to ponder upon his skills and artistic conception. He remembered that he almost lost to Isloa the last time. If the Lord gave Isloa more advantages, wouldn't his defeat be certain? No way, absolutely not. He, General Duolai, must uphold the dignity of his elders. While Duolai followed the group levitating, his chubby face turned serious, pondering upon his ideas. In midair, the camera falcon was delivering highlights of their journey to Muyuan. Occasionally, the camera falcon was attacked too and had to quickly descend to seek reinforcements. Traveling through the wilderness is indeed not easy, especially for a large merchant group that's an easy target, Muyuan thought to himself. His family's slime transport workers managed to scoot quite swiftly in the face of danger. But the commonly seen rock beast transport workers, with their sluggish movements, couldn't even escape. Of course, encountering a strong wandering monster like the giant steel snake was an infrequent event. However, what the merchants need to be prepared for are these rare incidents. If they couldn't handle this one encounter while making 20 trips, their earnings from previous ventures would make up for the losses. No wonder the new lords could only sell their local specialties at low prices to the passing merchant groups. The Guangyuan merchant group resumed the journey, without encountering any formidable enemies like the giant steel snake. Still, they faced a succession of relatively powerful monster swarms. The most troublesome encounter was when a group of camp-level goblins targeted them. This group of goblins clung to them for a long time, harassing them continuously without launching a direct attack, being as nauseating as cockroaches. Eventually, Lulu hatched a plan and led a group of elite guards to defeat the core power of the goblins. They finally got rid of these monsters. As he stroked his chin, Muyuan thought, this also highlights a problem. When Lulu leaves, the guard team is left without a leader. Duolai and Sophia can indeed command, but the guard team still needs a deputy commander. The problem was not a big deal. Nowadays, more and more territory elites were awakening their self-consciousness. It was not difficult for Dead Bone and Lulu to devote more effort into cultivating them and picking out a few with some command abilities. Muyuan did not intervene in the whole process, nor was he always peeking. He was busy with his own affairs, and didn't have time to keep an eye on this all the time. After the caravan left the territory, the earlier part of the journey was calm and the middle part was fraught with danger. However, after they had been walking for 7 or 8 hours, the frequency of monster attacks they encountered started to decrease significantly. The caravan still maintained roughly the same formation. The Imperial Guards and the Halberd Guards were spread out in the periphery, the archers with their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, and in the center were Sophia and another individual, a bouncing slime, and Duolai. We probably still have about 100 kilometers to go. At this point, they occasionally encountered teams of players venturing out. From a distance, Lulu even saw 2 teams of players clashing, apparently fighting over some treasure. Sometimes, players were more dangerous than monsters. Lulu avoided them whenever possible, deeply understanding the way of Dead Bone. As the distance to Shilling Town drew nearer, the forest gradually thinned, and a small path formed by pedestrians trudging over time appeared in the woods. Every once in a while, they could see signs marked, Shilling Town. 15 kilometers to Shilling Town, 5 kilometers to Shilling Town. At this point, the journey became much easier. Soon, the silhouette of Shilling Town loomed in the distance. Sophia halted her steps, her mouth slightly opened. Is this Shilling Town? Lord said that Shilling Town was quite prosperous, but this is too exaggerated. The first thing that caught their eye was the town's city wall. The brown wall, standing more than 10 meters high on the ground, seemed like a gigantic dragon. Numerous arrow towers stood on this majestic wall. Roughly every 100 meters, there were massive, fierce black cannons. The dark barrels facing the outside world were extremely large, big enough to fit Sophia inside. She opened her mouth in astonishment. What kind of weapon is this? She was born into nobility and had seen quite a few things, but she had never seen such powerful and domineering defensive weapons in the Eagle Kingdom. It felt that with these cannons, the defensive power of Shilling Town would be stronger than that of the Eagle Kingdom in her time. It's quite normal. From inside her head came the steady voice of the Lord, which calmed her fluctuating emotions. Yes, she is now representing Tianyuan territory and she mustn't act startled. But Great Lord Shepherd was quite surprised. Despite its name, town, Shilling Town was incredibly impressive. He had a clearer view than Sophia and the others through the battle falcon. Within the city, there were numerous buildings standing in great numbers. The traffic on the roads was very busy. By preliminary estimates, Shilling Town was home to tens of thousands of people, including not only players, but also a great many native residents. There were native territories of Shilling Town, foreigner native merchants groups, mercenary corps, and even travelers. In fact, the concepts of players and native residents only existed in areas like Tai Zan Alliance and Shen Yao Empire. Like the Yongxing Empire and the Shen Mu dynasty, they were also national camps founded by the Chosen Ones, fully integrated into the eternal world, without the concept of the Chosen Ones, only the difference between nobility and commoners. In Tai Zan Alliance, many senior players had almost settled down here starting families. Even for native residents, who could clearly state whether their ancestors were from the Chosen Ones. Just like Master Li. As for the weapons and defense capabilities, this place is, after all, the forefront of the Tai Zan Alliance's defense line. It used to be the front-line fortress against monster waves in the past. Therefore, it's quite normal to have such a configuration. Moreover, there are many hidden trump cards in the city that you can't see. Mu Yuan was explaining to Sophia and the others. Although he could understand such configuration, he still couldn't help but admire. Living in such a territory would give a sense of security. He wondered when his Tianyuan territory could reach such a level. Sophia was no longer surprised or envious. No matter how prosperous Shilling Town was, it was still someone else's territory. Tianyuan territory was their true home. As long as they worked hard enough, she believed that Lord would definitely be able to build all these in the future. It was time to get to work. Let's go. Sophia's eyes burned with fiery determination. Now that we're here, it's up to us. We can't disappoint the Lord. She tied her long black hair, which usually fell to her hips, into a bun and was wearing a cyan robe. Despite being pretty plain, she radiated an extraordinary aura from all aspects. She was from a major noble family, well educated in various etiquettes. She was quite prepared. Daisy's attire was more casual. She wore a loose cloak over her clothes, which hid her fluffy, large white tail that grew from her tailbone. Upon arriving here, the command of the caravan was handed over to Sophia. She steeled herself and headed towards the bustling north city gate of Shilling Town in the distance. The city gate of Shilling Town is majestic. When fully opened, even large-type soldiers like giants could easily walk through. On either side of the city gate stood a dozen well-equipped city defense soldiers. Among them were yet unawakened troops and Shilling Town citizens who had reached a not insignificant level of power through job changing. There were also 2 players dressed in flamboyant silver armor, styled as military officers. Shilling Town welcomes all visitors. Fighting is prohibited within the town. Violators will be warned and serious offenders will be arrested on the spot. Some notices were hung high at the city gate, written in both Xuanwen and the common language of Eternal World. Players coming in and out of the city were not restricted, only a small number of excessively large creatures were prohibited from entering. When Sophia and her group walked by, the large golden slime attracted some attention, but not much. The city defense soldiers glanced at it and then turned their attention away. Here, a golden slime isn't considered special. However, using a golden slime as a mode of transportation did seem novel to some. Could slimes really be utilized in such a way? Some players planned to try it out when they got home. They couldn't buy golden slimes, but the size of a common 3-star big slime was not much smaller than a golden slime. They thought it seemed feasible. After entering Shilling Town, everything around them was very novel for all of them. Skeleton generals, bipedal flying dragons, royal griffins, spring spirits, and other eye-catching and rare troops were not seen everywhere, but could be encountered frequently. There were also players hawking their wares, or shouting about things. Sophia could understand their language, but she didn't understand what they were saying. Take a look, freshly picked small lantern grass. Exploration group forming for the ghost forest to the southwest, currently 3 members, need 1 more. A sister with a nun troop, or someone who can heal, big-chested men also welcome. Newbie, 3 dimensions XXX, able to wear sexy silk clothing, are there any brothers to take me? Witch's Heritage Stone. Witch's Heritage Stone. Only 1 available. Interested brothers, make your offer now. A witch? Sophia quickly zeroed in on the keyword. But she didn't quite understand why a group of male players gathered around the cellar and let out creepy laughters that gave one goosebumps. Sophia walked around them silently, and asked in Spirit Link. Well, about that question. Lord Shepherd paused. You'll understand later. The truth may be quite uncomfortable. And what about sexy silk clothing? Good question. Sophia seemed to have caught the duo lie syndrome, and was extremely curious. After all, everything here was completely different from the Eagle Kingdom of her earlier days. Of course, while her inner curiosity and astonishment were revealed in the spirit channel, she maintained a calm facade, her eyes only occasionally darting around. She looked just like a wealthy new lord, visiting Shilling Town for the first time. Respected Lady Lord, is there anything you need help with? I've been in Shilling Town for over a year, I'm quite familiar with everything here. A scholarly young man, wearing black-framed glasses, approached her. He was wearing gold silk treasure clothes from Du Shu Clothing and had a pricey-looking wristwatch. There were also several well-equipped halberd guards and strong shooters following him. He was clearly a seasoned player doing well for himself. He wanted to get acquainted and make friends with the newcomer lord. If he could latch onto such a beautiful and wealthy newbie lady, it would save him decades of hard effort. After all, the end goal of an ordinary ranger player is just the starting point for lord players. Sophia frowned. She was very sensitive to gazes and she wasn't very friendly. However, considering that she had a mission on her hands, she said coldly, "You've misunderstood. I'm not some lord. I'm just here on assigned tasks from my boss." Daisy said with a smile, "She's right. These are all tasks assigned by the boss, we don't have the time to deal with outsiders." They walked past the young man, heading straight for the bustling center of the town. The bespectacled young man wanted to go after them to say something, but he was blocked by Lulu in black armor. Lulu's towering figure cast a formidable shadow and the young man backed off with an awkward smile. The boss's task? How could that be possible? Players can't see any information about other players or their troops, only physical appearances can be gauged. In the young man's eyes, Sophia's demeanor was elegant and her speech was refined, clearly the result of high-class education. Such a wealthy lady could not be working for someone else. He thought it must be a poor disguise. On the other hand, the other lady with fabulous looks and a tall, well-built man in black armor could indeed be employed players of the rich young lady. The young man adjusted his glasses, the lenses glittering with wisdom. Sophia and Daisy walked into the town. It didn't take long before they saw the most conspicuous landmark in Shilling Town, the Players Association. The huge doors of the cube-like association building were wide open, with countless players going in and out. Through the giant windows of the hall, Sophia could see the constantly updated task information being displayed inside. Receiving and issuing tasks were the main functions of the Eternal World Association. Around the Players Association, several shop buildings stood, their signboards flashing with eye-catching fonts. Du Shu Clothing, Beiqi Pharmacy, Beiqi Purchase Lane, the Big Bird Bar. Murmuring to herself, Sophia sent the information about this place back to the Lord, then headed under his guidance to the office where they would be renting their accommodation. Mu Yuan had naturally done his research. He had a plan ready for where they should go and what they should do once they arrived in Shilling Town. Consequently, he remotely controlled and instructed Sophia from hundreds of miles away. Rounded up, it was as if he had personally visited Shilling Town. The day was getting late, and the merchant group needed to stay overnight in Shilling Town and carry out some preliminary investigations. Soon, Sophia finished the paperwork for renting the accommodation. Small temporary residence. 1.5 soul crystals per day. So expensive. Sophia, a poor employee from Tianyuan territory, rather than a rich lady, almost cursed aloud in shock, even though she had been prepared for the high price. How much could they earn from a single trading trip? Mu Yuan also found it expensive, but there was no room for negotiation regarding the rental of temporary residences. Shilling Town was indifferent to outsiders. They could take it or leave it. If you considered it as divided among the 30-some persons of the merchant group, perhaps it didn't seem so pricey. Was that a joke? There was another option to save money: setting up camp outside the town. The area around Shilling Town was relatively safe. Given the strength of people like Lulu, they wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks. However, Boss Mu wouldn't be stingy to that extent. He had provided Sophia and the others with a budget. Even Duo Lai had received a small amount of pocket money. Not much, but Mu Yuan remembered clearly how, in the trial space, Miss Duo would spend money as soon as she had it. After renting their lodgings, the average soldiers stayed there to rest and guard the goods. Sophia and Daisy, on the other hand, went out to begin their duties. Mu Yuan also instructed Lulu and Duo Lai to leave and observe the situation in Shilling Town. Night gradually descended. Shilling Town became busier at night, as squads of players returning from their hunting trips sold the materials and valuable monster carcasses they had collected and began their excessive spending. The Big Bird Bar was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The entire town appeared to never sleep, with neon lights flashing outside the shops. Sophia spent the whole night surveying the town without sleeping. Under the remote control of Mu Yuan, Daisy went to the big market in the town and bought batch after batch of remnant souls. The prices were much cheaper than buying on Langsing, and there were large quantities of various types of remnant souls. We need to establish a permanent base in Shilling Town, but the rent is also an enormous expense. The town is really good at making money. When could Tianyuan territory earn money just like Shilling Town, without lifting a finger? Blast it, soon, under the remote control of the Lord, Daisy, swishing her foxtail, bought batch after batch of supplies in Shilling Town. This fluffy-tailed witch was indeed better at bargaining than Mu Yuan, and saved a lot of soul sand. The jade crystal rice and snake scale fruits brought by the merchant group were sold to Bei Chi Purchase Lane at standard prices. There was no room for negotiation here either. The quantity of their goods was too small for a large merchant like Bei Chi Purchase Lane. Compared with before, Tianyuan territory was still too small in scale. Despite having General Deadbone and General Duo Lai, they could at best be considered two epic infants. The initial goal was achieved, and Guangyuan Merchant Group began packing up for the return journey. At the same time, several miles away from the town, a young man entered a hidden cottage deep in the forest. The young man, who had flirted with Sophia the previous day, had removed his glasses. The seemingly gentle eyes concealed hints of violence. The man licked his lips and said, "Boss, I've observed it. They are definitely a fat sheep. She tries her best to hide, but can't cover up their newbie naivete and curiosity. Not to mention their use of a golden slime as a transport vehicle. How is this different from openly declaring, 'There are 300 taels of silver here'? Ridiculous. We'll rob their goods and kidnap this rich lady lord to seize her territory. After finishing this job, we'll be rich." The young man's eyes were filled with burning desire. And that's not all. The rich lady was elegant, with a delicate face like a porcelain doll. The other woman was also a fine specimen. Her phoenix eyes hinted at a flirtatious temperament. Her figure, hidden under a large cloak, must be beautiful. At this thought, the desire in the young man's heart increased. The eyes of the other wanted players were also full of heat as they licked their lips. Riches and beauties, a target like this is hard to come by even in 10 years. Yeah, boss, there must be all kinds of treasures in the newbie's territory. One job like this is worth 10 normal ones. Newbies are so naive, thinking they can start trading just because they have a little strength. Let's show this rich lady the reality of the world. Hey, I remember that woman from half a year ago. Her screams were so erotic. He. North of Shilling Town, as usual, the unimpressive Guanyuan merchant group exited the North City Gate and headed north along a dirt road littered with rubble, wheel tracks, and paw prints. The slimes bounced along, their bodies encapsulating various goods. Leader Lu Six walked at the very front, his gaze frequently sweeping the surroundings. After a certain distance, they turned off the dirt road and entered a rugged, primitive forest. The area gradually quietened down, with only the sounds of their swift strides, the hopping of the slimes, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Half an hour had passed without encountering any player squads. Nevertheless, Lu Six furrowed his brows and scanned the area behind them. The trees were lush and sturdy, the occasional sunlight filtered through, casting dappled shadows below. Every once in a while, ordinary birds and beasts could be seen flitting through the woods. This scene was quite ordinary. General Lu, do you also feel as if we're being watched? Sophia asked. Lu Six nodded. Possibly, we might have attracted someone's attention when we were in Shilling Town. He summoned a storm falcon, which soared into the sky, but everything was obscured by the dense trees. Even with the falcon's sharp gaze scanning around, it was difficult to detect any anomalies. So, Lu Six continued onwards. Another 10 minutes passed when he raised his right hand in a gesture for everyone to halt and be on guard. They're here. Leaves and bushes began to rustle, revealing the fangs of numerous ambush soldiers who had been lurking. It's goblins. Sophia recognized these repulsive green creatures at a glance. Big goblins burst out from the bushes, while small goblin spearmen hid in the trees, hurling spear after spear. Each sharp and powerful steel spear brimming with energy. These green-skinned goblins were different from the ones they'd encountered halfway through their previous journey. All of them were equipped with weapons created by humans. Controlled by players hidden within the woods. Form a line, shield wall. Lu Six commanded. 10 members of the Royal Guard immediately formed a circle, raising their sturdy, +3 shields. As they channeled their power into the shields, they easily deflected the thrown spears. The spears could only scrape the surface, not even a big goblin's iron fist, clad in sharp claws, could do more than make the shields shudder slightly. The big goblin froze. The player controlling him froze. This wasn't going according to the plan. From the surrounding bushes, other types of troops jumped out, including savage giant wolves, ugly jackal men, and zombies covered in death stains. As soon as they appeared, they were met with a barrage of arrows. Triple shot. Triple shot. Without using charging arrows, the god archers could effortlessly pierce through the armor of the jackal men and zombies, straight through their hearts or skulls. Also making short work of the professional-level spearmen hiding in the trees, who had just thrown a round of steel spears. At the same time, an opening in the shield wall revealed a sharp and heavy long halberd piercing out, blasting the neck of a big goblin into pieces. Screams echoed from everywhere. Several players hidden 100 meters away, who had been silently directing the ambush, froze. My goblin. A few seconds later, a player snapped out from his stupor, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His comrades were startled. You idiot. Before the words fully fell, Lu Six, like a bulldozer, crashed through a number of big trees. The big halberdiers followed closely. The ambushing party still had a few trump cards up their sleeves, but under the combined assault of the big halberdiers and the dominant combat power of Lu Six, they fell within 20 seconds. Lu Six frowned. Too weak. To be precise, they were pushovers. Thinking that they could dare to cross them, did they appear to be easy targets? Sophia was puzzled by this. She didn't understand. The most important thing was, she still felt the lingering sensation of being observed from deep within the forest. Could there be more bandits? Found you? Lu Six, the sturdy man with big eyebrows and large eyes, learned to utilize tactics early on. While he was encircling the bandit players, his field of vision was already shared with the Storm Falcon. The skill of the Camera Falcon could also be shared with other units, but with distance limitations, and it wasn't as convenient. At this moment, Lu Six noticed an unusual area hundreds of meters away. Following the principle of better safe than sorry, he used the Lord's spiritual link channel to command the battle falcon hidden in the canopy. The very next moment, the gathered winds condensed into a violent tornado and blasted towards the unusual spot. Boom! Countless leaves and branches were blown into the air, then shredded into fragments by the violent winds. Even the sturdy tree trunks were whittled down by the wind, resembling blades, and collapsed loudly. Amid the smoke and dust, several figures gradually emerged. Despite the wind and flying debris, their collars weren't ruffled in the slightest. We've been discovered. Well, the little lamb has some skills, huh? Or maybe it's that these pawns are just too useless. Among the group, a young man chuckled while adjusting his glasses, still exuding a confident demeanor despite their hiding place being exposed. After all, they never intended to rely on surprise attacks. With their strength, there was no need to ambush a naive young female leader. The youth only wanted to have a bit more fun. He wanted to see the ups and downs of the female leader's expressions, from panic to calm, then to despair. Among the several bandit players, someone recognized the young man. "It's you, weren't you the one who gave me information about a ripe target?" Lightning flashed in his mind, and everything became clear at that moment. But before he could vent his futile rage, he saw the figure standing next to the young man. In an instant, it was as if he had been doused with ice water, his body going cold all over. The big hand Scar, with a bounty of 40W soul sand. "So you are?" He turned to the young man, "Bamian Shushung with a bounty of 32W? Here, the currency for bounty is soul sand, not Zon country coin or starlight coin. The value of soul sand is known to all. 40W soul sand is equivalent to 400 soul crystals. How much does a rare 1-star remnant soul cost?" The market suggested prices 2 to 5 soul crystals. Of course, the suggested price is one thing, and you would usually need to pay a hefty premium to purchase rare remnant souls. But even so, this bounty could still buy dozens of rare remnant souls or fully develop more than 10 rare troops. However, this also indicates how frightening Big Hand Scar and Bamian Shushung are. Unlike these bandits, they are the real tough guys. Only such tough guys can repeatedly commit crimes and remain at large, forcing the Players Association to offer bounties. If you encounter such ruthless players with hundreds of thousands worth of soul sand bounties in the wilderness, there is no room to escape. The player grieved, but in a sudden realization, he was now a bandit too. Almost a bandit killed in action. With the appearance of Big Hand Scar and Bamian Shushung, this was an opportunity for him. He scrambled and ran towards Bamian Shushung. Boss, save me, I've always looked up to you as powerful." The rich girl was probably also wary, as the strong man didn't chase after her. Yes, who wouldn't be afraid of such ruthless characters? Now the tables had turned and the one who really needed to worry was this female leader. Plop! The player suddenly stopped, looked down at the dagger pierced through his chest, then up at Bamian Shushung who had just thrown the knife. His lips moved, but before he could say anything, he collapsed. "Next, it's your turn, my dearest little sheep. How is it, surprised or not?" Sophia pursed her lips. She felt that she was not alert enough, not smart enough, not steady enough, and that's why she was targeted by these villains. She had let the Lord down. Only by killing all of these villains could she make up for her mistake. Meanwhile, Duo Lai, who had been ignored, stared intently at the scarred man and the man in glasses in the distance, his fingers constantly gesturing and his forehead slowly breaking into a sweat. Seeing their frightened appearance, the young man laughed even more heartily. "Don't be afraid, we're very gentle, usually survivable for about 3 days in our hands." Before he could finish the word, days, he pounced like the wind. Along with him, several other wanted players also attacked. They had a small force, even the halberd guards. Strong shooters were just there to scare and trick newcomers. Bamian Shushung, pretending to be a caring older brother, had fooled girl players, or even female leaders, not less than 8 out of 10 times. If they didn't fall for it, then violence it was. All of their violence was concentrated on themselves, a choice that most wanted players would make. The young man and the others had all inherited the positions of rare 2- or 3-star professions, and their skills were highly advanced. Step. Crash. Within just a few moves, Bamiyan Shushung knocked over 3 halberdiers blocking the way. Due to the previous battles and chases, the positions of the royal guards and shooters were scattered. Bamiyan Shushung dodged and leapt, directly pouncing on the core of the team, his blade aiming for the rich girl. Newbies, always so naive. Boom, a dull noise came from behind, still accompanied by a scream. But the scream sounded familiar. It's Ma Zi. He glanced back to see the burly man in black armor leading the trade caravan. Even outnumbered, he broke through their player within a few moves, sending him flying and crashing into countless trees. A powerful man indeed. However, he wasn't surprised, as it was usual for a rich leader like the girl to hire 1 or 2 powerful guards when traveling. Bamiyan Shushung ignored the scream of his comrade and directly attacked the other powerful guards standing in front of the rich girl. His blade whirled like a dancer, beautiful yet deadly. This was the ability of the rare 3-star profession, Night Blade Dancer. With his unique understanding and technique, he was almost invincible among his peers. His blade is weaving a wide net, causing the female player with the face of a vermilion phoenix to retreat continuously. PSSHT. The sharp blade slid over the female player's cloak, tearing the weak defensive coat into pieces, revealing the deep blue dress inside. The dress outlining her slim figure perfectly, but what's with the white foxtail extending from behind her dress? Swinging with the fight, the scholar's eyes widened. He had always thought they were quite skilled, but it seemed they still had to lag behind the 2 female players in front of him. No wonder why the woman with the eyes of a vermilion phoenix was a bit sluggish in the fight. Could she not be sluggish? No, it's just that the little girl isn't good at fighting. After fighting for a while, Daisy had to admit that she was not good enough. She had to resort to her ultimate move, Sophia, save me. The black crow danced high, circling in the dense forest, diving down from all directions, leaving traces of shadows on the earth and space in front. Bamiyan Shushung was forced to retreat, his eyes wide open, looking at the wealthy young girl who just made her move. No, something wasn't right. According to his assumptions, the wealthy young girl was just a new lord. How could she have such strong power? A sentence vaguely flashed through his mind. I am just carrying out the boss's task. Boss? Who is the boss? But he no longer had time to contemplate, as he met the gaze of the delicate and flawless girl. What he saw in her eyes was not naivety or innocence, but coldness, ruthlessness, indifference, and brutality. Brutality beyond his own. Ah! Bamiyan Shushung screamed, his hands suddenly igniting into a blazing black flame. Not hot but cold, the black flame that burned everything, was spreading up his arm. The energy infused in his hands couldn't stop the spread of the flames, even became the nourishment of the strange black flames. Pa! His 2 arms fell to the ground, burning in the black flames, and turned into ashes in a blink. The scholar who broke his arms turned around and fled without hesitation, running away by bounding through the shadows, covering hundreds of meters in a moment, and still kept on leaping, kept on fleeing. He seemed to have gotten away. Ha, ha! He was panting, with the joy of a narrow escape. However, the surroundings suddenly darken, the forest rustles, the cause echoing in the woods. Surprised, delighted, unexpected, the pleasant but death-heralding voice echoed. The black flames ignited again, this time starting from his left foot. The black flames couldn't be extinguished. PSSHT. The young man bit the short blade in his mouth, fiercely cut off his own left foot, and he couldn't maintain his balance and fell down. But the next moment, the black flames ignited from his right foot, and kept spreading. He had to cut it off again. Bloody angst. The fear of death was like a tide, rushing from all directions. In such a calm, the fear lasted for a dozen seconds. The girl, surrounded by the crows, walked out slowly from the depths of the forest. Her face was delicate, her demeanor was elegant, like a princess walking out of the palace, but her whole body was filled with ruthlessness and coldness, like the lord of the black crow that sows death and fear. She pointed her finger. Numerous black crows dove down, tearing and pecking at Bamiyan Shushung. After a while, a skull with wide eyes, filled with endless fear, rolled down. Torturers will be punished as they tortured. Several flying crows picked up the filthy skull. Sophia turned around, her figure disappeared in the crows that circled around. Dead silence, an extreme dead silence envelops these woods, and at this moment, it seems that even breathing is a great sin. Whether it was the robber-like players or the blacklisted criminals who had plundered many times, their eyes bulged round with fear and trepidation. Bamiyan Shushung, with a bounty of 32W soul sand, who had escaped the pursuit of the Tai-Zan Association multiple times and manipulated countless female players, and had already ascended to the peak of the elite level. Lost. Defeated in just one move. That wealthy young lady. No, the girl who commanded the flock of crows. Who exactly is she? Since she is not the Lord, who is the Lord? What kind of new lord could employ and control such a strong person? Their thoughts raced. No, there was no room for them to think. The bandits were killed one by one. The wanted criminals who were with Bamiyan Shushung were fairly elite. All of them were of the elite order, and among them, they were above average. In terms of levels, they were higher than Lulu. In terms of combat power, they couldn't even last a single move against Lulu, and their mob attack was like a disorderly crowd. No matter how large the wolf pack is, it can't shake a giant beast. At this moment, Lulu was like an invincible war god, smashing the ground trembling with each move, crushing the soil, stones, and trees like thin paper. The awakened halberd guard and imperial guard, shouting the name of General Lu. Only General Duo Lai was anxious, constantly mumbling, "Gently, gently, don't break it." It looked around again. The intelligent General Duo Lai had already noticed that one of the enemies had disappeared unknowingly. The most valuable one. Can General Duo Lai launch an attack now? Yes. For the sake of the bounty, Great Lord Shepherd agreed to Miss Duo's request for an attack. After all, the battle power of White Fox Daisy isn't very good, and it would be a bit reluctant for Lulu, such a heavily armored burly man, to chase the enemy. To prevent any accidents, General Duo Lai soared into the sky. Ku. In the dense forest, Scarface, who was burly, robust, and vicious, and who could stop a child from crying just by standing there, was fleeing at high speed. That waste of a scholar. A waste of a target he has chosen. He cursed angrily. Scarface, who had a bounty of 40W soul sand and had escaped from the official chasers and bounty hunters multiple times, ended up falling into the hands of the prey. This is a disgrace. And a nightmare. This caravan is clearly a Tyrannosaurus hiding in sheep's clothing. Scarface ran away. He was a player who preferred to confront his enemies head-on, without the fancy methods of Bamiyan Shushung, and he dared not enter the official towns. But at this moment, he fled like a light bird, leaping in bounding leaps on the not-so-stout branches, making only a faint rustling noise. Suddenly, Scarface paused in his steps. He stood on a branch that was only as thick as his arm. His body, which stood over 2 meters tall and with arms thicker than the average person's thighs, did not break the branch. He squinted his eyes and looked at the figure standing in front of him not far away. It was not the young girl who controlled the flock of crows or the invincible black-armored strongman, but only a plain and harmless-looking young girl with light blue hair swirling slightly. The look in her eyes was particularly intense. There's a third strong player? Well, Scarface, am not wrong to have lost. But, are you sure you want to stop me? The whole robbery was planned by Bamiyan Shushung. If you let me go, you'd just pretend you didn't catch up, you could explain to your boss, and you wouldn't have to fight for your life. How about that? However, the young girl in front of her seemed to have not heard his words, just mumbling something to herself. She was mumbling a number. Her gaze became increasingly intense. As if she was looking at prey on a cutting board. Scarface was furious. Even the association's capture team had never made him suffer such humiliation. But in the next moment, he cooled down again, no longer distorted in appearance, and his eyes calmly stared at Duo Lai in the distance. The reason I withdrew was to avoid unnecessary battles and not want to continue to be eroded, but now, it's you who forced me. Scarface tore off the bandages coiled tightly around his left arm. White fragments flew chaotically around him. It revealed the inside, an unusually large left arm, covered with a series of crimson filaments. The muscles on it pulsed and writhed as if they had a life of their own. Bamiyan Shushung was just a collaborator, a tool to him, a self-deceiving fool. He was not the same. He seemed rough but was actually meticulous. He basically did not make a move unless necessary, so as to mislead his enemies. Make those bounty hounds who were following the scent fall into his hands time and time again. A bounty of 40W can't represent my strength at all. Scarface sprang out like a dragon, pulled out a rare grade fire gun from his right hand, and fired several shots at the blue-haired young girl in the distance. The bullets containing explosive energy, one after another, stalled in front of the young girl, creating ripples, as if they were frozen in a mud pit. Gravity repulsion barrier. Scarface was not surprised. The shots from the fire gun were just a feint. His real killer move was. The already stout left hand suddenly swelled several sizes, turning into a crimson giant hand. A huge mouth more than 1.5 meters in diameter cracked open inside the palm of the giant hand, and countless tentacles reached out from inside, looking extremely terrifying. This was the corrupting power derived from the servant of the fallen god. Its existence required life, and its master, Scars, had to offer sacrifices to use it, otherwise, the power of erosion would devour him. Now, it's your turn to serve as its sacrifice, a giant hand slapped down. However, behind the blue-haired girl, a silver giant hand thrust out as well. Two colossal palms collided, stirring up a blast of wild wind in the jungle, swooshing up all the fallen leaves on the ground, causing continuous rustling sounds. But the erosive giant palm of Scars was not just about power. A huge mouth opened in the palm of his hand, a terrifying erosion power spreading out, accompanied by numerous tendrils. But at this moment, a crack also appeared in the silver giant hand's palm, revealing a black void as if capable of devouring everything. The onrushing erosion power was devoured. This is the power of the fallen god's servant. However, the energy of the enormous crimson arm was draining away, visibly withering at an observable rate. Paw! Duo Lai spat out saliva, and a dazzling thunderlight burst out of the silver giant palm. The blinding arc of thunder flipped trees over and destroyed rocks and soil. Under the crazed surge, Duo Lai remained unmoved. The gravitation shields scattered around it repelled all the shattered woods and rocks flying towards it. It looked ahead. Out of the smoke and dust, giant hand Scars had sprung up, running away as hard as he could. Several cannon fodder soldiers that he summoned to buy time roared toward Duo Lai, only to be burned to ashes the next moment. However, by this time, giant hand Scars, who was running away as fast and desperately as possible, had already raced over 1,000 meters, raising clouds of dust, turning any monsters in his way into dust with a wave of his hand. Despite rushing recklessly, he was moving incredibly quickly. However, how could the speed of man be faster than light, faster than thunder? Blinding thunder lights suddenly appeared behind him. A silver object shot out from the thunder, like a super electromagnetic cannon piercing through the giant hand Scars, and with undiminished prowess, it penetrated trees, and split rocks before finally blasting open in the distance. Scars came to a halt. The next moment, whiz 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 whiz. Several silver super electromagnetic bullets, entwined in thunderlight, penetrated Scars' torso, shattering his heart. He finally toppled to the ground, lifeless. Finally, he's finally dead. Duo Lai didn't care that it had achieved this critical moment in order to not destroy important evidence, and thus, the big explosion of its miniature universe had genuinely learned the real super electromagnetic cannon. It merely rushed forward nervously until it saw that the whole head of the scarred man was still intact, then it breathed a big sigh of relief. Yay! But, how much is 40W worth of soul sand? While Duo Lai caught up and killed the high-rewarded giant hand Scars, the combat on the other side had already ended. Under the reminder of the great Lord Shepherd, everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield, erased all traces around, and changed their positions. Then came the tallying of the spoils they got from these bandits. So poor, in Shilling Town. Sophia thought she was poor, as she had to pay 1,500 soul sands a day for lodging there. However, after searching through the bodies of these bandits, she felt these guys were much poorer. That's normal, who would be a bandit if they had money? Daisy piped in. They got slightly over 4,000 soul sands from the first batch of bandits, plus a dozen or so remnant souls, and some mass-market props and equipment. Yet, for the second batch, Giant Hand Scars, Bamiyan Shushung, and several other notorious wanted criminals, they only gathered less than 1,000 grams of soul sand. They seemed even poorer. That's normal. Mu Yuan explained. The first batch are likely greedy old players who want to play the temporary role of a bandit, killing and robbing in lawless places, only to find that when greed arises, they fall into abyss. These players have a few soul sands in their pockets. As they are weak, they naturally don't have much money. The second batch of players are real criminals. They usually concentrate their limited resources on themselves and won't keep soul sands in their pockets. It's normal for them to be poor. However, they are not really poor. Mu Yuan signaled a few halberd-wearing imperial guards who had awakened self-awareness to remove the clothes and armors from Shushung, Scars, and several others, and displayed them one by one. As these equipments were unclaimed, Duo Lai, who had the identity of a hero, used the identification spell on each one, and eventually found 7 rare pieces of equipment. A pair of daggers belonging to Shushung were the gems among rare-level equipments. They wouldn't sell for a small sum. After all, being just ranger players, they couldn't possibly compare to the lords, especially the second-generation lords. Apart from this, there were some bits and pieces. There seemed to be treasures among the odds and ends. Based on its sharp intuition, Duo Lai flipped out an old, crinkled piece of paper. It seemed like a treasure map. Although it looked old and dilapidated, it was tried and found to be extremely sturdy, immune from blades and fire damage. However, this treasure map was only half intact, and its divine rhythm was not evident. You could only vaguely see the words, "Berry, Earth." Perhaps you need the other half to unlock the true information? This was just a piece of paper beneficial to some extent, but in most likelihood, it would prove useless. Mu Yuan told Duo Lai to store it away, then looked at the encapsulated heads presented before him. Mu Yuan logged into the Tai Zan forum and found numerous bounty information. Some bounties had been up for 10 or 20 years and still existed. This was normal. The eternal world was so vast, with great distances between cities. As long as a wanted criminal hid somewhere within it, they could evade numerous manhunts. Not to mention, these bounty targets could leave Tai Zan Alliance and head to neutral areas, such as Jupo City. There were also some blacklisted players who might have died within some unknown corners, so their bounty remained for 10 or 20 years. Mu Yuan found the bounty information for Giant Hand Scar and Bamiyan Shushung. The former had led bandits, looted and destroyed an entire player territory before vanishing. The latter committed multiple crimes in Langsing Profound Country using supernatural power. He escaped to the border area during the pursuit by a capture team and disappeared into the eternal world. The other few on the wanted list were not strong individuals with high bounties. They were on the wanted list but were not bountied. Their heads could only be exchanged for the basic level of 20,000 soul sand. They're quite poor, huh? No, I'm really drifting off. Earning 20k soul sand used to take so much work. Even now, without special income, he would have to spend 1.5 days in Tianyuan territory to earn this much money. It's all hard-earned money. Moreover, the 4 basic wanted criminals totaled 80k of soul sand. Bamiyan Shushung 320k. Scar 400k. This added up to a whopping 800k of soul sand. A huge amount. Super huge. Any rewards, equipment, treasure maps were nothing compared to this amount of soul sand. Even the profits earned from selling loads of crystal corn and snake-scale fruits did not compare to the bounties they claimed. So, pretending to be weaker to lure in wanted criminals was the real way to earn money. Although he hadn't intended to pretend to be weaker, Sophia and the others were too inexperienced. They really looked like pigs. Of course, so did Mr. Mu. Aside from having epic generals, numerous excellence troops, felling attendant ascendants, reigning the entire festival grounds and chit-chatting happily with the bosses. He was just an ordinary civilian player. These heads in the eyes of the people were like glittering gems. They were afraid to drop them. But how are we going to collect these bounties? Should we return to Shilling Town to exchange them? I saw the bounty exchange counter in the association before, Sophia asked. Mu Yuan shook his head. That's not appropriate. Originally, Sophia's group was quite noticeable, hence they ran into two groups of bandits. If they were to exchange the bounties in Shilling Town, they might draw more attention and put themselves in danger. He looked at Duo Lai. You hold these heads and head to Panchi City to exchange them. I will have 2 Storm Falcons assist you. Duo Lai opened its eyes wide, not feeling troubled at all. It loved this kind of errands. Even if this small amount of money, the large sum of money, had to be handed over to the Lord, it was still a happy thing to pass through its hands. Let's not waste time, you guys should set off soon. One Duo Lai and 2 birds immediately took off. Although he was unclear of the location of Panchi City, he could estimate its location by comparing it with Shilling Town. With Duo Lai's combat power, flying speed, and ability to keep alive, this journey was not dangerous. General Duo Lai had already set off. Lulu and the others quickly returned. In the afternoon of that day, Guangyuan Merchant Group, who went out for the first time, returned to Tianyuan territory, saving a third of the time they spent going there. Not long after their arrival, Duo Lai, with its wings, transformed by the ever-changing badge, fluttering, descended from the sky and made a formal bow. General Duo Lai accomplished the mission. It stretched out its hand, and a hollow appeared on its palm. Rattle! One after another, beautiful soul crystals dropped down. There were hundreds of them piled like a small hill. We have money now. Mu Yuan was very emotional. He immediately gave Duo Lai, Lulu, Sophia and others a bonus, symbolically. The amount was not much. After all, Tianyuan territory currently adopted the 3 meals policy, which included meals, accommodation, and cultivation. There would be reforms in the future, but the territory was just starting out. Everyone didn't have much money, and there were no places to spend money within the territory. The only place that could be considered a luxury venue was the territory's large bathhouse. With a significant sum of soul crystals at hand, Mu Yuan started thinking about purchasing remnant souls. He had to start from reality. The marketplace at Shilling Town is indeed richer than the Baijiang market, but if you want to purchase in large quantities, you still need to rely on reality or intermediary realms like Elf's Courtyard. He plans to start with a major chamber of commerce, buying a large number of malicious remnant souls in order to push Isloa up to the epic tier as soon as possible. Would this attract attention? Perhaps it would, but not too much. After all, the sacrificial black coffin can devour the remains of monsters to produce remnant souls. There are naturally some items or structures that benefit from sacrificing remnant souls. He just needs to choose a reliable chamber of commerce. I heard old brother Mai Hua has a good standing in the one-handed chamber of commerce. I can ask him about the market. With this thought, Mu Yuan, Biu, returned to Langsing, plugged his phone, which was left unused for several days and only had 9% battery left, into the charger, then flipped it open to take a look. There were already 999 plus unread messages from the Baijiang Tenglong group. With no pressure of trials and life and death survival, the newcomers were indeed more relaxed and active. He opened the chat and found messages mentioning all members. The messages were sent by Vice President Chen, another vice president in the association. The vice president of Zhongcheng, it was said, had been transferred to a key location and hadn't shown up in Baijiang for a long time. Vice President Chen Henyu, everyone, please take note. As the Dragon Court competition between our Tai Zan and Shen Yao, Yangsheng, and other nations enters the preparation stage, there will be a lot of spies from the Shen Yao Empire infiltrating our Tai Zan during this period. You guys' territories are all on the outermost edge of the alliance, so please be vigilant and report any irregularities immediately. After a pause, the vice president continued, of course, the Tai Zan alliance is massive. Infiltration by spies is only a small probability event. But relatively speaking, your territories are just starting with relatively weak defenses, So remember to first keep yourselves safe once you encounter them. The Alliance will also provide you with the most timely support. Spies from the Shenyao Empire? From the Vice President, he learned that the main task of the spies is to probe the whereabouts of territories like Wuji and Kongming, and conduct harassment and assassination. In the Dragon Court competition, each nation could only send new Star Lords to participate. This was stipulated in the contract and notarized by the Holy Griffin Empire. But no one said that they couldn't cause destruction outside the competition. If they could severely wound or assassinate a competitor from a certain country before the competition begins, they could easily gain an advantage. At the very least, they could cause some destruction and chaos within the Alliance. The competition is, after all, about the nation's comprehensive power. Infiltration, spying, assassination, it all started long ago. But as the Dragon Court competition draws near, the intensity will increase. There will be more foreign assassins infiltrating from the edge of the Tai-Zan Alliance. They, the new Star Lords, are just insignificant minnows caught up in the chaos. Other people might just be caught up, but for me, it might not be the case. The spies from Shenyao Empire definitely wouldn't mind trying to locate the Tianyuan territory while causing destruction, if I get discovered. Holy crap, it's too dangerous. From today onwards, I must double my efforts in patrolling the territory. As for the Dragon Court competition, Mu Yuan has heard a little about it. He first heard it from the vice president of Zhongcheng, Boss Zhang, who told him casually, "Work hard, there might be a chance for you to fight for our nation in the future." But besides that, he didn't know much about the Dragon Court competition. He wasn't the only one curious. Many were asking a lot of questions, like Mr. Tan. Mu Yuan slowly scrolled up, taking in the chat. Vice President Chen. Those who can participate in the Dragon Court competition are all distinguished individuals. They are the most outstanding lords from the Tai-Zan Alliance over the last few years. Not only do they bring glory to the country, participants also receive considerable cultivation from the Alliance. Put it this way, once the participants have been selected, they can enter various top-level advanced realms to study, greatly improving their strength and base. If they can win resources for our country, the rewards from the Alliance will definitely not be stingy. Mr. Tan. Yearning.jpg. Mr. Tan. Uncle Chen, how are the participants chosen? Do we have a chance? Vice President Chen laughed. Selection for the Dragon Court competition is based on the records of the naturally occurring realm, Challenge Land. This realm is a top-level challenge realm, where many senior lords will continuously challenge, proving themselves and also gaining natural gifts through passing the levels. However, for you guys, this seems pretty far-fetched. Try hard. In the next round of slightly lesser competitions, there's no way you guys cannot win glory for the country. As for this year, the Dragon Court competition is a battlefield for young people like Wuji and Kongming. Mr. Tan. Wait, what about Tianyuan? Big Boss Tianyuan dominated all foes in the festival grounds, showing an invincible posture. Vice President Chen. We generally believe that Tianyuan will be able to rule the battlefield in the next Dragon Court competition with an invincible posture, but Tianyuan is too young this year. Even if his potential is limitless, his own combat power and his general's combat power are far from matching Kongming and Wuji, which is a bit frustrating. Even though Tianyuan has already recruited the top-tier heroine, Star Queen, her level is still a lot lower. Furthermore, one person can't support the whole situation, however strong a single individual is. You're talking about Lord Wuji? He indeed does not have any outstanding generals, but the troops and elites of his territory are not weak at all. Otherwise, how could he be considered as one of the most promising new stars? After reading the chat records, Mu Yuan let out a long sigh. He knows his own worth, and does not delude himself into thinking that he is comparable to the likes of Lords Wuji and Kongming in terms of comprehensive power. His strength lies in his potential, and although Wuji and these lords also have high potential, they have already actualized it by half. However, he did generate a thought to try and contest, to give it a go. At least to see the gap. But the premise to try is to get into the challenge land. Where can I go to burst out the key to this top-level realm? I heard that many powerful players have been desperately hoping for a key but to no avail. Mu Yuan looked melancholy at the moon outside the window, letting out a soft sigh. To Mu Yuan's surprise, the crucial item he vainly pursued yesterday had made progress today. After turning off the bronze mirror used for communication, Mu Yuan used it as an ordinary mirror to tidy up his appearance and clothing, then headed towards a secret realm's gate beside the Lord's altar. Passing through the water curtain, a garden full of birdsong and floral fragrance suddenly appeared before his eyes. There was no gathering today and there were few players in the secret realm. Only a few maid dolls in black and white skirts could be seen, busily sweeping with brooms. He walked straight to the coffee shop, came to the familiar table by the floor-to-ceiling window in the deepest part of the inner space. Here, he could not see the figure of Lu Shui, the lord of Han Yu City, but the wealthy little girl Lu Miamu was waving towards him. "Big boss, over here." Lu Miamu spoke enthusiastically about her adventures and the state of territory management. She said that she had already defeated 2 powerful monster tribes and had recruited and subdued an excellent 3-star level champion, shaman chief of the Merpeople. "Well done, you're really great," Mu Yuan sincerely praised her. After all, he had only defeated a dozen monster tribes so far, and there were fewer than 23 star stage subordinates in his Tianyuan territory. The gap between him and Lu Miamu was small. "Big boss, you have to watch out. I will catch up with you," Lu Miamu said seriously, but she felt helpless whenever she thought of Princess Fei Shi, who constantly talked about the big boss Tianyuan. "I'm the real lord here, although the big boss Tianyuan is indeed super awesome." She paused for a moment, took out a mysterious and faintly glowing moon-shaped key, and handed it over, saying, "This is the key to the land of challenge." She truly is a rich girl, able to get her hands on such a rare item so easily. Mu Yuan asked, "What's the price?" Lu Miamu said, "No money is needed. This key was actually intended to be given to you by my sister. But she's been too busy lately to come. My sister didn't spend any money either. This key was given by the officials to potential lords. She just recommended you." Mu Yuan was surprised. Does the Lord of Han Yu City actually have such high expectations for me? He was very honest with himself, and he didn't have much confidence. If the competition could be postponed for half a year, that would be a different story, but now the time is too short. He, Mu Yuan, was just a civilian lord with a little bit of talent. Seeing that Mu Yuan may have misunderstood, Lu Miamu quickly added, No, what my sister meant was, having the opportunity to freeload on a top-level secret realm key is definitely a must. She recalled the conversation she had with her sister yesterday. "Isn't it too early, sis?" "Early, maybe, but since it doesn't cost anything, let him give it a try." "But won't he be hit hard? I heard the land of the challenge is super difficult." Lu Shui glanced at her. Her eyes were filled with contempt, helplessness, and the thought of, my adorably stupid little sister. Lu Miamu completely understood. "This is why I didn't give you the key and why there is a big gap between you and Tianyuan. Other people might be hit hard by prematurely entering the land of the challenge, but Tianyuan's talent is not inferior to mine. I believe he will become stronger in adversity. The rewards from the land of the challenge may also help him progress more quickly. My sister said that the key was obtained using the Dragon Court competition as an excuse, but the competition? Just keep a normal heart, after all. We are still young, and the number of troops in the territory is limited, let alone forming 1 or 2 complete elite legions. Besides, the land of the challenge is very difficult. Even you, big boss, may get. Well, you may find it extremely difficult," she said clumsily. Mu Yuan said he understood. "Don't worry, I'm a very measured person. I won't stubbornly push through if the challenge is too difficult. Our focus is still on building our territory." Lu Miamu. Yes. Afterwards, Mu Yuan queried about the general situations of lords like Wu Ji, Kong Ming, and others. They basically all had 2 or 3 fully formed trump card legions. What is a fully formed legion? It refers to a legion formed entirely of rare soldiers, with their potential fully developed as elites, and numbering over 100. Such a legion, with 100 soldiers, could turn into a scalpel. With 300, they could move freely among the enemy. With 1,000, they could wipe out enemy forces that are tens or hundreds of times larger than their own. The forces of a veteran lord are usually composed of trump card legions that are fully formed, ordinary legions that are half trained and half wild, and cannon fodder legions that are basically not trained and are only used for reconnaissance and attracting firepower. However, the somewhat inferior veteran lords have trump card legions that consist of a variety of rare soldiers, miscellaneous brands, as they cannot afford to assemble a single class, series or kind of rare legion. The stronger ones assemble a legion with a single type of soldier to achieve better coordination, or they care about the combination of different types of soldiers to fight together. In comparison to other territories where elite-level characters are common and professional-level ones are commonplace, his Tianyuan territory is indeed a lot worse, with only a handful of elite-level strongmen. I really am too weak. After chatting for a while, Mu Yuan said goodbye to Lu Miamu. Standing in front of the Lord's altar, he saw a secret realm on either side of him. The previous festival ground's secret realm had disappeared as it had closed. He took out the splendid crescent-shaped key, connected his thoughts with the territory, and activated it. Vom! A golden glow burst forth from the crescent, intertwining and outlining a mysterious golden archway, standing a dozen meters above the altar. He moved towards the golden archway, walking as if stepping on invisible stairs, each step taking him higher, until he reached this extraordinary golden gateway of a secret realm. The Land of Challenge. This secret realm has a very high-end orientation, almost exclusively accessible to senior lords, but the Land of Challenge is also one of the most famous secret realms. There are many posts and rumors about it on the forum. Just as its name suggests, it is a challenge-type secret realm. The newcomer secret realm of challenge he had experienced in the past is a beginner-level secret realm, whilst the Land of Challenge is a top-tier secret realm. It exists eternally, without any time constraints. Similarly, no one has truly ever reached the end. Even to a top-level lord, this secret realm remains veiled in mystery, its depths unknown. Mu Yuan crossed the spatial curtain. What greeted his eyes was a vast white platform, upon which an imposing red tower stood at the center of the massive platform. It appeared to be divided into about 7 layers, flickering lights shimmering between each layer. Looking further into the depth of the red tower, he could faintly see another equally majestic and spectacular orange tower, but it was extremely far away, veiled in haziness, as unreachable as the moon reflected in a water mirror. The first tower. Mu Yuan thought to himself. Around the tower, he could vaguely see a dozen or so figures. However, they seemed very small and insignificant beneath the magnificent red tower. These people, more likely than not, were lords of the Zan country. Just like the newcomer's Land of Challenge and the festival grounds, where different parallel secret realm spaces for different regions are demarcated, the Land of Challenge is similar. But what's different is that the further you go into the Land of Challenge, the more the spaces overlap. The lords he saw surrounding the Red Tower were only from the Tai-Zan region. If he were to enter the area of the second tower, he would be able to see Lord Shen Yao, along with other Langsing lords. Someone else is here. He looks very young, and I don't recognize him. He seems to be a newcomer. A newcomer? Finally, there's a newcomer in the Land of Challenge, haha. The moment Mu Yuan entered, he attracted the attention of the senior lords. This place is very spacious. All lords of Tai-Zan who used the key to the secret region would set foot here, but this place was small enough that sometimes they wouldn't see a sweet newcomer even after 10 or 15 days. They looked over. The newcomer was dressed in a slim-fit dark blue robe, his hair somewhat long, bound up by a long crown. His features were clear and bright, like a handsome ancient aristocrat. In the eternal world, such retro-style dressing was mainstream and even more common among the older lords. There was nothing extraordinary about this attire, except for the female lords thinking to themselves how handsome the young man was, and that he was their type. Lord Shepherd actually did have muscles, but after integrating into the Duolite template, his whole appearance leaned towards being slim and refined. He looked youthful. You could say that he looked younger than most elderly lords. He glanced around a few times and then headed straight for the Red Tower, his figure quickly disappearing into the entrance. At the same time, at the bottom of the red tower, on the first layer, a streak of light appeared, emitting a not-so-bright glow. As expected, he is a newcomer. The Lord who saw this scene confirmed, "Guess how many levels this young newcomer can reach?" This here is the red tower, also known as the first challenge tower, which has a total of 7 levels. Only by passing all 7 levels can one enter the second area, where the orange tower is located. The Lord who spoke was wearing a sturdy suit of armor without a helmet. He had experienced eyes, and his untamed black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, not messy but exuding an air of unrestrained boldness. He was a city lord, and a rather famous one at that in the vast Tai Zan alliance. Respectfully referred to as the Lord of Mojian, he had entered the land of challenge several years ago and had been challenging for quite some time. However, he still hadn't been able to pass the red tower. It's not that the Lord of Mojian was too weak, but rather that the difficulty of the top-tier secret realm in the land of challenge was too high. The majority of senior lords were stuck in this first tower area. The friend of the Lord of Mojian, another senior lord known as Lord Ying Guang, shook his head. Is there a need to guess? Of course, he can't pass the first level. The newcomer looks too young. He must have entered the eternal world not too long ago, at most 2 or 3 years. You must know that even for the offspring of a great lord, they have to wait till they're at least 16 before they can be selected. And there are many who only entered when they were 18, 20, or even in their mid-20s. But this young man, he looks to be not even 20, right? He's about my son's age. Another friend, a female lord known by the title, Lord Bullen, disagreed. She crossed her arms. Old woman doesn't believe it. I'll bet that this cute newcomer can pass the first challenge. I support him. Despite saying so, Lord Bullen was just being stubborn. As a lord who had passed the red tower, she knew very well that the land of challenge did not have any easy or welfare levels. It was a top-tier secret realm, so the initial difficulty level matched that. It was also top-tier. Many talented lords came with full confidence, only to falter at the weakest and earliest challenges, being defeated by the monsters so badly they began to question their own worth. There was even an instance where one of the lords was crying when he walked out of the tower. Being lucky enough to obtain the key to the land of challenge, sometimes wasn't necessarily a good thing. Hopefully, this cute and handsome young man won't be hit too hard. For those seasoned lords who were constantly trying and thinking hard about how to clear the levels, the appearance of a newcomer was like a stone that added several points of fun to their monotonic lives. They were watching. They were even looking forward to certain situations. After all, they were tormented by the difficulty of the land of challenge. Looking for some fun as a diversion could be a wonderful thing. They even temporarily stopped their progress, just wanting to see how far the newcomer would go. No, it would be more accurate to say they were interested in how long the newcomer could survive on the first level. I bet he won't last 100 seconds. In 100 seconds, we'll see the newcomer questioning his life choices. I don't think it's that bad, although I also don't believe this young chap could pass the first level. Surviving 300 seconds is still possible. Being able to get to the land of challenge means he's not weak, right? Doesn't anyone bet that the newcomer can pass the first level? The first level isn't that hard. Alright, it's still pretty hard. Unlike these dozen or so lords who were having fun, one lord in the distance was watching very intently, her eyes almost unfaltering as they stared at the faint light at the bottom of the red tower without moving away. She was here on a mission. A mission from her, her idol. Although she was older than the Lord of Han Yu City by a few years, she was undeniably a die-hard fan of her and one of the founders of the Han Yu fan club. Compared to Lord Mojian, Lord Bullen, and others, her fame was more remarkable. She was indeed a great lord standing at the top of the mundane world. Lord of Linglong City, Shen Linglong. Although her name wasn't as well known as Han Yu, it was still very popular, and most of the old lords and veteran lords recognized her. In order not to attract attention, Shen Linglong deliberately disguised herself to return to the Red Tower area. Because the mission she was performing was top secret. This was a mission that Sister Han Yu had entrusted solely to her, such a sign of trust and importance. Shen Linglong was dressed in heavy armor, completely concealing her figure. She wrapped her entire head tightly in a turban, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that were constantly watching. She could hear the discussions of other lords in the distance. This man is Tianyuan after all. It is not impossible for him to pass the first level with his abilities, but how could the giftedness of Tianyuan even possibly compare with their Lady Han Yu? It was impossible. Lady Han Yu was the eternal god, she firmly believed in it. Inside the Red Tower, the space was boundless, the earth was in chaos. Mu Yuan stood in its midst, hearing the prompt from the tower echoing in his ears. Please choose the units to be deployed. The selected units will enter the battlefield as consciousness and will not really die here. The obscure rule told him that the Red Tower could deploy 100 units, regardless of their type, heroes, or the Lord himself. Mu Yuan was prepared in advance, ordering Dead Bone and other units to stand by in his territory. He swiped his finger, one by one the names, avatars and job rank of different units appeared before him. He selected each one, for battle. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Isloa, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu. And so on, except for non-combat units like Sophia, Daisy, Irene, and Niu Si, Lainey, and Hua Ling who were left to take care of the territory. He basically deployed all his Tianyuan strongmen. He also selected several skeleton generals and resentful spirits from the main battle troops to fill in the gaps. It can be said that apart from him, this was already the most luxurious lineup of Tianyuan, none other could come close. Having heard about how difficult and horrifying the Land of Challenge was, with many beginners failing miserably and Lu Miamu repeatedly warning him to be cautious, Mu Yuan would not take this lightly. Ding! Lineup confirmed. First level of the Red Tower battlefield is being generated. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed. A boundless prairie came into view, with lush grass and the scent of earth rushing up to one's face. This was a vast scene between reality and illusion, similar to the Hero Duel Arena. The battlefield of the first level of the first tower. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and others began to appear. They had received notice in advance. Miss Duo was excited beyond measure, while General Dead Bone, as always, was calm and reliable, taking command of the formation as soon as he appeared. But just as they began to form their formation, a rumbling noise came from all sides. In Mu Yuan's line of sight, one giant figure after another appeared, densely packed, completely surrounding their entire troop. It's the ironclad scorpions. The giant scorpions, with their bodies seemingly forged in steel and tails as sharp as needles, not only outnumbered them, but also had a size that surpassed any individual Mu Yuan had ever seen. Each of them was as tall as a two-story building. They were like moving steel fortresses. All these scorpions had reached the second-order elite level, ranking in the middle of the elites. And there were a total of 100 such scorpions. This was not the end, it was just the beginning. On the bodies of the giant scorpions, light golden auras started to emerge, transforming into nuns wearing black robes, with silver crosses hung on their chests. Some were young, others mature, while some were petite and others voluptuous. But without exception, they all radiated a strong power of holy light. They were cloaked in light. Each of them was an elite-level strongman. And their number was a whopping total of 200. 100 giant scorpions and 200 nuns. All of them were in their complete forms, specifically arranged to counter the forces dispatched by the Lord. These were the opponents one had to face at the first challenge in the Land of Challenge. Without enough power, one couldn't even make it through the main gate here. Without any probing or giving the Tianyuan Corps ample time to prepare, the nuns rode their giant scorpions, which bore similarities to fortress battle vehicles, and swooped down onto the battlefield. The skeleton generals, who were on the outermost perimeter, immediately clashed with them. As rare 3-star units, the skeleton generals were of a higher grade than the giant scorpions, but the level difference was too large. One confrontation caused the generals to stagger backward several steps, their bone hands that held swords cracked, and they almost lost grip of their heavy swords. At this moment, the nuns on the giant scorpion battle vehicles, working together seamlessly, held up their silver crosses and recited the words of holy light, making the radiant and majestic holy light pour down. Several rays of holy light fell together on the staggering skeleton general, and the pure, warm light of purification was like the most severe corrosive poison in the world, causing the skeleton general's body to smoke and make sizzling sounds. Only 2 seconds later, the skeleton general disintegrated in the holy light, leaving behind a shattered suit of armor clanging to the ground. At this moment, the battle had been going on for only 10 or so seconds. The ace troop of 100 from the Tianyuan territory had already lost more than 10 of their number. No wonder newbies are strongly advised not to try. This is not a challenge but a massacre. Mu Yuan's expression was solemn. The enemy not only had far higher levels than them but also had a numerical advantage, making them too difficult to deal with. Even the super elites who had evolved to the skeleton mortician and evil spirit stage found it difficult to defend at this time. They couldn't dare to face these powers of holy light head-on. At the very center of the core, a giant tree was growing continuously. It was the tree demon Granny. It was fully committed, drawing on all of the earth's force and its own power to cast the Venue skill, Realm of 1,000 Woodses. Rumble. Stout roots broke out of the ground one by one, turning the area of several hundreds of meters into a dense forest in the blink of an eye. These roots were also like pythons, entangling the nuns. However, the Realm of 1,000 Woods, which could suppress the entire monster tribe with the power of one tree, seemed not strong enough at this moment. Under the sweeping attacks of the giant scorpion's large pincers, the extremely tough roots snapped one after another. The whole tree realm was continuously being destroyed. Obviously, it couldn't last for long. The tree demon Granny, who had not yet stepped into the elite order, had infinite potential, but its solid strength was, after all, a notch inferior. However, the formation of the tree realm allowed the elites of the Tianyuan territory to catch their breath slightly. This advantageous terrain helped everyone withstand the charge of the giant scorpion battle vehicles and turn the tide into a seesaw battle. Whoosh! 17 was standing on the trunk of the tree demon Granny, drawing her bow and placing an arrow. The arrow was shot out like a meteor and turned nimbly like a fish, bypassing several obstacles before finally landing on the giant scorpions, where the nuns were. One by one, she took down the nuns who were caught off guard and blew them up. In the blink of an eye, she had scored 8 kills, achieving the first offensive feat. However, the next moment, several scorpions' tails were raised high, and needles were shot out like armor-piercing rounds, shattering layers of obstacles and aiming at 17. 17 rolled and jumped, dodging in a desperate manner. She still got injured seriously, her body covered with potholes, and countless branches were broken off the tree demon Granny. On some of the other battlefields, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and other generals of the Tianyuan division began their assault. Initially, using their advanced skills and gifts, they achieved a significant result, but soon they were surrounded by their enemies, leaving them in a desperate situation of defending themselves. This land of challenge was full of enemies who not only outnumbered them, had higher levels, and abilities that could restrain them, but also understood cooperation and tactics, and knew how to suppress the blade of their strength specifically. Only experienced lords who led a complete troops legion could directly confront these enemies, defeating them gradually with a few powerful fighters. The core of the Tianyuan territory was just too weak. At this point, Isloa also began to attack, representing the strongest regular force of the Tianyuan territory. Whether it was combat experience, techniques, or hard power level, she far surpassed Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu, and others. Her combat methods were incredibly varied, too. She navigated the battlefield, teleporting, sometimes gathering wind into a blade to cut a nun's throat, sometimes solidifying thunder into a drum to damage the giant scorpion's huge body from the inside out. She was extremely elegant and contented, like an elf dancing on the battlefield. Even while the giant scorpions continued to besiege her, she easily avoided them, not at all awkward like 17 and others. Indeed, she was very strong. She also knew how to use the environment to cause the maximum damage to the enemy with the minimum cost. But, my lord, I'm running out of energy, she said helplessly. Her energy was almost exhausted. Of course, the effect she had achieved was also very spectacular. She alone killed over 100 giant scorpions and nuns, greatly impacting the overall battlefield and giving others an advantage. However, such extreme operations exhausted Isloa greatly. Even to kill an ironclad scorpion with one strike, she had to try her best. Even killing the nuns took quite a bit of her energy. The elite nuns weren't as delicate as they appeared to be. They could break walls and destroy buildings with just their bodily strength. If she hadn't delicately controlled her energy, using it sparingly, she would have been drained a few minutes ago. Our side. 46 feet, enemy side. 69. Isloa was panting hard, but it was she who with her own strength turned the tide of the entire battlefield and established the chance of victory. If she hadn't been there, relying solely on the power of generals like Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu, etc., they would most probably lose this challenge. But even with her there, this challenge was not easy to get through. The power of individual strongmen has a limit, she can't support it alone. As the fight gradually came to an end, Mu Yuan assessed the limit of the Tianyuan Corps. The limit in terms of regular combat capabilities. The power of General Dead Bone and General Duo Lai, on the other hand, didn't quite conform to the norm. Land of Challenge, the waiting area of the Red Tower. One after another, the lords were still focusing on the light spot at the bottom of the tower, glancing at the entrance now and then, wondering when that young figure would appear. As they wondered, their voices gradually dropped, no longer chatting with the mentality of joy, but staring straight at that light spot, their faces increasingly amazed. The newcomer seems to have been in there for quite a while. Yeah, it's been more than 10 minutes. For a newcomer's first time in the Land of Challenge, it was not unusual to last for a long time, but considering that newcomer's too youthful face, it was surprising and even shocking. Those guys who bet on 100 seconds, 300 seconds, 500 seconds lost their pants. But no one paid attention to this at this moment, they were only interested in how long this newcomer could last, or say. Bang! At the bottom of the Red Tower, that light spot suddenly brightened, and shot up like a rocket ascending to the heavens, jumping up to the second level. There, it blinked, making its presence felt. He really made it. The newcomer made it. Wow, awesome. When I entered the Land of Challenge, I was already 32 years old and had been a lord for 6 years. Even so, I had to try 3 times before I finally made it through the first level. Compared to this young man, it's a testament to how the young always surpass the old. I must contact him and exchange business cards or something when this newcomer comes out. Yeah, it won't be long. He'll probably come out soon. After all, the second level is much harder than the first one. Far away, Shen Linglong, who doesn't socialize with other lords and wraps herself tight like a weird person, showed a superior smile of, only she knows the truth, as she listened to the surprises of Sword Demon, Ying Guang, and others. What's there to be surprised about? Everything is as she predicted. Although Tianyuan is a bit amazing, compared to her Lady Han Yu, he falls far short. Lady Cold Moon also entered the Land of Challenge quite early and swept through like a broken bamboo, passing 3 levels in a row. It was from that time on that she left the geniuses of her time in the dust with her rapid progress. Tianyuan just won't cut it. Well, to be fair and objective, Tianyuan does have a talent far superior to that of his peers, only being overshadowed by Lady Han Yu. That's quite remarkable already, no wonder Lady Cold Moon values him. Shen Linglong continued to stare at the light spot, waiting to see how long Tianyuan could hold on in the second level and then report to her Lady Cold Moon in great detail. Inside the Red Tower, Chaos Space. Ding. Prompt. You have passed the first level of the Red Tower and received a random reward, Miracle Building Flame Cannons, Rare. Received a complete rare building. Not bad. Pass-through levels in the Land of Challenge can grant rewards. But the rewards for small levels are just accessories, good but not precious. The really valuable rewards only come after passing through an entire tower. However, if you only focus on the rewards, you will miss the biggest hidden benefit of the Land of Challenge, combat. This kind of fearless battle where you can put all your strength against strong enemies is precious to any kind of intelligent soldier. Even if they advance to the war general level or leader level in the future, this fighting experience will still be invaluable. 3 months ago, he had the idea of using the power of the secret realm to train Dead Bone and Duo Lai in the newcomer's secret realm of challenge. Unfortunately, he fought too fiercely and swiftly back then, and ended up clearing the entire secret realm, missing a valuable training opportunity. Now, there's no risk of clearing the land of challenge, but you can't go back to the previous levels once you pass them. He will have to take his time. This is also why he didn't let Dead Bone and Duo Lai compete in the first challenge. He wanted to give others a chance to grind, especially Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and other division heads who can't enter the hero duel arena. Prompt. Do you want to enter the second level? Prompt. The second level battlefield is evolving. In a blink of an eye, the world changes. It's still the boundless prairie with lush green grass, and the soldiers and elites of Tianyuan Division appear in the center of this grassland. This time, without the command of Dead Bone, the skeleton generals quickly lining up to defend, and one after another, the resentful spirits integrated into the bodies of the skeleton generals as if they were possessed, becoming one entity. In just a few seconds, a preliminary formation is formed. It's like a harmonious whole. Tree Demon Granny directly uses her big move, and with the rumbling sound of the earth shaking, a vast and dense network of roots and trees rise up, blocking the dazzling sunlight, leaving only shadows of trees everywhere. At the same time, large bodies with an iron hue appear on all sides of the army, just like in the first challenge. Nuns riding ironclad scorpion like a chariot rushing in like the wind. The difference is, the number of enemy troops in the last level was 300, and this level has 600. Double the amount. The pressure, however, is more than twice as intense. As soon as they appeared, 300 scorpions' tails were raised high, tearing the air like armor-piercing bullets, making a sharp noise, and hitting heavily on the dense forest of roots and trees. It's as if dozens of machine guns are set up in midair, sweeping the ground continuously. The sound of hissing echoes constantly, and the sturdy roots and thick trunks are torn open like rotted wood. Splinters and wood debris fall apart in the dust, mud, and grass on the ground are splashed up to a height of more than 10 meters under the bombardment. Smoke and dust fills the air. 17 scrambles up from the ground, a terrifying wound torn in her left waist, her flesh inverting. She remains calm, just spitting out the grass flakes that had splashed into her mouth. The skeleton mortician and skeleton generals were even pierced through by the bullet like pointed needles, their armor cracked, and half of their bodies shattered. Although the Tianyuan Corps has not reduced in number, there are quite a few wounded in this round of fires. Mu Yuan drew a breath of cold air. The second level is as terrifying as this. Without a doubt, if Duo Lai and Dead Bone no longer participate, the regular forces really won't be able to pass. Duo Lai, incoming coup. A single Duo Lai zipped into the sky with its right hand extended. The pristine 5 fingers opened wide as its palm lined up with the distant enemies who were still too far away to be engaged by its unit. Fireball. A searing and scorching fireball appeared and expanded instantaneously into a giant sphere, with a diameter still exceeding 10 meters even after being highly condensed. With a mere flick of its finger, the orange-red fireball cut through the sky, casting a bright glow in the distance. Boom! It was like a sunset sinking into the earth, with half of the enormous orange-red sphere plunging into the ground. The ensuing explosion released infinite light and heat, dyeing the entire sky red with swirling red clouds scattering in all directions, as splendid as a sunset. A splendid spectacle filled with destructive intent. Flames roared outwards. Isloa watched, her radiantly bright eyes completely reflecting the orange-red light, while the wind blew her hair all over the place, and her clothes rustled dramatically. No matter how many times I see it, it's always awe-inspiring. In a one-on-one battle, she was slightly inferior to Duo Lai, but the difference was slight. However, this world-destroying technique, she could not execute. And even if she could, the energy expenditure would deplete her rapidly. Duo Lai, on the other hand, it could easily execute this technique dozens of times. Duo Lai also recovers energy extremely quickly, far exceeding hers, and if the duration of the battle was extended, an apocalyptic scenario would not be out of the question. She often wondered, is Duo Lai a giant dragon wearing human skin, or some other creature of massive size? However, it is not. Duo Lai is certainly not human, but it is simply a slime. This is less reasonable than being a human. However, as the dust gradually dispersed, the result of Duo Lai's super-large fireball didn't achieve the results it expected. On the scorched and burning ground, several ironclad scorpions curtailed their tails to form a sphere that protected the nuns inside. Their bodies were nearly charred black, but the only ones who fell under the super-large fireball were a few scorpions and nuns at the center. The rest of the scorpions were just severely injured. At this moment, the tail of the scorpions slowly retracted, revealing inside the nuns whose clothes had been mostly burnt away and whose skin was also burnt and charred, but were still showing strong vitality. They showed no expression. They raised their silver crosses. Heavenly light descended. The healing holy light fell upon them, and their charred skin began to peel off rapidly, being replaced by fresh, white ones, as smooth as a baby's. This holy light also fell on the ironclad scorpions, causing their injured bodies to recover at a visible speed. There were nuns equipped with purification skills who let the cleansing holy light fall on them and remove all traces of burn status from them and the scorpions. In the blink of an eye, the scorpions and nuns, if not fully recovered, at the very least, had returned to 60 to 70% of their full strength, with not much damage to their combat power. Duo Lai. Didn't it waste its move then? Under everyone's watchful eyes, it had made a mistake. General Duo Lai was furious and prepared to output energy at a super multiplier. At a crucial moment, Miss Duo's IQ returned to its high point, realizing this wasn't working. Not to mention that pseudo-blazing sun would affect friendly forces, and took longer to gather energy. Both the ironclad scorpions and the nuns were not common foes. They were all elites with high defense and quick recovery. These broad-range attacks would not be effective. In this case, Duo Lai contemplated. As piercing bullet nails tore through the air and shot towards it, it quickly sprouted wings and performed a 360-degree flip in the air, leaving a series of afterimages behind. At the same time, around it, one steel ball after another was forming and surrounding it with crackling lightning, pulsating with a special rhythm and tempo. In the next moment, the steel balls burst out like sparks of electricity. With a speed far exceeding the nuns and scorpions, they pierced through them. Thud! The nuns' heads were shattered as if they were watermelons. The hard skull of the giant scorpions was penetrated by steel balls as if it were paper, and were killed in the blink of an eye. Whiz, 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 whiz. In an instant, General Duo Lai had achieved an astonishing record of 13 kills. And it made much less noise and did not affect friendly forces. HMPH, that's the real power of the real Duo. It zipped around in the air with its high mobility, attracting firepower while continually forming electromagnetic cannonballs that were fired down one after another. Then Duo Lai deduced that shattering the nuns and even the giant scorpions didn't need that much energy. It then reduced its output to extend its endurance. After all, it knew how to manage resources, hands on hips. Several minutes later, over half of the scorpions and nuns had been lost under Duo Lai's sky-based attack. And General Duo Lai's energy was still far from being depleted. Mu Yuan had a rough estimation. The energy reserve of General Deadbone is about 3 to 4 times that of Isloa. While Duo Lai's energy reserve was more than twice that of Deadbone, far exceeding that of Isloa. And its recovery rate was dozens of times that of Isloa. If Deadbones didn't tap into backup energy sources, its endurance was far inferior to Duo Lai's. At this time, even though Duo Lai was holding back the enemy and continuously killing, other division chiefs and elites were still under tremendous pressure. The giant scorpions charged in, and the nuns waved their hands, spreading purifying holy light. But under such pressure, the skeleton generals and resentful spirits, who already possessed advanced intelligences, were improving rapidly. Spear throws, heavy sword sweeps, and ghost claws reaching out. Their coordination was becoming more and more seamless. Many times, they didn't need Deadbone to give them mental commands. They had started to work together spontaneously. Undead energy, rushing and surging, lingered over their formations. Vaguely, it united them into a whole. Under the command of Mu Yuan, Duo Lai had already unknowingly halted his actions, and Isloa was merely relying on her superior artistic conception, dodging around the battlefield while watching the battle. The main actors on the battlefield were the Undead Legion at this moment. They were defending, charging, and amassing power. Sometimes, the terrifying power of the resentful spirits would merge together, forming a black light that fills the sky, making faithful nuns on the spot close their eyes and collapse softly on the ground. At other times, skeleton generals would swing their heavy swords together. The black mist from the cleaving skill was also intertwined and merged, transforming into a massive sword aura several tens of meters long. As expected, this kind of battle, which is stronger than the individual but can't be crushed with a single blow, is the most effective way to hone everyone's battle skills, experience, fighting spirit and some kind of embryo. The intense battle continued for a full 20 minutes. By the end, only Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 were still fighting. All the others had stopped. Because this kind of embryo can only be condensed by troops of the same kind or the same line. A miscellaneous brand, assembled complete troop legion, no matter how powerful, can't merge as harmoniously as the skeleton general and resentful spirits. In the end, the most vulnerable skeleton generals and resentful spirits had perished. Among the elites, only a few skeleton morticians and evil spirits were left. They stood on the incredibly chaotic battlefield. The invisible momentum emanating from them became even more ferocious, stirring the black cloud and fog. Vaguely, the black fog seemed to manifest a certain scene, but it shattered like a bubble with a poof. Still a little bit short. No, it's far from enough. The formation of an army soul isn't that easy. Many complete troop legions can't even do it. But the scene before their eyes indicated that his undead legion had a chance, a great chance. They were already on the path to forming an army soul. This might have something to do with the intelligence of all the troops, and many of them had awakened their self-awareness. Unlike other legions, which can only rely on their commanders and a very few intelligent juniors to lead them, and slowly integrate. This was naturally slow. All members of the Tianyuan Corps contributed their efforts. Even if they were still far from truly creating the army soul, but if one battle isn't enough, then come 10, 100. They can definitely condense a real army soul embryo in the end. At that time, an entire legion would truly become one, capable of erupting with extremely strong and terrifying power. Ding! Prompt. You have passed the second level of the Red Tower and received the random reward, Perfect Breakthrough Stone, Intermediate. Prompt. Would you like to challenge the third level? In front of them, the vast prairie unfolded like a scroll. The opponents they faced were still the ironclad Scorpion and Nun combination, but this time, the enemy's number had risen to 1,000 units. Their level had also slightly increased, from the mid-elite level to the late elite level. This quantitative change brought about a qualitative change. When 200 or 300 giant scorpions fired their needles simultaneously, even General Duo Lai had a hard time dodging, and his time to counterattack was greatly reduced. Dozens of nuns using the power of holy light together even manifested a large holy light shield. Compared to the second level, this level is several times more difficult. Duo Lai, with the cooperation and support of the others, has a chance to pass this level, but by the time Duo Lai has almost killed the enemy, the others would probably have all died, including Lu Lu, who has strong defense abilities. Therefore, General Deadbone also took action. He took a step forward, walking to the front of the formation. In an instant, he drew out Wailing Death and slashed a pitch-black line of aura several tens of meters long. As Deadbone's sword aura fell, it left a semicircular pitch-black slash on the ground in front of him. There was no deafening roar, instead, it was like ink spilling onto white paper, staining the prairie. Within the slash's range, the holy light shield burst open, followed by the giant scorpion and nun under the curtain of holy light. Their bodies all trembled simultaneously. Their bodies seemed to be enveloped by ink and silently melted within the pitch-black slash. This is Deadbone today. He continued to swing his sword, and although his moves aren't particularly flashy, they were executed with an effortless grace and contained profound subtleties. However, if this was all he could do, Dead Bone would merely be a super-enhanced version of Isloa, and his battlefield killing power and destructive power would still be inferior to Duo Li's. In fact, the normal Dead Bone, without using any special moves, indeed isn't as good as Duo Li. No matter how much Dead Bone kills, it's only enough for him to gain an advantage on one side. The enemies on the other fronts have already surged in like a tide, shaking the line of defense to the point of collapse. Even Rakshasa and Hong Yi are in grave danger. The charging Rakshasa nearly didn't make it back. This is what they call being unable to support everything by oneself. If behind Dead Bone and Duo Li was a city they had to defend, no matter how strong they are, they wouldn't be able to stop all the monsters' charge. The wave would ultimately break and swallow the city. But, the space suddenly rippled layer upon layer. A towering and majestic mountain covered with countless white bones appeared out of nowhere. Hovering over the battlefield, the Wraith Sacred Mountain appeared to be just an illusion, distant, hazy, and unreal, having no effect on the skeleton generals within it. But strangely, when the more distant giant scorpions surged forward, they stepped directly onto the land of bones. It's as if this mountain stood in front of them, blocking all paths. They had no choice but to go up the mountain road. On the mountain, the frost-white bones quivered. Amidst the quaking sound, one after another skeletal creature crawled out. Little skeletons, skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, skeleton giants. From weak to strong, the creatures of the Wraith kept reviving, kept coming down from the Wraith Sacred Mountain, forming a tide of skeletons of considerable scale. This is the Wraith Sacred Mountain that Dead Bone has operated and expanded by investing various resources into it over more than 1 month after stepping into the epic level. Occasionally using Undead Resurrection and Legion of Death, gradually accumulating. Dead Bone, the rodent skeleton, began to unleash its true power. The ironclad scorpion's huge pincers rose, smashing one skeleton after another, but it quickly found itself engulfed in a wave of whiteness. The nuns released the power of holy light, but on the Wraith Sacred Mountain where death energy was all over, their holy light was like a fearful girl surrounded by countless men, shivering and unable to be arrogant. Their normally dominant holy energy could only spread a few feet now. Soon, the nuns also were swallowed by the white wave of skeletons, sinking into it. The two forces continuously clashed, tangled, and consumed each other. The Wraith Sacred Mountain stood like a majestic fortress, shielding the majority of the enemy's attacks from the troops in front and allowing a small portion to seep through, offering perfect sharpening for our own troops. Kill. In this situation, even someone as lazy as Hong Yi found herself ignited. She resonated with countless resentful spirits and evil spirits, and streams of pitch-black energy surged towards her, her jade-like palm gathering the energy to form a gigantic claw shimmering in blood red. As the gigantic blood claw swung, the blood of the ironclad scorpion and the nuns seemed to be siphoned off, their bodies withered. Rakshasa flickered, leaving behind shadows, like a body morphing into many. Black fog chased his footsteps, seemingly forming dragons of black fog, winding over the enemy formation, gradually revealing its fangs and claws. Above the troops, the rolling black mist became more intense. Something was slowly taking shape and gestating. Mu Yuan looked forward with anticipation. Suddenly, Rakshasa stopped moving. The skeleton general struck in vain. Looking around, the enemies had been completely depleted without being noticed. There was no longer any material that could provide sharpening and serve as a cornerstone for the formation of an army soul. Is it over already? Not only Mu Yuan felt unsatisfied, but others also felt the same. It was as if they were immersed in a state of enlightenment, and then suddenly interrupted. The discomfort was unbearable, almost making one unable to breathe. Lord Shepard secretly regretted being careless and unknowingly surpassing the 3rd level. A higher level of challenge would not benefit his troops sharpening. The 4th level is roughly 1500 elite peak enemies. This power is already terrifying. Even if I launch the power of Dead Bone fully, use all reserve energy, and I enter the battle, there is only an 80% chance of winning. In the 3rd level, Dead Bone had used the Wraith Sacred Mountain to continuously cut off and enclose the enemy, and together with Duo Li and Isloa, It had systematically annihilated the enemy in a manner of strong against weak, and many against a few. Otherwise, facing hundreds of elite-level strongmen at once, even General Dead Bone would not be able to withstand it. After all, it was just an elite level 4, an epic life in its juvenile stage. However, at the 4th level, the number of enemies increases again, and it's possible they could directly flatten the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Even if Great Lord uses homogeneous power and cooperates with Dead Bone, it may not be 100% possible to withstand it. Moreover, according to the information, the enemy's rank will increase at the 5th level. We can't continue to pass through. Otherwise, the skeleton general will be easily killed, and it won't play a role in sharpening. Mu Yuan decided to stick at the 4th level. The ironclad Scorpion was quite an appropriate opponent. However, the secret realm could not be challenged unlimitedly. Initial entrants have 3 opportunities. 1 opportunity is restored per week, and passing a level gains 3 additional opportunities. He has 11 challenge opportunities left, a bit fewer. He didn't know if it was enough to form an army soul. The time spent by Mu Yuan on the 3rd and 4th levels was not short. Meanwhile, outside the field, in the waiting area of the Red Tower, it had been silent for some time, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the luminescent spot on the 4th floor of the tower, not daring to blink. Only when they saw the light begin to dim, flickering with a yellowish light as though it was about to go out, did someone swallow and break the silence. The 4th level. A newcomer, on his first challenge, reaches the 4th level. Is that reasonable? The most reasonable explanation they could come up with was that this newcomer was not as young as he looked. He was an old-timer, a veteran lord with not insignificant accumulation. Even so, passing 3 levels on the first entry was a glorious achievement that very few people could achieve. Wonder which old-timer did it. I bet he's in disguise. In the distance, Shen Linglong had been standing still in the same position for a long time, like a statue. Her mouth was slightly agape, her pupils sharply contracted, reflecting raging waves, just like her heart that couldn't calm down at this moment. It wasn't until the exclamations of others resounded one after another that she was jolted out of her trance. She wanted to refute. What do you all know? He's not just a newcomer in the land of challenge, but also in the entire eternal world. There is no one more novice than him. But she couldn't say it. The more extraordinary Tianyuan was, the more she had to keep this secret close to her heart. She didn't want to betray the trust of Sister Cold Moon. Wait a minute, first time entering, incredibly young, furiously breaking through 3 levels. Tianyuan's battle achievements. Could they be on par with my Lady Han Yu? No way, absolutely no way. She still felt that her Lady Han Yu was a bit stronger. But looking at that youthful figure coming out of the tower, a seed of admiration took root in her heart and began to sprout. After coming out of the 4th level, Mu Yuan took a deep breath, choosing not to continue his challenge. He had to give Dead Bone and the others some time to recuperate. Otherwise, even if they were in peak physical and mental condition during the challenge, some fatigue would accumulate invisibly, which could hinder the maximum absorption of combat experience. He gave everyone some time to rest and think, planning to challenge again in the afternoon. To successfully form a military spirit, I must send the same type of troops into battle. In the previous formation, the presence of Duo Lai, Isloa, Lulu and others were a disruption to the Undead Legion's formation of the military spirit. The next challenge must be undertaken by the pure undead. In the army, only Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 4, Rakshasa, and Han Yi could take the stage. As such, the pressure would certainly be greater. If they hadn't been too caught up in the earlier battles, tempering them at the 3rd level would have been more appropriate. And he only had 11 opportunities for challenge. Once used up, he would have to spend time recovering slowly. He heard that the lords who reached deeper into the tower could not only get more challenges but also have various extraordinary rights. But that was too far-fetched for him. He just barely managed to get past the 4th level of the Red Tower. A pure newbie who might be able to pass the 4th level at most. The 11 chances for challenge can't all be used by the Undead Legion. I have to spread them out somewhat. Lulu, 17, and others also need to hone their combat skills. There are also some elite treemen, elite from the Human Legion, and the likes of Jun. Oh, including Sophia and the others. Although their positions are civilian, it is always good to master more combat skills. The way Daisy performed earlier was not very good. As a superior, she couldn't even defeat a Bamian Shushung with 320,000 combat power. Mu Yuan decided to mix the rest of the generals and elites into a miscellaneous brand to enter the land of challenge for battle and tempering. This included himself, and so the decision was made happily. In order to form a military spirit as soon as possible, Mu Yuan enhanced the Undead Legion. While keeping a few evolution points for backup, he quickly evolved 20 skeleton morticians and 20 evil spirits. In this way, the number of superior types in the 100-troop legion was more than half. With the presence of generals such as Rakshasa and Hong Yi, and under Dead Bones' command, the formation of a military spirit was imminent. In the afternoon, Mu Graceful Gent Yuan again stepped into the land of challenge and suddenly found that the number of lords here had increased from more than 10 in the morning to more than 30 now. Here he comes. Here he comes. He's here. The mysterious newbie has arrived, wanting to continue challenging the 4th level. Bro, are you really a pure newbie entering the secret realm for the first time? How old is your territory? Mu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he cupped his fists towards the old predecessors around him. I am a pure newbie, and I will come here often in the future and will suffer the torment of the land of challenge. The lords gave friendly laughter. Right, after breaking 3 levels consecutively as a newbie, next he would be stuck and tormented by powerful enemies. This is a process every lord would go through. Usually, to proceed to the next level after reaching your current limit, it would take the lords at least 1 or 2 months of accumulation. Maybe even half a year, or 2 years. Whether they can pass the level, most lords are very pressured. That is, they can't. But this kind of battle that is not afraid of death can particularly hone skills and will. Even if they know they will be abused, the lords are still fearless and proceed bravely, suffering but enjoying it. The newbie will also walk the same road as them. Suddenly, he didn't seem so distant and aloof as a favored one from above, but quite approachable and down to earth. As Mu Yuan stepped into it, a dot of light appeared on the 4th floor of the Red Tower, flickering bright and then dim. It was a light that was bound to go out, yet it was still stubbornly burning. At some place deep in the wilderness. This was a location many times deeper into the wilderness than the newbie territories, without any traces of people for miles around. Yet there stood an imposing light blue fortress. The fortress was more than a kilometer long and wide and over 200 meters high. It rose vertically upwards like towering city walls, then began to slope towards the center, merging together. It looked like a gigantic blue box or a massive iceberg. It was sealed tightly and was exquisitely carved. On the 200-meter-high city wall, there was a wave-like riveting of blue light. Huge, gem-like shapes embellished it, as if storing up massive amounts of energy. Undoubtedly, it was a terrifying weapon of war. There it stood, clean as itself, surrounded by uneven pits, dried and congealed blood, and the vaguely visible monster corpses buried under the nearby ground after some simple treatments. With the fortress as the center, thousands and tens of thousands of meters forward and to the east, they could be seen everywhere. It spread a chillingly cold breath. But unlike the outside, the interior of the fortress looked exceptionally peaceful. There was a small sun presented by some means, hanging high in the sky, sprinkling warm sunlight. Around the streets, many flowers and plants were grown, adding many lively breaths. If not for the towering walls on the outermost edge, there would be no resemblance of a frontline fortress. In the center of the fortress, on the transportation array platform with a diameter greater than 10 meters. Hum, as the blue light curtain, which was like an overturned big bowl, dissipated, a woman dressed in black and white armor walked out. The woman was fierce yet dignified, with her chestnut long hair twisted into a bun at the back of her head, bangs falling on her forehead and sides. Her eyes also held a chestnut color, seemingly influenced by some kind of bloodline. She was petite, but her curvy figure was impossible to hide even under a thick layer of armor. The armor was fitted, accentuating her slender waist. The lower part of her dress was a battle skirt that resembled a gown, falling down to her ankles, but was guarded with layers of armor. She also wore heavy gauntlets on her arms. At one glance, one could tell she was a heavily armored warrior player who engaged in fierce combat. This woman was none other than Shen Linglong, who, during her time at the Land of Challenge, insisted on being fully covered in armor, revealing only her eyes. She was now in her everyday attire. She strode towards the nearby defender's mansion. There were a few players inside the stronghold, all greeting her upon her arrival. General Shen. Sister Linglong. In the eyes of others, Shen Linglong was an extraordinary lord, brave and good at fighting. She held powerful combat power and was known as General Long Wei. She entered the Eternal World a little earlier than Han Yu, but it only took her a few years to become a great lord. She was the pride of many contemporary lords, always looking up to and chasing after her. To Han Yu, the lord of Han Yu City, Shen Linglong was nothing more than a little fangirl. Upon entering the mansion, her steps became much lighter as she quickly moved towards a familiar scent. Right then, in the study of the mansion, a cold, otherworldly woman leaned against the wall. She wore a bright blue dress, tall and curvy, but regardless of who saw her, they wouldn't pay attention to her graceful figure or her serene face, but her eyes that appeared to freeze the world. Her eyebrows were like windswept snow and her hair a frozen river. Wherever she stood, even on the hottest summer day, everything would become cool and refreshing. But now, the lord of Han Yu City, who was admired and followed by countless people, was looking at an ancient book in her hand, her eyebrows puckering more and more, unable to stop herself from jumping up. It was as if an explosive had been set off, shattering a layer of ice. "I shouldn't have studied these ancient divine letters," she exclaimed. Just as she was about to slam the ancient book onto the desk, she heard footsteps steadily approaching. Lu Shaoyi's hand, which was about to slam onto the desk, stopped 10 centimeters from touching it. She paused for half a second, then nonchalantly withdrew her hand and straightened her messy hair and clothes. Looking serious, she lowered her head and continued staring at the book in her hands. A few seconds later, Sister Cold Moon, sticky hug. No hug. Shen Linglong lunged forward like a flying rock but was blocked by 2 slender, fair fingers. She flapped her arms a few times in midair and ultimately landed on the ground in regret. "Sister Cold Moon, are you studying ancient books again? You're already so strong, and yet you're still so studious. You truly deserve to be Sister Cold Moon. I can't even start studying," she said admiringly. Lu Shaoyi tilted her neck slightly, smiling but not speaking. "You're here, so that means Tianyuan has entered the Land of Challenge, right? You really don't have to come all the way here. You can just use communication tools." "No way, I should report something this important in person, and Tianyuan is quite amazing," Shen Linglong confidently corrected. Following that, she animatedly described Tianyuan's progression. Although she could only observe the progression through an exterior light, she painted a vivid image as if experiencing the battles herself. Her storytelling was suspenseful. Right now, Tianyuan is on the 4th challenge. He's likely honing his combat skills. When she finished speaking, she watched intently, but didn't see much surprise on Sister Cold Moon's face. "This didn't make sense," Lu Shaoyi said. "I've said long ago that Tianyuan's talent is not inferior to mine. Breaking through 3 levels is quite normal. However, future success is still uncertain depending largely on whether he can maintain his momentum." Yet, she was slightly surprised. When she first faced the Land of Challenge, it was almost 5 months after she entered the world. From this perspective, Tianyuan was stronger than she was. However, the era was changing. This year had more crises and opportunities than before, so Tianyuan's performance shouldn't amaze her. But, if Tianyuan could keep up this momentum, he might have a chance to compete for the Dragon Court competition's Tai Zan representative position. By then, the other old friends, seeing his performance, would probably be astounded. Thinking about this, Lu Shaoyi was extremely excited. "Tianyuan, you better do well and not disappoint your sister." But Shen Linglong was adamant. Tianyuan will definitely be slightly below Sister Cold Moon. How could she prove this? Shen Linglong wondered. Shen Linglong was unable to figure it out. Why not directly challenge Tian Yuan to a fight, to gauge his skill techniques? She was originally a battle enthusiast. Otherwise, she wouldn't become Han Yu's hardcore fan. In her eyes, for Tian Yuan to be able to overcome 3 challenges at his age, he must also possess extraordinary combat talent. Thinking about this, she, too, was fired up. Land of Challenge. The 4th level of the Red Tower. The plains were vast and boundless, the green grass swaying gently in the breeze, but then, boom, the far-off rumbling sound came one after another, visible shockwaves spreading out like murky water waves, rolling out a white arc. Wherever it passed, the ground was overturned, roots and all. Further afar, tufts of grass flew about, leaving the earth in shambles. The shockwave, reduced only by a great distance, left behind some strong winds that bent the tender grass. If anyone stood here and looked out, they would find that the closer they were, the more chaotic and dead the earth would be. Some scattered pieces of grass had already withered and decayed, the soil turned murky black, and the whole earth seemed to have died off. In the center of this dead earth, there was a mountain standing tall, white with bones. Only, at this moment within the Wraith Sacred Mountain, the resplendent holy light broke through the black fog shrouding the sky and earth again and again, and the black fog was washed away and became sparse. In the mountain, ironclad scorpions surged upwards, their giant claws breaking the ground and creating large pits. Outside the mountain, ironclad scorpions had their tails raised high, sending out needles like cannonballs in a continuous shower. At this moment, the battlefield in the Wraith Sacred Mountain was like a meat grinder, a bone-grinding machine, and the Undead Legion was defeated step by step, and could hardly hold on. Although, it was expected. Mu Yuan sighed. He had only an 80% chance of victory when all his high-end Tianyuan forces were pushed forward. Not to mention now when there was a lack of heavy firepower like Duo Lai, no strong ones like Isloa, Tree Demon Granny, Lulu, and there was also no help from him as the Great Lord Shepherd. Defeat, nothing could be more normal. But if they could form an army soul embryo, the Undead Legion could reverse the defeat and easily kill the giant scorpions and the nuns. The army soul embryo could not only make the skeleton generals burst out with powerful energy but also greatly aid General Deadbone himself. After all, Deadbone is also a member of the Legion and more importantly, a general. For this outcome, General Deadbone was not surprised, but looking at the magnificent skeleton Sacred Mountain crumbling little by little, looking at the skeleton general and the skeleton mortician who had just been revived, quickly being killed again, looking at the tide of the dead called by the Legion of Death, being obliterated under the charge of the giant scorpions and the nuns, it still couldn't accept it. You can't blame the enemy for being too strong, or Bone 2 and the others for being too weak, you can only blame yourself. I am still too weak. Deadbone leaned on his sword, standing at the top of the mountain. Its armor was torn and ragged, and some bones were missing, and it didn't repair them. Repairing would require energy, and any little bit of energy at this time is precious. But until now, no matter how much Deadbone saved, even if it drew energy from the Sacred Mountain, and from the dead, it was still almost exhausted. Mainly because it couldn't withstand the charge of the giant scorpions. In the beginning, it had to burst out several times, bringing forth the river of the underworld. And now, Pitter-Patter, the most stable Bone 4 was also hit by a dozen holy lights because of its numerous injuries and could not dodge. The mottled white bones hissed with smoke, the remaining energy couldn't resist this piercing holy light. It knelt on the ground, its bones disappearing from bottom to top, and a few seconds later it disappeared completely, leaving only some gray-black dust, and the incomplete armor that had fallen on the ground with a clatter. In another place, Hong Yi was also driven to a corner. "Oh dear, I'm going to die again, please be gentle." Hong Yi tidied her red dress, giving a carefree smile, and then too was reduced to ashes under the holy light, not even leaving half of her red wedding dress behind. Soon, only one dead bone was left on the battered mountain top. It looked around, like an unmatched general who had reached the end of the road. Only the ending of dying gloriously on the battlefield was left. But we shouldn't. It shouldn't be like this. The weak should also have the power to strike at the sky. It looked quietly, and suddenly a faint glimmer of light bloomed in the depth of its eyes. It was weak, but it was shining, like a golden light of the most dazzling colors in the world. Dead Bone seemed to understand something, its eyes brightened, and the pale blue soul flames inside its skull, which seemed like a candle in the wind, also blazed fiercely. It was as if its end was in sight. Yes, but not all. Lord once said, "The power of will can rewrite everything. As long as the belief is firm enough, all miracles can be grasped." After such a long time, Bone finally understands. Bone is slow. It mumbled, its golden eyes piercing the sky. This was not the light of the soul flame, but the light that came when the will had surpassed its limits. Everyone can have the light of will. This light was shining in Mu Yuan's eyes, more colorful than the auspicious clouds in the sky. At first, I thought it would be Lu Lu, who has the talent of steadfast will, who would be the first to break through the limit of his will. I didn't expect it would be General Dead Bone who would take the lead. It wasn't that he underestimated Dead Bone, but the birth of the light of will really had nothing to do with comprehension. It all depends on personal will and personal experience. Some rare talents also help in the condensation of the light of will, just like the steadfast will of Lu Lu. As for Dead Bone, whether its will is strong or not, it has never really fought for life and death, has never exhausted its energy to fight until the last moment, so naturally, it can't talk about any experience tempering it. Until now. This is Dead Bone's real, all-out battle. Looking at their many brothers and sisters falling in front of them, and they don't even have the ability to turn things around, it broke the limit. Now, the key to the legend, Dead Bone has already gripped 2 of them. But it just wanted to tear apart the enemy in front of it. Boon the giant scorpions kept climbing along the top of the mountain. The nuns clasped their hands together, radiating an increasingly brilliant light, continually driving away the black fog. Before them, General Dead Bone's energy is all but exhausted, seemingly struggling to even lift his blade. But I can. Thus, he raises his sword, as if an endless strength surges within his body. I still have strength. Inside him, although his energy pool is seemingly dried up and exhausted, a vast black fog gushes out as he gestures. He claims he can persevere, that he still has strength left, and so, he does. Thus, the thinning black fog on Wraith's sacred mountain slowly gathers again, obscuring the sky. More black fog flows from Dead Bone's hand like a stream, drifting around the holy mountain, disappearing into the broken bones and black dust. In an instant, many fallen undead warriors, the red-robed Rakshasa and other generals, return to life once again. They once again engage in battle with the giant scorpions and the nuns. Dead Bone continues to advance. Because strategic skills and weapons like the Soul Crystal cannot be used in the Land of Challenge, he uses his own energy as the foundation, deploying the strategic skill, Legion of Death. The consumption is enormous, but at this time, his energy seems infinite. Or it could be said, at this moment, no matter what he does, there is no energy consumption. The remaining 0.01% of his energy is consolidated here, not reduced by a fraction. This is the power of will. The light of will does not significantly increase combat power, it is not as extraordinary as a domain. It has only one effect, an absolute steady state. Simply put it as, hold on. Because I want to persevere, because my will is strong, I held on. Despite the depletion of energy, despite being seriously injured, he can still fight until the great Tao annihilation. The light of will naturally cannot maintain an infinite steady state, but at least at this moment. The power of resurrection envelops the sky above. Some skeleton generals die, and the next moment, they are revived. From the nearby gate of death, the undead creatures emerge unceasingly. Dead Bone charges into the midst of the enemy lines. Wailing death creates a vast river of the underworld, engulfing countless giant scorpions and nuns. They vanish into bones in the blink of an eye. In just a few minutes, the already halved numbers of giant scorpion and nuns visibly decrease. But Dead Bone persists. The heavy sword keeps falling. Suddenly, his sword stops, hovering in front of a buxom blonde nun. The strong wind blows her hair into disarray. Her clothes are torn, and her body is marred by the gray scars left by various types of death energy. She is still gathering the power of holy light, desperately trying to swing it out. But Dead Bone doesn't retaliate. He looks around and realizes that the enemy has been nearly wiped out. The nun before him is the last of this formidable army. He has won. The hand of Dead Bone, which is slightly shaking, can no longer hold the sword handle, and his whole body becomes shaky, but he has won. Boom, the world, which appeared to be a mirage, shatters, but the experience and growth obtained by the Legion from the long battle are real. Light of Will. The wielder can retain all combat power in the face of death. Resist attacks not exceeding a certain limit. The number of times is subject to the strength of will and the strength of the attack. At the same time, the one who ignites the Light of Will can immune from most illusion techniques. This is the effect of Light of Will. In addition, there are some hidden benefits, such as absolute control over one's own strength and so on. After the battle, Mu Yuan gave Dead Bone some time off. The use of the Light of Will is to exploit potential, and even if the state had been reset, there would still be some fatigue. And so, it was time for him, Lord Shepherd, to enter the stage. He led Duo Lai, Isloa, and others to challenging the fourth stage, directly facing formidable enemies. Daisy swished her foxtail and looked at him eagerly. Can we not go? Mu Yuan denied. No, even if you're clerks, you need to have a bit of self-preserving ability. He held up 2 fingers, indicating that it was crucial. Right, right. Sophia agreed and grabbed Daisy's arm, promising they would be there. Soon, on the vast grassland, the screams came one after another. Mu Yuan loaded Dead Bone's model, and he used Wraith's Sacred Mountain to block the enemy. But the skill he had was just a broken version, and he didn't possess Dead Bone's unique skill application method, nor did he have the Light of Will. In the end, they were defeated. Mu Yuan was used to it. It's just a death. It seems that Daisy died a bit too easily. It didn't seem to have much effect on her growth. As for himself, he was also not strong enough. Using a model for borrowing power was at most a mini Dead Bone, a mini Duo Lai. But top-level lords all have their own unique combat methods. A lord's combat system needs to weave the lord's territory, soldiers, generals and talent into the base upon which it is built and transformed. Although many lords only start building and polishing their combat system in the advanced stages, but he already had some thoughts. Maybe it was time to start contemplating and conceptualizing. Mu Yuan scrutinized himself. His main insights were into the lightning and spear, both at the beginner level. Yet, after numerous improvements and sparring matches with Rakshasa, he felt that he had reached the summit, only a step away from entering the realm of minor success. Furthermore, he possessed insights into sword, blade, fire, and so on. This was the result of Mr. Mu, in his spare time, based on his mastery of the pinnacle of swordsmanship and swordplay, exploring these insights. It wasn't too difficult. Under the premise of having already stepped into the artistic conception level, it was as easy as eating and drinking to explore other insights. He felt it was this way. It was not something to be proud of. At the festival grounds, he had witnessed the clash of insights between Lords Wuji and Yangxing. Wuji's sword intent had reached the state of great success, and his sword intent was splendid, extreme in swordsmanship, all-encompassing and confident. Wuji's sword intent. It was among the finest in sword intent. Naturally, sword intent has different levels, just as the Withered Bone Realm and Realm of the Dead are areas with a huge gap between them, even though they belong to the same category. It was precisely because he created a top-tier sword intent that Wuji was assessed as legendary expectation. If it was not for his apparent weaknesses and the lack of powerful units, along with his less remarkable territory development, he could be the undeniably leading figure of this generation of Taizan. Wuji likely possesses a top-tier innate talent dealing with sword. However, to reach where he is today, this talent probably only plays a role of 1%, and the rest 99% completely depended on his own diligence. Just like the undead in Bone 2, when the General Dead Bone was at the stage of Skeleton General, he only had 2 talents, Heart of Darkness and Death Extraction. His innate configurations were not much different from Bone 2. but the power he extended and created from them was far beyond bone too. This was the undead's talent and charisma. Wuji's talent and charisma in swordplay were also top tier. At the festival grounds, upon my recommendation, Wuji recruited the top-tier hero, Knight of Dawn, a hero who had the inheritance of the ancient Bright Empire and was capable in both literary and martial arts. By now, his weaknesses must have been greatly improved. He was undoubtedly one of the most powerful candidates in the Tai Zan delegation participating in the Dragon Court competition. If Mr. Mew wanted to represent Tai Zan in the competition, to glorify his nation and also strive for reward of large amount of luxurious resources, Wuji would be his competitive opponent. It seemed he has powered up his competitive opponent. However, if the hope of advancing is based on the fact that opponent isn't strong enough, such qualification is not needed in the first place. Without the confidence to face and defeat all powerful opponents, how could he talk about reaching the top? The Dragon Court competition was just a minor scenic spot on this road. But my development period is relatively short. In terms of completely overwhelming all the enemies in the competition, I couldn't pull it off. Many opponents must possess artistic conception of great success. With multiple third-order subordinates, their complete troop legions have very likely condensed into the army soul embryo. His goal was not reckless killing, but to qualify in the selection and become a member representing Tai Zan. Because, as long as he qualifies, Tai Zan would pour in a large amount of resources to aid him in power enhancement. He heard that one of those resources was called Pure Soul Source Pool, which could quickly enhance one's own level without side effects. How much one can absorb, how much one can improve, all depended on the individual's talent and potential. But he heard that even in the case of a warlord-level strongman who entered, they could at least improve by 3 or 4 levels, and in more cases, 6 or 7 levels. This was the resource he wanted most, without equal. However, the Dragon Nest recruitment chance, rewarded to excellent performers after the Dragon Court competition seemed ordinary to Mu Yuan. The Dragon Nest doesn't necessarily recruit real giant dragons. Most of the time it can only recruit sub-dragon species or dragon descendants. Of course, the sub-dragon species and dragon descendants that come out from dragon nests are certainly the top tier among the elites, with extraordinary combat capabilities and extremely high potential. Nevertheless, fine. Having a free dragon descendant or giant dragon is still pretty good. After all, it's free. Perhaps he could also become a dragon knight. He thought of the dragon blood martial maiden from the festival grounds, guessed she must be wandering somewhere. To increase the winning rate, the army soul embryo needs to be formed, Isloa, Rakshasa and others need to evolve, and the average level of the main force in the territory needs to be increased. As for myself, as a strength ranking in the top 3, or even top 2, in Tianyuan, he must exert his 99% diligence and perseverance. He took out the information he had downloaded and printed from the real world, which was put on special paper. Sitting in the city lord's mansion, with his legs on the table, the bound volume of information floated on front of him, and with a rustling sound page after page was automatically turned over. The mainstream battle system in the eternal world can be divided into 2 types. One is based on the army, condenses the army soul embryo, and continues to hone and strengthen this army soul, providing vast power to the entire legion. The top legions can incarnate into a giant towering man that can slaughter gods and demons. Second, it is a combat system composed of numerous units and buildings to assist, with top-notch individual combatants as the core. The famous Lord of Han Yu City possesses a guard legion primarily made up of cold ice sword samurai. The function of this legion is not to defend her, but to provide her with vast support of homogeneous power when necessary. Lord Han Yu, already a top-tier strongman, has a limit to her individual strength. However, the way she builds her combat team around herself almost has no limit. In addition to Lord Han Yu, Sword Lord Lu Shi, a leading character from 2 generations ago, is also a representative figure of devoted to individual might. The 2 paths do not conflict and can be merged. Mr. Mew was no stranger to the path of devoted to individual might. His General Dead Bone was already on this path. Many of the abilities he possessed, such as Wraith Sacred Mountain, strategic talent, undead control, etc., had advantages in this aspect. Thanks to the Lord's power, a lord naturally holds the advantage in terms of utilizing external forces. If he could also awaken some special and unique strategic talents, his advantage would be even stronger. However, I don't need to charge deep into enemy lines. I spend most of my time at home in my territory, so apart from having suitable abilities to integrate, having enough strength and being handsome enough, my battle system has to be practical enough. His goal was to have long-range combat capability. It can either be supportive or offensive. By then, you can cooperate with your spiritual link talent, the field of vision sharing ability of the battle falcon, and my refined micro-operation ability to defeat the enemy from thousands of miles away. The difficulty lies in how to convey power. He had some ideas, originated from the gift of the ability to evolve. After he stepped into the professional level, he could remotely grant troops the baptism of evolution. How exactly does this mysterious power get transmitted? As long as he can figure out a bit of it, he could instantly solidify the system. The other path is to upgrade the territory. As long as the level of the territory increases, the Lord's power will also increase accordingly. By then, more tricks can be played. As for the Tianyuan territory, it met the conditions for promotion to the 3rd level a few days ago, but he just delayed some time for the sake of maximizing benefits. Mu Yuan opens the panel and pulls out the troops list. Tree Demon Granny. 2nd Order, level 1 foot, bone little 6. 1st Order, level 7. 0 Order 9 Great Perfection Troops. 233 feet, just like when he upgraded last time. Mu Yuan arranged for 120 of the most suitable apprentice-level troops to enter the 2 breakthrough dojos and asked the troops out there to return one after another. When everyone was ready, Mu Yuan murmured softly, "Upgrade. Notice. Soul Crystal -100, Tianyuan territory, level 2 territory, is being upgraded." In the overlooking view, the fog outside the territory receded once again, signifying that the king's land, representing power and authority, was expanding inch by inch. Cross the river, cross the forest. This expansion continued for half an hour before gradually ending. Notice. Your territory has been upgraded to level 3. Notice. You've unlocked the permanent blueprint, wall, ordinary, and received the blueprint, guiding landmark, ordinary 3/3. Notice. You've received level 3 territory gain. Mu Yuan quickly scans the information. Now that the territory is sufficient, the biggest benefit of territory upgrading is that all buildings can be upgraded as well. If the breakthrough dojo is upgraded to level 3, there will be no increase in quota, but it can provide a breakthrough for professional level peak. As for the Tianyuan territory at present, elite soldiers like Bone Little 6 and others who rank in the 1st echelon are not far from the great perfection of professional level 9. Also, although the wall blueprint is only of ordinary level, it is still valuable. This wall appears to be 4 meters high when built. The solidity is also decent, but it's far from the wall of Shilling Town. Mu Yuan hesitates whether to build it or not. He naturally wants to build more robust and reliable high-level walls, but high-level wall blueprints are extremely rare, and one-time wall blueprints are useless. Only permanent blueprints can build a real, towering wall around the entire territory. The season of monster waves hasn't arrived yet. If appropriate blueprints are still not available by then, just build ordinary walls. While pondering, the daylight had fallen. Mu Yuan felt as if he was bathing in a hot spring, and all his cells were rejoicing. However, it's a pity that he is already an elite-level strongman. The reward from upgrading from level 2 to level 3 is not significant. It's just a slight rise half a level. He is more interested in the change of the Lord's power. So he closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Lord's power. The Lord can borrow the power of his troops, and according to the degree of trust of the troops, can exert 30%, 80% of their ability. Currently, up to 3 templates can be preloaded. So this is how it is. The upper limit has not changed, but the operability has increased a lot. For example, he can borrow the power of 3 generals at the same time, 40% plus 30% plus 30% times 80%, and use this as the basis for skill combination. For example, In the next second after using the Dead Bone template, he can seamlessly switch to the Duo Light template, unlike the previous template conversion that had an interval time. At this moment, Mu Yuan was using two completely different forces. One from Dead Bone, the power of undead shadows, the other from Laney, the power of holy light. The mist of black swirling around, the light of pale gold shining brightly, they complemented each other on his left and right hands. At a glance, the power of holy light is not much weaker than that of the undead. That's natural. Laney is a first-tier mid-level, Lord Shepherd is a second-tier powerhouse with extremely powerful energy, and he has entered the Dead Bone template. His basic qualities even surpassed many third-tier existences when added on top of each other. Lord Shepherd's healing ability is stronger than Laney's proud face. However, after loading most of the Dead Bone template, his body and energy became more inclined towards darkness, and when he tried to activate the power of holy light, there was a noticeable lack of coordination and blocking sensation. It's as if an Iceman is holding a blazing blade that keeps giving off flames. After experimenting for a while, Mu Yuan somewhat understood how to construct the personal combat system of a great lord. He could continue along this path. However, if he wanted to increase his combat power in the short term, he would have to start from the 3 template slots that could be pre-loaded and make a breakthrough. Wait, why should I be constrained by the proportion of power borrowed, rather than pulling a certain aspect of a certain template to the extreme? At this time, the usage ratio of Mu Yuan's 3 templates was 80% Dead Bone, 10% Laney, and 10% Isloa. He could draw only a small degree of power from Laney and Isloa. Laney herself was not very powerful and didn't have many advanced skills. Besides her body of brilliance, talent, Mu Yuan could utilize most of her power. But when it came to Isloa, Mu Yuan carefully perceived and discovered that he was unable to use many high-level skills like Star Road's Gate and Starry Array. Naturally, the Starlight body talent did not consolidate onto him. Even Isloa's unique skill, the art of gathering stars, was a super incomplete version. It was as if borrowing this template was pointless. But what if he only utilized the energy and physical strength from the Dead Bone template, while maximizing borrowed abilities from Isloa's skills? No, this combination is not strong enough. It needs some tweaking. Maybe like this. Mu Yuan pondered and soon found an answer. In terms of basic qualities and amount of energy, General Duo Lai is the strongest. He even outperforms Dead Bone by a long shot. Moreover, the energy in Duo Lai is balanced. Using this as a basis for applying holy light or undead power would not result in any obstruction. As for Dead Bone, General Dead Bone has many strong points, but Dead Bone's combat skills cannot be replicated. Having its template does not mean that invincible power can be unleashed. Its artistic conception, domain, and light of will also cannot be borrowed by the Lord's power. If one were to search for the most suitable power to borrow from Dead Bone, he believed it must be Wraith's Sacred Mountain and Strategic Talent Undead Control. As long as we have this combination, we will possess the ability of super backup energy and concentrating numerous powers into one body. Based on these two as the foundation, we'll pair them with a suitable set of combat skills, such as Isloa's art of gathering stars, combined with my already strong basis. Wouldn't this make me invincible? He felt very strong even just thinking about it. Of course, achieving this would not be easy. It's related to your own control ability. It's like reaching into a pile of sand to precisely grab a grain with slightly different characteristics. Mu Yuan began to try. Mu Yuan furrowed his brows. He loaded all of Duo Lai's template and began to eliminate all skills and talents except for the basic abilities. Forget, and release the remaining Lord's power. Strands of invisible and mysterious Lord's power flowed out as the abilities were eliminated. Mu Yuan vaguely felt that he could take this strand of power and call upon the other 2 preloaded templates. His conjecture was indeed feasible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Snap! A slight fluctuation in concentration allowed the power of Duo Lai to fade away with the flow of the Lord's power, diminishing rapidly. He felt like an inflated balloon that had deflated instantly, his energy depleted to almost nothing. Don't panic, as long as the thinking is correct it's fine. The rest is just practice, practice, more practice. Over several consecutive days, Mu Yuan invested most of his energy into exercising the utilization of the Lord's power, spending his time eating, bathing, and sleeping in the spacious training field. The other matters, internal affairs, were being handled by Isloa, Sophia, Lulu and others. Army soul grinding, external exploration, and monster corpse transportation were being managed by Dead Bone and Duo Lai. What Mu Yuan did most often right now was to act like an emotionless remnant soul buying machine, though these days he even paused the buying of remnant souls. He must grasp this hard-to-come-by feeling, finally. A few days later, Mu Yuan emerged from the training field gate with disheveled hair, his eyes shining brightly, and his body enveloped in lingering undead energy. He had successfully developed the first combination. Duo Lai's basics plus Dead Bone's two big moves, and not Isloa. Isloa's abilities were a bit hard to adapt to. Mu Yuan chose a combination that was easier to match and might even be stronger when deployed. That was Rakshasa. By sacrificing skills and talents such as Sinful Eye Prison and Resentment Absorption, he obtained Rakshasa's main power, Evil Coagulation and Evil Body. Combining his own spear technique, spear artistic conception, and occasionally mastering basic skills such as thrust, sweeping, triple stab, rainstorm daisy gun. Mu Yuan believed that this power combination was quite invincible. Perhaps it could challenge the position of General Dead Bone, who was considered the number one under Tianyuan. Enough, he was the Lord, it was not appropriate to compare with his own generals. We'll see when he has his own domain. Mu Yuan concentrated, looking at the current accumulation of evolution points. The human evolution points had accumulated to over 4,100 units, not far from giving Isloa the baptism of ultra-evolution. However, these were evolution points saved by being extremely frugal. Human evolution points were still tight. Lulu, 17, and other generals also needed epic evolution. Mu Yuan had already contacted old brother Mai Hua, preparing to make a big trade. On the other side, compared to the significant increase in his lord's power, the formation of the Undead Legion's army soul did not seem to be going as smoothly. It was still a bit off. Only 9 major battles have been experienced, which is quite a bit short. The level of the elite troops of the Undead Legion was also relatively low, forming another disadvantage. Other people's complete troop legions took 1 or 2 years or even longer to condense the army soul embryo. He wanted to take the road that others had traveled in several years in just a few days, which might be wishful thinking. But it really was just a tiny bit away. Mu Yuan was confident. The black fog surging over his troops was already quick to incubate and manifest a certain image. With a few more times, the army soul would emerge. And the earlier the army soul condenses, the greater the benefit. But I can't. Other second-generation lords might have other resource channels to hone, but in my case, if I can't condense the army soul further, I can only fight the monster tribes and slowly temper it. Now, there is one last chance to challenge. Mu Yuan walked into the gate of the land of challenge. As soon as he stepped in, a female lord, tightly wrapped and only showing a pair of eyes, stood in front of him. Standing on tiptoes, she dropped her voice very low and said, "Hey, Tianyuan, fight a game with me." Mu Yuan. He was not surprised that his identity was revealed. Through the messages passed on by Lu Miamu, he had long known the existence of Lord Shen Linglong, and he had guessed early that this person with a personality like a mummy and completely wrapped was Lord Linglong. However, was she suddenly proposing to fight a game? What's going on? Could you sort out the cause and effect? Don't worry, I will fight with you at the same level. Just use the balanced battle mode. You should know that when you break into the 3rd giant tower of the land of challenge, you will have some rights. I am now using these rights to invite you to fight. Shen Linglong continued to lower her voice, as if acting sneakily, but her eyes were burning with war and directly staring at him. At the same time, a prompting sound also rang in Mu Yuan's ear. Ding! Prompt. Lord Linglong invites you to team up, do you accept? Mu Yuan is not a green hand now. After all, he has a leg to stand on and has channels to access many secret information. He knew of this right. The owner can use the power of the Land of Challenge to open up a special space for their own combat, training, and play. The selection of the Dragon Court competition is actually the higher beings of Tai Zan opening up a special space in the Land of Challenge and setting special rules to carry out. Now, Shen Linglong is inviting him to enter the special venue and fight. No matter what the reason is, having a fight with a high-ranking Great Lord is very beneficial to himself. Apart from top-tier second generations, other people don't even have this opportunity. However, the Great Lord Shen seems to be more eager. If that's the case, after pondering for a while, Mr. Mu said, "I can't fight for nothing. I have one condition. I want to borrow your training time." "Deal," she said, and half a second later she changed her mind. "No, it depends on whether you can satisfy me. If you do, I will give you 10 hours of training time. I only have 14 hours left now." "So what would satisfy you? You have to last at least 10. No, 3 minutes in my hands. Then accompany me for a few more rounds." "Deal." Shen Linglong's battle invitation was successful and she immediately headed for the giant tower, excited and impatient. Mu Yuan was also very pleased. Who doesn't like the opportunity for tempering that comes to the doorstep, and it also comes with 10 hours of training opportunity. When the time comes, as long as Shen Linglong brings out appropriate monster enemies, it will create a more suitable troop tempering environment than the 4th level of the Red Tower, and why worry about not condensing the army soul? At any rate, he must have a good fight. Mu Yuan walked towards the Red Tower. Ripples appeared in the space in front of him, and when he came to his senses again, he was not in the familiar waiting space, but in an independent space filled with many dolls. Shen Linglong was nearby. She operated something, and in the next moment, the space changed again, and a vast silver training field appeared right in front of them. The two stared at each other from a distance of thousands of meters. At this time, Shen Linglong had already taken off her mummy-like attire and replaced it with a silver and black interlaced armor and battle skirt. She was not tall, just over 1.6 meters, but she was holding a huge silver fork at least 2.6 meters long. It looked extremely mismatched. "I'm about to start, although we're at the same level, but my accumulation is several years more than you. My body has been tempered with the blood of a real dragon, and my deputy has unparalleled power. If you are careless, you might not be able to hold on for 2 rounds. Transform." The Lord's power surged, and the power of the deputy gathered around her again and again. Her flaxen hair danced wildly, and a faint golden light enveloped the black and white armor and battle skirt she wore. "It's not over yet." She continued to load power. This time, the power came from talent. Shen Linglong has a recessive talent. After her own promotion and breakthrough, her talent awakened and evolved into a quite top-tier strategic talent, Glow of the Valkyrie. She can reassign individuals with certain talents, male or female, as the rare 3-star troops, female warrior. If she leads the female warriors into battle, over the years, she has a chance to evolve the female warriors into outstanding 1-star troops. At the same time, whenever she reassigns and trains a female warrior, she will receive extra permanent body strength enhancement. This strategic talent of hers is even stronger than the top hero, Valkyrie Luoligia, at the festival grounds. At this moment, Shen Linglong actively triggered her strategic talent. This is a high-level skill that only high-ranking individuals understand. Under the potential stimulation, her strength and momentum keep rising. A faint orange flame rose around her, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind. Immediately after, a vast troop array emerged faintly behind her. Vague figures of women dressed in exquisite armor could be seen, as if endless power was being projected into her body. Shen Linglong raised her giant halberd with one hand and pointed at Mu Yuan from afar. "It's your turn, Tianyuan. Let me see your power." In the vast silver training field, the strong wind blew Mu Yuan's hair. His dark blue sleeves waved in the wind, making a rustling sound. Staring at the figure in the distance, he wasn't tall, yet his aura was extraordinarily terrifying, like a giant standing tall there, exuding an indescribable oppressive force, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. If an ordinary lord was here, they might not even be able to stand steady and would only tremble. Is this the power of a real strong person, a great lord's strength? Despite the neutralization of the rules, the power of the Fourth Order leader level could still be vaguely perceived. Many players, even official staff members and old lords, have no chance to witness this power. Mu Yuan had seen the tip of the iceberg of elite power. As Shen Linglong saw, even though she was balanced by the rules, such sparring battles were still unfair. She still had many advantages: accumulation of time, technology, experience, realm. These could not be balanced. However, Mu Yuan was not talking about fairness. An epic life is an existence that surpasses the top tier, and is even more unpredictable. Duo Lai base template, first mode. His hair began to extend and fall to his waist. He was using the new combination mode to its limit, and he had no time to care about some trivial matters. Within his body, the power surged in waves, and the energy pool was growing rapidly. Twice. 3 times. 6 times. 10 times. The flood of energy was uncontrollable, overflowing around him, scraping the air around him to ignite sparks. Like Shen Linglong, a light flame rose around him, but not so defined. Then, Mu Yuan breathed again, closed his eyes, and suddenly opened them. In his pupils, a deep blue soul flame was swirling, sweeping the nothingness. Rumbling. Behind him, a magnificent and grand mountain peak appeared. From a distance, it seemed like a snowy mountain covered with pure white. But on closer inspection, it was not snow, but piles of white bones covering the gray-black ground of the mountain. At the same time, a brown long spear, formed by the power of evil, floated in the palm of his hand, which he was holding in the air. He lightly held it, pointing the spear tip. His entire state had risen to its peak. Boom! 2 raging forces, like tidal waves, surged forward, collided over thousands of meters, and squeezed out visible arc-shaped ripples on the ground in front of them. The ripples, like ripples on water, spread out in waves. "Here I come!" Shen Linglong roared excitedly, like a savage beast, and under her step, the firm, thick ground capable of withstanding an elite-level blow, also cracked open. Her entire body shot out like a cannonball. From above, the 2.5-meter-long war halberd heavily chopped down. According to Mu Yuan's usual practice, he would first dodge and probe, figure out the opponent's tactics, then he would thrust his spear viciously for a lethal blow. But, as soon as he tried to dodge, it was as if he had hit a wall. The air from all directions became viscous, like a wall, like a cage, binding him whole within it. This was the power of artistic conception. He had been locked in. He had to fight head-on, physically. Fortunately, he had chosen the Rakshasa template as his main battle method. The power of evil surged, blowing his wildly fluttering black hair. Against the backdrop of this rich dark brown smoke, he seemed to step out of the underworld, a demonic god, thrusting his long spear, and the ultimate power burst out from the spearhead. The next moment, Mu Yuan's face changed slightly. The majestic power of evil was shattered by the war halberd. The huge force from the war halberd continued to bombard his spear tip, smashing the entire evil spear almost to cracks, and his tiger mouth was also buzzing and cracking. This power, although Duo Lai was not a power-type player, it had devoured the Earth Rock Dragon and other rare ingredients, as well as various treasures materials. Its power was not outstanding compared to the vast amount of energy, but it was definitely not weak. Mu Yuan's own power, loaded with Duo Lai's base template, his power was stronger than many warlord-level powerhouses. However, at the same level, he still couldn't take a hit from Lord Linglong. "Is this the power of a top great lord?" he exclaimed. He had to disperse the evil spear and then reconvene it, grab the shaft of the spear and repeatedly thrust it, exchanging speed and frequency for power, to barely catch this heavy blow. He still fell back a dozen steps, leaving clear shoe prints on the hard floor. However, Shen Linglong was also surprised. Was there someone who dared to take her chopping head-on? She had never encountered this when she fought with other great lords. The most key point was that Mu Yuan had actually, really withstood it? This was her burst posture, strengthened by strategic talent, and gathered into a perfect realm blow. As if she was like an invincible and lonely strong woman, who saw another unparalleled powerhouse, and the shining light in her eyes almost materialized. Especially, this opponent even went with her head on, which she liked the most. Shen Linglong stepped forward. The exceptionally heavy war halberd in her hand was as light as a toy. She swung it, sweeping and severing, stirring up gusts of wind. Mu Yuan didn't want to dodge. He had Duo Li's base template and Rakshasa's evil body. He considered himself superior in speed, but he just couldn't avoid it. This was the huge gap between the beginner-level artistic conception and the perfect realm. On the other hand, his gun intent could only allow him to exhibit 30% more power and destructive power on the basis of fully exerting his body's strength. But Shen Linglong possessed a perfect realm. She could increase her power by 150% in the case of perfect performance. This was the gap. Mu Yuan still had a method. His power was insufficient, but he could make do. However, in the midst of the battle, he suddenly found himself immersed in an extraordinary state. He continued to parry the giant halberd strikes head-on. Blood seeped from the cracked skin of his hands, only to quickly heal under the power of the evil body. With every thump of his opponent's strikes, he was sent flying backward. His body was numb from the violent shocks, but his eyes sparkled brighter and brighter until a certain moment. Boop! It felt as if his spear had pierced through a layer of paper. The gun artistic conception, which had reached the beginner-level peak, finally entered the small achievement level, and was upgraded from ordinary gun intent to indomitable gun intention, a superior artistic conception, which empowers its wielder with resilience against adversity. Wait a minute, why is it called indomitable gun intention? With his breakthrough, Mu Yuan began to ponder. He recalled the 2 times his gun intent progressed the fastest, during his time in the hero duel arena, facing the charmer at the gatekeeper, and here and now, continuously suppressed by Shen Linglong. Weren't these experiences shaping his gun intent to be unyielding? Damn it! But, it's my turn now. With his breakthrough in gun intent, he was able to break free from Shen Linglong's suppression and lock. His figure blurred and he transformed into haze, evading as the giant halberd sliced down at his former location. Without his resistance, the sturdy floor cracked and collapsed inward, creating a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In the midst of the scattered debris, Shen Linglong, wielding her giant halberd, charged out once again. Mu Yuan dodged again. Evade, evade, evade. All he did was evade. Compared to the struggle facing Shen Linglong's strikes head-on, he found utilizing speed and the advantage of his evil body to evade far less taxing. But Shen Linglong was unsatisfied. Fight me head-on. Why are you running away? As you wish. Mu Yuan stopped evading, clenching his hand around the spear handle while his body surged with the strong power of evil. He was very clear that even after his breakthrough in gun intent, his power could not surpass Shen Linglong's. She was obviously a strength-type fighter. So be it, buzz. Behind him, the mass of bones that made up Wraith's sacred mountain became dense. Countless skeletons, numbering in the hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, crawled out from their final resting places. They cackled and howled, chanting the name of Emperor Dead Bone. No, Emperor Mu Yuan. Before, Mu Yuan only had the territorial boost of the Wraith Sacred Mountain, but now he harnessed his talent of undead domination to assimilate the powers of countless undead, making them his own. An endless surge of power was filling him up, energy raged and roared within his body. Tenfold, 20-fold, 30-fold, 100-fold, this spear, I call it the Dark Dragon. The spear strike transformed into a lifelike dark brown giant dragon, roaring as it charged toward Shen Linglong. At that moment, Shen Linglong experienced what Mu Yuan had before. The oppressive force of the dark dragon made the space around her viscous and sluggish, leaving her nowhere to hide. She didn't intend to hide, but her rich battle experience made her judgment clear. With her current power, she would not be able to handle this strike. She could only rely on the second stage transformation. Bring it on, she roared, her voice growing louder. Simultaneously, her body emitted a cracking sound as if she had unleashed some sort of limitation. Her slender arms swelled abruptly, expanding circle after circle, until they were thicker than Mu Yuan's thighs in an instant. Yet her armor wasn't ripped apart. Instead, it stretched with her expanding body. In a blink, Shen Linglong, who was petite and only about 1.6 meters tall, transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall, brimming with robust muscles, like a brawny Barbie. Hiss! Mu Yuan gasped, gripping the evil spear tightly in his hands and pushing it forward again for a second burst of power. The dark dragon and the glowing figure, now enveloped in a halo of orange flame, collided, creating a vast surge of energy. In the midst of the chaos, Shen Linglong's giant halberd trembled as the two energies clashed and neutralized each other. However, when the orange flame was close to fading, more than half of the dark dragon still remained. Despite her tenacious fighting spirit, Shen Linglong was starting to feel uneasy. Could a newcomer really possess such robust and enduring energy? Is that even possible? The dark dragon dove down. All Shen Linglong had time to say was, "Oh no," before the wave washed over her, and she was blown back several kilometers. As she flew through the air, blood burst out. Her hulking form quickly deflated, returning to her usual petite stature. With a thud, she crashed heavily to the ground. It took her several seconds of struggling to sit up, but her body was soaked in blood, and her armor was torn. Thrilling! Let's go again, she yelled, Mu Yuan. After several more battles, Shen Linglong declared herself satisfied. Mu Yuan was also satisfied. With several full-powered attacks and Shen Linglong, the perfect super punching bag, his progress was rapid, with noticeable improvement in both skills and strength. This was why, even when Shen Linglong transformed right at the beginning of their fights, he was still able to overpower and thrash her. Shen Linglong branded punching bags, those who've used it loved it. He just couldn't understand why some people enjoyed getting thrashed. By the way, don't you have a domain? If she had a domain, he would undoubtedly be the loser. Shen Linglong. She said, if I had a domain, I would have reached the legendary realm long ago. So, domains were that hard to comprehend? Mu Yuan had read about this in some documents. Among the 3 preconditions for reaching the legendary realm, having a body beyond limits was the easiest. As long as you had a solid foundation, complemented with sufficient resources and treasures, it could be achieved at the 4-order peak. Next was the light of will, the most difficult was the domain. He could ignore the exceptional case of dead bone, but Isloa had already mastered the domain. Doesn't that seem very simple? Well, he would worry about it once he mastered it himself. He looked at Shen Linglong. Now, can I use the training time? No problem, tell me, what kind of training environment do you want? She stated simply. Special privileges couldn't be granted to others. However, inviting outsiders into one's training space and arranging monster enemies based on their requests could achieve the same effect. There were some places with such special features. Many great lords used them to provide special training for their offspring. Very soon, the vast silver-white battle space changed dynamically into an endless grassland. On the grassland, figures of ironclad scorpions and nuns began to appear. Mu Yuan also sent there 100 of the elite warriors from the Undead Legion. They were led by Undead, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and others. Of course, Dead Bone was only responsible for commanding and providing minimal power output. It wouldn't use any major attacks. This wasn't its personal show. Only with everyone's combined efforts could the army soul embryo be sculpted in the shortest time possible. Very soon, the giant scorpions, skeleton generals, and skeleton morticians clashed together. The enemy was on the outer circle, while their legion was on the inner circle. The battle situation was extremely intense and brutal. At Mu Yuan's request, there were a total of 1,000 units of ironclad scorpions plus nuns, but their levels were somewhat lowered, being just at the entry level of elites. This was very suitable for the soldiers to sharpen their skills. He and Shen Linglong were standing in the air, overlooking from different spatial dimensions. You want to cultivate an army soul? Shen Linglong was an expert, and she recognized Mu Yuan's intent right away. She was surprised by the strength of this legion. Although each one of them was of a lower grade, they had great potential. Indeed, they lived up to the title of a man whose talent was no less than that of Lady Han Yu, however. Your elite forces are too low level. As someone who has experienced it, I'm telling you that you won't be able to generate an army soul like this. You need to first train them up to the second level, get them to awaken their spiritual wisdom, then there's a chance to form an army soul. What you're doing is a waste of time and energy. If the soldiers haven't awakened their wisdom, they won't even be able to polish their combat skills. She didn't comprehend. A distinguished person like Mu Yuan, why didn't he understand this? Was he too impatient? That wouldn't work. She knew the proverb, to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. She earnestly advised him. Well, the key point was, Mu Yuan was a junior that Sister Cold Moon had set her eyes on. She couldn't just stand by and watch him deviate from the path. She would guide him back to the right path. Huh? What? Before she finished her words, her eyes widened in surprise. She was staring at the Black Undead Legion. Above it, black fog was gathering and surging, as if something was about to be condensed out of it. An army soul embryo is about to be formed? She was just saying it was a waste of time and energy. Shen Linglong rubbed her eyes, which she had stretched to their maximum, and carefully stared at everything without blinking, fearing she would miss any details. The battle continued. The giant scorpions and nuns died in droves, but Shen Linglong quickly summoned new ones, stabilizing the total number at 1,000. The skeleton generals and resentful spirits, as well as the more elite forces, also fell one by one in the battle. However, they stepped back onto the battlefield under the redeployment of Mu Yuan. This way of training was more efficient than simple and brutal battles. Very quickly, at least it was quick in Shen Linglong's opinion, but Mu Yuan didn't think it was that fast. After more than an hour of continuous fighting, there was a change. The surging black fog suddenly concentrated and solidified into a mysterious object. A somewhat vague shadow of the giant sword buried in the grave mound. Ding! Notice. Your undead legion has formed the army soul embryo, dead sword tomb. Please explore and understand its effect yourself. The army soul embryo was genuinely formed. Shen Linglong finally dared to blink, but she looked at Mu Yuan with greater shock. Forming an army soul with such a primitive army, what a miracle. He was truly a man whose talent was on par with Sister Cold Moon. Wait, even Sister Cold Moon couldn't form an army soul at this stage. Did that mean Mu Yuan was even above Sister Cold Moon? You. However, Mu Yuan seemed not to realize how extraordinary his achievement was. His expression was casual, as if it was expected, and he even said nonchalantly, "After more than 10 or 20 life and death battles, we've just formed the army soul embryo. Isn't this basic training?" Shen Linglong. Then how about her situation? Leading her army through hundreds of battles over 2.5 years, before finally forming her first army soul embryo legion, what was she? While Shen Linglong was still doubting life, Mu Yuan continued to focus on the battlefield. The army soul embryo was already shaped, but the valuable 10-hour training time should not be wasted. If it was his own time, Mu Yuan would save it slowly, but since it was Lord Linglong's, if he wanted to use it next time, he had to specifically ask her to open the training field. What a bother. He decided to continue training. The Undead Legion, which has just shaped the army soul embryo, also needs appropriate combat to solidify its realm and become familiar with the use of army soul power. Let the battle commence. But when the nuns riding ironclad scorpions rushed in, it was as if they had hit an indestructible rock. Boom! The scorpion cars were flipped over, and the skeleton general who was in the front line and collided with the scorpion, his figure wavering slightly before steadying itself. He took a step forward, swinging his giant sword horizontally. Thick undead energy gathered on the blade, this energy flowing like water. The skeleton general, who was only at first order level 6, swung his sword. In front of him, an already second order elite level ironclad scorpion had its pincers broken just as it raised them. It seemed as if a sharp knife easily sliced through a fragile decaying wooden plank. After breaking the pincers, the skeleton general swung another ordinary sword, and ended the giant scorpion. The massive body of the scorpion dissolved into specks of light and scattered. A second scorpion quickly replaced the empty position and lost its head a few seconds later. Situations like this were happening elsewhere on the battlefield, each skeleton general seeming as if it was bestowed with divine power. At this time, possibly deducing the strength of their opponent, dozens and hundreds of nuns began to simultaneously unleash holy light. They did not possess army soul, but dozens and hundreds of beams of holy light coming together still formed a brilliant and robust celestial light that fell on the foremost rank of several skeleton generals. Sizz, sizz, sizz. White smoke rose from the skeleton general, and from its open mouth came a ring of smoke, but its spirit remained high, and its combat power still strong. Visibly, the brilliant holy light that fell down disintegrated into countless parts the moment it made contact, with most of it being blocked by an invisible force. The remaining part also split into many threads, with only one thread falling on this skeleton general. The damage it brought was even less than the normal situation, a single nun's purifying light. Just like this, within a few hundred seconds, the undead legion crushed and wiped out all enemies without any resistance. But this is far from the legion's limit. After shaping the army soul embryo, the entire legion indeed received a significant promotion. Mu Yuan opened the panel, browsing the prompt message. After several tests and battles, the description of the army soul embryo started to become clearer. Dead Sword Tomb. Grade. Army soul just shapes the form. Description. The army with army soul has seamless cooperation among all soldiers and can perfectly exert the whole army's power. At the same time, when the soldiers resonate with one heart to form the shape of the army soul, it will have the following effects. 1. Any soldier can gather a part of the power from the rest of the army, and there is no loss in energy transfer among soldiers in the army. 2. The whole army is united as one, and it can perform a combined attack. 3. When a soldier received a fatal blow, as long as the attack does not exceed the army's tolerance limit, the damage can be shared by the entire army. Note 1. There is a time limit on the army soul's manifestation. Note 2. When led by a hero, the army soul has a longer duration and a higher maximum effect. Note 3. Engaging in battle and infusing corresponding resources can promote the army soul form. When the army soul is promoted from form level to complete level, abilities that are compatible with the army's characteristics will be developed according to the army's traits. After the training was over, Mu Yuan thanked Shen Linglong, who was still doubting life and drawing circles, and bid her farewell. He returned to his home. The land of challenge still had one chance left to challenge, but he decided not to take it for now. He was too tired today, so he will do it another day. Just with the formed army soul and the unmatched strength of General Dead Bone, challenge again. The 4th level should be easily crossed. The 5th level can't stop me either, he said. However, he's not as much of a battle addict as Shen Linglong, who would always be in the land of challenge. These days, while he is cultivating and Dead Bone is leading the army, exploration is not halted. Tianyuan territory has many talents now. The frontline legions are busy. There are second-line soldiers hunting monsters and exploring further. Besides the previous explorations, the field of vision of Tianyuan territory has expanded a lot. Isloa also purposely left the territory and followed a few journeys with the exploration legions and transport legions, and drew a more precise map that covered a wider area. This version 1.01 version of the map, Isloa also infused a special power. It was labeled as Advanced Tier Equipment in the City Lord's appraisal. Mu Yuan slowly unfolded this paper soaked in a special liquid. The paper was light yellow, like an old parchment scroll, and only the center was painted. It took up about 1/10 of the total map. The scenery was very intricate and tiny, as if embroidery on a palm-sized area, indistinct at first. However, as Mu Yuan injected energy into it, the whole map seemed to come alive. Light magnified and interwoven upon it, revealing a clear, discernible three-dimensional landscape. The center of the landscape was the current Tianyuan territory. Buildings such as the City Lord's Mansion, the Mage Tower, and the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower were vividly etched onto it. He began to zoom out to see the scene outside the territory. To the south, about 600 kilometers away in a straight line, was the nearest trade town, Shillingtown, to Tianyuan territory. An intricate path was marked leading to it. Between Tianyuan territory and Shilling town, there were two landmarks indicating territories. One was an official territory. The information was public but it was small in scale. The other was a village-level territory that was accidentally discovered by Jun during his reconnaissance. It was only 100 or 200 kilometers away from Tianyuan territory. Its development and construction background was relatively backward and it was still struggling with the surrounding large monster camps. The chosen territories marked on the map were far more than these two. To the southwest of the territory was a swamp. Crossing the former Snake Man tribe territory and going west, there was another newly added territory from his period. This territory seemed slightly stronger, having already cleared the monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. Mu Yuan gazed at it, his fingertips gently sliding over each territory. The southwestern swamp is just an ordinary area for the current Tianyuan territory, not very dangerous, and its range is only a few hundred kilometers, not very large. But the dark forest to the west. The dark forest was actually a tail to the territory stretching south into the vast Tai Zan alliance. At first glance, the southern territory seemed safer, but in fact, it was not. The dark forest was marked by the Tai Zan alliance as a high-risk area. No new lords would be born here and it was forbidden for most players. According to rumors, there was a truly terrible lord-level power active within it. A real lord. Unlike the little tribes like the Snake Man tribe that dared to claim sovereignty over a small patch of land. The Dark Forest Lord was referred to as the Goblin Kingdom. As to whether there was a whole kingdom, Mu Yuan had no way of knowing. He only knew that the Tai Zan alliance garrisoned troops outside year-round, which indicated the strength of this Lord Goblin. Mu Yuan naturally had no intention of risking exploration into the Dark Forest. Fortunately, the Dark Forest was extremely vast, and his place was not even on the fringe, making it very far from the core dangerous areas. To the east, there were many hills, but resources were relatively scarce. Exploration teams picked up few treasures and resources after a full day. Additionally, climbing up and down a mountain was time and energy consuming. The main direction of exploration for Tianyuan territory was naturally to the north. There are several monster tribes and the roots of corruption along the way, some of which have been purged. Although the harvest of various rare items, equipment, and props was not high value, the total was still substantial due to the accumulation. He sold most of the rare remnant souls, keeping only a few he found useful, such as the remnant soul of the griffin. Mu Yuan also brought appropriate rare materials to the blacksmith shop, asking Master Li to forge and enhance them, continuously arming the generals of Tianyuan territory. During their explorations they had also discovered some formidable foes. At the coordinates, 101,233, there is a formidable wandering monster, the Mountain Giant. It's over 40 meters tall. Its level is unknown but definitely very high. This was found by Jun from afar during his scouting. It scared him to the point where he almost fell from the sky. Mu Yuan had no intention of provoking this formidable foe. The risk was too high, there could be a complete wipeout and there were no treasures or valuable resources nearby, so there was no point in fighting. He marked this location as forbidden. At the coordinates, -85,197, there is a suspected powerful monster tribe. The reason it was labeled as suspected was because while the exploration team found the tribe's watchtower and outpost, there was no sign of the tribe itself. From many details, it could be inferred that this tribe was stronger than Spider-Woman tribe. These two were merely the more noticeable formidable foes. The areas not particularly marked in red on the map did not represent safe areas. Apart from the formidable foes, the map also recorded several special places. Marked in yellow. This means that the level of danger is uncertain, but there is a chance of gaining larger rewards. As Mu Yuan controlled Jun's flight, he cast his gaze on one such area. There was an ancient ruin half buried in a mountain recess, with an enormous stone platform, over 30 meters in diameter, carved with esoteric patterns, outlining the shape of the Star of David. Around it, several broken puppets were scattered. These were puppets that guarded this ruin. When Dead Bone explored and discovered this place, he simply cut them down. However, what to do next stumped the General Dead Bone. Subsequently, due to being busy with other things, the research on the ruin was put on hold. Isloa said, "I went there the day before yesterday for research and found that this stone platform seems to be a teleportation formation, and it has not been completely destroyed, but activating it." She shook her head. Mu Yuan, too, was not entirely clueless. To repair and activate this kind of platform, one would either have to possess a strong professional knowledge and certain prerequisite technical information, or use force to break it. With force referring to a special power, whatever the platform lacked could be replenished. If it could be done, one could follow another route to briefly activate it. Perhaps after Isloa evolves, let her take a look at it again. Langsing, within a rented standalone villa, buzz. A faint ripple in space expands, from which a tall figure steps out. "Haven't been here for a few days, and there's dust all over the place again." Mu Yuan uses his template power, and breezes emerge from his fingertips. Under his delicate control, this breeze sweeps across the room, stirring up the dust on the floor and desk, causing pencil holders to roll off and papers to rustle. After a while, a dust-filled grayish-black windball flew over from a distance and fell into a trash can far away under his guided finger. "Right, I forgot to take out the trash a few days ago." Mu Yuan sighed. His attention has fully shifted to the eternal world, just like those old lords and senior lords. The difference is, most of the old lords have set up their own teams and companies in reality. In contrast, the lonely Lord Shepherd doesn't even have a maid, failing to take care of things in the real world. Facing this situation, lords who are whales have backgrounds, having formed teams early on. The lords of humble origin are also eligible to recruit other players to work for them. However, the players they can recruit are limited in capability and not particularly loyal. As for Mr. Mu, he certainly can't just casually hire players. For me, of course, it's more comfortable to use 100% of my own people. Besides, I don't have to pay extra salaries. He had the idea of summoning a few competent soldiers to the real world to handle affairs for him. For this, Mu Yuan specially printed Zon Country Geography, Langsing Chronicles, Modern Clothing, Zon Country's daily greetings and other data on special paper and ink, and sent them into the eternal world. Now, he can pick one or two elites to come to reality to work. Mu Yuan opens the panel, scans the list of units, and ponders. There are quite a few units in Tianyuan that have awakened their self-consciousness. But most of them lack common sense. The real choices are only a few. Sophia, Daisy. They have real-life experiences after all, so learning about unfamiliar things is much quicker than Lulu, 17, and others. They won't make comically mistaken common sense like 17. The most suitable person is actually Isloa. A few days ago, she came out and used her special capturing method to replicate some movies from Langsing. She projected them in the Tianyuan territory, adding some color to the entertainment life of the territory. Isloa, the all-purpose tool girl. However, Isloa is busy at work. Summoning her to reality would be a waste. Mu Yuan considered and communicated with Sophia via spiritual link. They both indicated that they could. "Lord, pick me ah, no, you can't. Your score on the modern theory exam is not as high as mine." Daisy folded her arms and tilted her neck slightly upwards, her fluffy foxtail swinging back and forth. She laughed proudly. However, the foxtail is quite conspicuous. There are indeed some fantasy creatures on Langsing now, strutting down the streets. Mu Yuan recently saw a scantily clad elf girl in a TV commercial. It's unclear whether she's a real elf or a player who's gradually becoming more elvish after using a high-order elf heritage. Fantasy creatures aren't that strange on Langsing, but they're somewhat conspicuous and it would damage Mu Yuan's reputation. How would he chat with other female players in the future? He could only tell Daisy, next time for sure. When the work calms down, I'll take you guys on a team building trip. Daisy. Or two. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan began the summoning ceremony. Perhaps because Sophia has already received his evolution blessing and their contact has become extremely close, the process of summoning her across the border is quite easy. Mysterious array patterns spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Sophia, dressed in a black dress and wearing a linen sun hat, appeared in the basement of the villa, looking around with wide eyes. After a while, she came to her senses, lifted the hem of her dress slightly, and curtsied. "Good afternoon, Lord." Miu Yuan took Sophia out of the basement and gave her several tasks with a few sentences. "Yes, your top priority is to learn. Learn to use tools like a computer, and collect information and purchase various remnant souls through forums." Handing these tasks over to the assistant, Lord Shepherd can relax a lot more. He also has an idea to set up a company like the Old Lords. The core staff will, of course, be 100% his own people, but some peripheral personnel can be recruited to expand the channels for making money. There's no hurry. Leaving the little assistant to study on her own, Miu Yuan stepped out. He had agreed to meet with old brother Mai Hua today to make a big deal about the remnant souls. After jogging out of the neighborhood, Miu, the first of the new generation small-town level lord excelling with numerous troops, Yuan skillfully scanned the code, rode a shared bike and left. It's a good thing Sophia didn't see this, otherwise she would probably be speechless. This is also why Miu Yuan thinks there's a need for a fair amount of manpower and show in the real world. Business is hard to do without enough pretense. After a few months, Zan country has changed quite a bit. On the distant big screen, an ad is playing. The spokesperson for the body wash is not a celebrity, but a double-winged angel, whose skin is as white and smooth as milk. A pure and holy glow emanates from her body. XX body wash. Even angels say it's great, Miu Yuan. Isn't this false advertising? He was very certain. Angels are legendary creatures, even rarer than giant dragons. They're at least of epic tier creatures. Miu Yuan wouldn't say that no one in the whole of Taizan possesses such epic units, but they certainly wouldn't be put out to film commercials. However, the name of angels is indeed well known. Scaring ordinary people who only know a little about the supernatural world seems to be extremely effective. Angels. Here was a manifestation of the great changes that had taken place on Langsing. The celebrities of old no longer held the allure of the past. Instead, present-day endorsements and product placements were either done by angels, high elves, or a number of famous transcendent beings. In the streets, he spotted individuals in training suits or armor from time to time. However, it has become much more desolate than before, it seems because of the increasing number of cases. He also saw some individuals wearing black vests, likely player enforcers, patrolling the streets occasionally. The situation was evidently becoming graver. He wanted to lend a helping hand, but as a weak, insignificant small-town level lord as he currently was, he was powerless in the face of such a worldwide transformation. All he could do was to quickly enhance his strength. Otherwise, even being a lord, he could be overturned like a flatboat amidst a cataclysmic event in an instant. Before he realized, Miu Yuan had arrived at his destination. A restaurant operated by a retired lord. Here he met old brother Mai Hua, and through old brother Mai Hua he was introduced to a commissioner from the Chamber of Commerce. From this commissioner, Miu Yuan intended to purchase 1,000 malicious remnant souls. 1,000 malicious remnant souls? Young Lord Miu certainly is ambitious. Minister Chen was a man of the world. He certainly knew that buying this many remnant souls wasn't for recruiting purposes. The greatest likelihood was that they would serve as sacrificial offerings or consumables. Whether it's sacrifice-oriented treasures or buying 1,000 of them at once, both indicated that this young lord was ambitious and capable. He was likely among the top-notch individuals in the golden rankings. Considering the higher difficulty of making it among the golden rankings this year, Lord Miu Yuan's potential was not inferior to the new talents in the rankings of past years. Minister Chen said with a smile, "Our one-handed Chamber of Commerce, of course, has 1,000 malicious remnant souls, however." His words made a turn. These typical one-star remnant souls are considered consumables and are not often stockpiled. It can only be brought together from all various places, which requires quite an amount of time. Miu Yuan picked up the implication of Minister Chen. He had done his homework prior to coming here. Simply put, the profit from the individual sales of regular one-star remnant souls was too low. This type of business wasn't one the large chambers of commerce liked to engage in. These corporations would rather sell a handful of rare remnant souls. After some bargaining, Mu Yuan bought 70 Sentinel Remnant Souls, 60 Archer Remnant Souls, and 7 Nuns Remnant Souls from Minister Chen. Total worth of 132 soul crystals. Hiss, old brother Mai Hua, at the side, gasped. What a grand transaction. The rumor of Mu Yuan getting the backing of a wealthy woman was indeed accurate. Minister Chen was taken aback that the young lord in front of him made such a big purchase so readily. The thought of wondering whether the young lord could afford the amount of goods now crossed his mind, and he felt obliged to inquire again. Sure, we can sign the contract and pay the deposit at any time. Minister Chen wore a smile. Good, since friend here is so generous, I shouldn't take advantage. Let's round down the number. I'll only take 125 soul crystals from you. The most expensive of them were indeed the nuns' remnant souls. Nuns were amongst the rare and valuable kind of soldiers in the rare one-star category and were hard to come by outside. Since he had the opportunity to buy them here in the one-handed Chamber of Commerce, well, it was mainly because he couldn't resist the urge to splurge, so he went on a shopping spree. Having witnessed how hundreds of nuns in the land of challenge enhanced the view. No, how grand and spectacular the power of holy light was, Mu Yuan was rather envious. Nuns were the lowest-ranked soldiers with the power of holy light. He might not have the chance to assemble an army of hundreds of nuns, but to train 10 holy light master sacrifices to form a luxury girl band didn't seem difficult. When the human race had more soldiers, there would be evolution points, then, one would be well-to-do. Isloa would also be able to evolve soon. He believed that once she had evolved, her work efficiency could improve significantly. Once the considerable transaction was settled, Mu Yuan began to eat. Even though the dishes here couldn't compare with those in the restaurant within the secret realm of the Lord of Han Yu City, whether in terms of the ingredients or culinary skills, they were not bad, given that he didn't have to pay for the meal. Old brother Mai Hua commented, this year's newly appointed lords are said to be doing well. Within the chamber, we've re-ranked the top 10 newly appointed lords. Aside from the mysterious big boss Tianyuan firmly holding onto the first position, the rankings of the remaining new lords are fluctuating significantly. Really, Mu Yuan hadn't really paid attention to these? Speaking of which, was the new rookie top 10 leaderboard before the trial also ranked by the one-handed Chamber of Commerce? To be fair, the accuracy of the information was quite high, only that they left him out. For instance, Lord Shuang Tian, who is now ranked 4th, he is a dark horse that rapidly came into the limelight. Mu Yuan attempted to recall but realized he didn't have much impression of him. He then heard old brother Mai Hua continued. Previously, he ranked 24th on the golden rankings, quite a distance away from the top 10. However, a few days ago, he encountered Lord Da Ri in the special secret realm of dueling souls. They had a battle of wills in which Lord Shuang Tian crushed Lord Da Ri with 3 consecutive victories. In that battle, each of Lord Shuang Tian's deputies was extremely powerful. All of them had stepped into the artistic conception level, or even achieved the small achievement artistic conception level. In terms of the strength of the deputies, some analysts within the chamber believe that Lord Shuang Tian is even stronger than Wangba and Huan Chao. Mu Yuan sighed in admiration and he casually asked, how did he do it, to have so many artistic conception level experts? Old brother Mai Hua shook his head. At this point, Minister Chen started talking. Lord Shuang Tian probably discovered some historical remains of artistic conception. These are huge opportunities. Sometimes, opportunities can be even more important than background and talents. Of course, Minister Chen's words took a turn. Opportunities also require strength to secure. For instance, these historical remains of artistic conception are generally guarded by powerful creatures. The fact that Lord Shuang Tian discovered and seized one of these opportunities shows his ability. Lord Da Ri also once discovered a chance in the form of a historical remains, a special area that re-emerges due to instabilities in the time-space continuum. It's an illusion-like intangible reality where explorers have the chance to retrieve historical treasures from it, unfortunately. He shook his head. At that time, Lord Da Ri lacked the strength. Not only did he miss the opportunity, but his army also suffered heavy losses during the exploration. Time quickly arrived 2 days later. the official trade time appointed by Mu Yuan and Minister Chen. He hailed a car, taking Sophia out to see the world, and arrived at the same restaurant as their last meeting. "This is all the remnant souls, you can count them," Minister Chen said. He didn't come alone today. With him were 2 men in black suits, and a young female secretary in a tight black uniform and skirt, her curvaceous figure outlined impeccably. At his signal, the secretary took out a briefcase and gently opened it. The seemingly small briefcase held a surprisingly large space inside. Numerous remnant souls arranged neatly in it, emanating a lustrous glow that lit up the entire room. Mu Yuan signaled Sophia, who he brought along to gain experience and to make a good impression, to step forward and quickly count the number of remnant souls. Sophia knew well that she was representing her lord's reputation, so she had prepared thoroughly, displaying the grace of a former countess's daughter. She checked meticulously and after a while reported to Mu Yuan, "Boss, everything is in order." Mu Yuan nodded. She then took out a storage bag and handed it to the secretary, whose figure was fuller than hers, but of course, could not compare to Sophia in terms of appearance and temperament. "The remaining soul crystals are in here, please count them." The assistant took it, looking a bit nervous. This was due to Sophia's serious demeanor and the aura of elegance she exuded. The assistant felt inferior. Minister Chen thought to himself, he is indeed worthy of being a newly ascended lord who can afford over 100 soul crystals for a trade. He might be even more outstanding than I thought, with a potential comparable to the top-ranked rookies. Old brother Mai Hua leaned over to Mu Yuan and whispered, "Bro, aren't you? Aren't? Why are you still?" He gestured ambiguously, indirectly pointing at Sophia. Mu Yuan. "Get out with your riddles," old brother Mai Hua helplessly said. "Didn't you accept investment from a wealthy woman? Now you're hiring this young and beautiful female player as your assistant. Will there be any problems?" He seemed to mean, don't spoil your relationship with the wealthy woman for a beautiful girl. A wealthy woman could save you 3 to 5 years, or even 30 to 50 years of hard work. Wealthy women are important. Even for a heavy-duty tank, one must endure. One becomes superior by enduring the hardships of life. He also wants to take it easy, but there are no wealthy women who see through his strong and stubborn front. He envies him. Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan. Slander, who is slandering me? Old brother Mai Hua, didn't you share the words, luxury house, last time? Isn't it because you got involved with a rich woman? Mu Yuan. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. But the blueprints for the city lord's mansion were indeed given by the wealthy woman. He who is as honest as I am, cannot refute this. He could only dismiss it with a wave of his hand. No harm, there won't be any problems. Sophia is just my trusted and capable assistant. Old brother Mai Hua paid his respects, I understand. He gave a thumbs up and didn't say more. Wait a moment, what do you understand? The angry fist emoji. After the trade, naturally, it was time for a feast. The table was even more luxurious than the day before, even including rare-level ingredients. Despite the novel preparation techniques, Sophia ate slowly and gracefully. Mu Yuan wanted to eat more to load it into the Duo Light template, but then decided against it. After all, he was the boss. How could he have such a disgraceful thought? It must have been Duo Li's influence. Having eaten and drunk to their fill, Mu Yuan took Sophia and left. He walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Sophia followed in step, carrying the briefcase. Night had fallen. Although the streets were somewhat desolate, the neon lights were as dazzling as ever. The brilliant galaxy hung high in the night sky, each star advancing into the vast darkness, much like Langxing's uncertain future. The wind blew by, carrying a hint of alcohol from Mu Yuan's breath. The energy in his body was humming like a furnace, steaming away the tipsiness almost completely. He didn't call a taxi, but continued walking, even leading Sophia into some seldom trafficked alleys. He was merely testing. After all, he had just completed a trade involving over 100 soul crystals, and was now carrying a substantial amount of wealth in the form of remnant souls. For a lord, this was not a lot of money, but for ordinary players, it could be a fortune they couldn't earn in years. Mu Yuan had the capability to contact the major trade unions long ago, being able to scrape together a dozen or so soul crystals even 2 months prior. However, if he had traded in this way, it would have been too risky. Remnant souls, soul crystals, tribute treasures, they could easily attract the attention of veteran players. Although the chances were small, he wouldn't gamble. He would rather be extra careful and take extra time even if it was a bit troublesome. And now, veteran players? Fugitives? What level are they? He wished he could run into a bounty-hunted criminal. Like Giant Scar with a 400k bounty, he could handle 10 of them. After several battles with Shen Linglong, Mu Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. It was still far from the true powerhouses, but in the real world, as long as he didn't venture too far from the city, he could easily protect himself. He didn't even need to lift a finger himself. Sophia alone could kill all criminals. Doing so would be even more low-key. This was also the third reason why he brought her along. Lord Shepard had prepared 108 contingency plans, leading Sophia through 12 alleyways, 3 secluded parks, encountering a few unspeakable events, and finally, nothing happened. The real world is indeed very peaceful. Mu Yuan let out a sigh, uncertain whether it was relief or regret. Ding! Notification. 10.1 soul crystals for cross-boundary transportation have been deducted. Holding a briefcase, Mu Yuan returned straight to the eternal world, leaving Sophia alone in the spacious villa. Trans-dimensional fee, it's still expensive. This time, he bulk purchased remnant souls from the one-handed Chamber of Commerce, which was cheaper than buying in small quantities. But the price was secondary. What mattered most was the convenience and speed. He quickly got his hands on a bunch of them with just a snap of his fingers. Looking at the glittering pile of remnant souls, Mu Yuan's face was full of smiles, as if a farmer was looking at golden wheat fields. It was the joy of a bountiful harvest. Soon, the evolution points would increase significantly. In due time, he would continue to bulk buy remnant souls at the right opportunity, and a promising future was near. Mu Yuan called over Lulu, 17, Niu Si, and Laney, each leading a group of elites to welcome the newbies. The great Lord Shepard began recruiting, more recruiting and continued recruiting. The Lord's altar only had so much space. In the past, even the recruitment of a few dozen little skeletons could result in some being squeezed off the altar, let alone now. Ding! Past. Group after group of militiamen in light clothing barely revealed their figures before they were immediately taken away and assigned to different squads. Soon, there were more newcomers than veterans. He was fortunate that his Tianyuan territory was adequately staffed. There were already 500 human soldiers, of which more than 100 had budding intellects. Otherwise, it would be hard to manage over 1,000 newly joined members. Even so, Mr. Mu worked from night till morning the next day, busy recruiting and arranging these 1158 new soldiers. He was tired but happy. Now, the number of human soldiers is almost catching up with the highest undead system and far surpasses the previous second place, the Slime series. With this situation, not only Isloa, Lulu, 17 would be able to evolve to the epic tier in a month. In the undead system, there weren't many more generals than in the human system, but the King's Legion needed to be heavily trained and required more evolution points. The next focus was the procurement of little skeleton remnant souls. 2 days later, late at night, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit, reflecting the slender figures of Isloa, and Isloa. She was busy with paperwork. Just as she finished a pile of documents and turned around, Daisy brought another batch. It seemed endless. After all, Tianyuan Town was a town with over 3,000 territory citizens and 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. The arrangement of work for the citizens, conflict resolution, accommodation issues, territory expansion, and many other matters needed to be dealt with. The Tianyuan Territory's city lord's mansion was still a simple institution. Isloa had no experience in managing a town. Neither did Mu Yuan. He could only provide spiritual and various learning materials support. I'm grateful that Isloa is capable. Otherwise, the one who would be running around would be me. He heard that the Liver Emperor, a man full of spirit, almost blew himself up. Seeing Isloa working so absorbed, Mu Yuan also picked up some documents to review. When the girl came back to her senses, he said, "Take a break." "I can't. I'm afraid that once I blink, the pile of papers in front of me will grow by a notch," she complained. Looking back, the Lord said that Tianyuan territory was in the initial stage of construction, and there would be a little more work to do. But now, it is a lot more. Bang bang bang. Isloa was not complaining about the heavy workload. She thought it was a rare opportunity to be trusted and realize her ambitions. It's just. At first, the Lord was handling official duties with her. Gradually he left her to do it all alone. She looked at him resentfully. Mu Yuan coughed slightly. "That is showing how capable you are. Let's talk about something important. You remember what I promised you, right?" "Promise? Regarding the evolution? I've said that I would cure your bloodline disease and help you go to the next level." Isloa. She stared blankly at him for a moment before asking, "So soon? Do I need to prepare anything? Wait, don't we need to bathe and burn incense?" No preparation was needed. There's no need to be polite since they're all of the same kind. Mu Yuan didn't go anywhere else but took Isloa out to the spacious courtyard. "Are we really not preparing anything? This is charging at the epic?" She felt it was too casual. As if the epic life she had been pursuing for a long time, yet could hardly catch a glimpse of its shadow, was merely a trifling matter. "Give it a sense of ceremony. Well, you could do a split," he said. Isloa. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lord point at her forehead gently, and a warm, mysterious, vast, and great power was infused into her. Human evolution points deducted as 5,399 units. In an instant, Isloa turned into a being of light. Her pink hair fluttered, her eyes shone brilliantly, like radiant stars. On her delicate collarbone, her milky white arm, a strange stardust pattern appeared and continually spread to her cheeks. It was as if she entered her ultimate battle mode. But it wasn't her initiative to enter. The next second, in Mu Yuan's sight, in the brilliant white light, those strange stardust patterns fizzled out with azure smoke and faded away without a trace. At this time, the brilliance of evolution finally completely enveloped Isloa. Her specific appearance was no longer visible. A graceful human silhouette could be seen levitating in the glow, beginning to transform. Evolved to the ultimate, Isloa. Embrace your new future. The evolution points Isloa consumed were more than Mu Yuan had imagined. It appeared that, although her symptoms seemed not that severe, her bloodline disease had penetrated deep into the marrow, or maybe there were other hidden dangers in her body. But no matter what they were all eliminated one by one through the evolution transformation. Just like when Dead Bone and Duo Lai evolved, the epic transformation lasted quite a while, and the pure white light enveloping Isloa grew brighter and brighter. Initially, Mu Yuan could still see a slender silhouette, but gradually there was only light left in front of him. The dazzling white glow made the entire City Lord's mansion extraordinarily bright. Nearby, Daisy and others watching were staring, their eyes wide open. Despite the bright light, it didn't hurt their eyes at all. Even standing here, they could feel waves of warmth. The warmth was coming from the evolution light. Within the warm white light, a faint purple glow was rising, implying nobility and reverence. At the same time, the stars in the night sky also shone, shedding visible starlight, which complemented Isloa enveloped in the light of evolution. This was the heavenly changes that only occurred when an epic transformation took place. To Mu Yuan's surprise, it seemed to be even more noticeable than when General Dead Bone was evolving. Mu Yuan marveled. Having had rich experience in epic evolution, he had filled the Domain Interferer building with 99 soul crystals even before the evolution began. At this moment, with the appearance of the heavenly changes, the Domain Interferer also switched to full power operation mode. Around this needle-like building, several special energy rods had been inserted in special positions. Inscribed with patterns connecting them, they formed an even larger formation diagram, wrapped around the Domain Interferer. This was an amplification array set up by Isloa, which would enhance the camouflaging ability of this building by 30%. The downside was that when operating at full power, the total soul crystals consumed would be twice as much as before. In the core area of Tianyuan territory, one could see glimmers of starlight falling down, the starlight and the purple mist reflecting each other. Yet, outside the core area, the night was still cold as water. No one knew that an epic life form was being born. Around the same time, in the depths of the wilderness in the Twilight Plain region, inside a certain mountain belly, gears were creaking and turning, the formation patterns on the ground sometimes illuminated. Shen Yao Empire's players in various attires hurriedly walked through it. This was a stronghold that the Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department had established in the outer region of the Tai Zan Alliance 2 or 3 years ago. Though it appeared small, there were many mysteries concealed within. Even when the wave of red fog came and monsters swarmed, this stronghold was able to resist the infiltration of the red fog. A man holding a black cane and wearing an orange V-shaped mask stood at the highest point. He looked down at the coming and going players. You know what to do, right? Once you find the target, glory and wealth will be within your reach. They had many targets, one of the most important of which was Tianyuan. Their Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department received annual funds from above to infiltrate, spy on, and assassinate Tai Zan. The funds they received this year were twice as much as those of last year. The Dragon Court competition was just one of the events, and strangling Tianyuan might be more important. If Tai Zan had another top power player, the resources that Shen Yao could occupy would be reduced again. Although the extent of Tianyuan's progress was still uncertain, and there were countless geniuses who had fallen midway or blended into the masses, but several years ago they didn't pay enough attention to Han Yu, who rapidly grew from a rising star to a top power player. Now, they could not make the same mistake again. This was far from easy. Even after sacrificing 3 A-grade spies and 11 B-grade spies, the Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department was still unable to ferret out a trace of reality-related intelligence about Tianyuan from Zan country. What Zan country had was more prepared than what they had imagined. If they continued to probe in reality, the intelligence network of their Star Splendor Federation might break. Finally, they resorted to a more powerful method of divination, and instead of directly locking onto Tianyuan, they adopted the method of elimination to narrow down the scope time and again. After a great deal of resources and manpower expense, they finally located Tianyuan territory, in the middle of the Twilight Plains. The area was still quite large, but it was still better than finding a needle in a haystack. If 1 month was not enough, then it would be 2 months. If half a year wasn't enough, then it would be a year. Within a year at the latest, they must find out Tianyuan's location. Tianyuan, you've caused the Eye of Shiny to lose so much talent and resources. You really deserve to die. Tianyuan territory, the core zone. The phenomenon of starlight falling gradually receded. The pure white light also gradually revealed Isloa's figure. Ding! Hint. Your hero, Isloa, has bathed in the miracle light and has transformed into the epic life form, Guardian of Stars. Hint. Your hero, Isloa, has eliminated risks during her evolution and achieved a perfect completion. Her talent, Starlight Body, has been enhanced, awakening the advanced skill, Meteor Shower, and the strategic skill, Blessing of Stars. Meteor Shower was a large area destruction skill that could draw power from the stars, thus reducing its own energy consumption when using this skill. This skill compensated for Isloa's deficiency in large-scale damage. Probably, in Mu Yuan's view, even if she could draw power from the stars, Isloa would also be depleted after using it twice at most. Instead, the emergence of a strategic skill surprised Mu Yuan. He wasn't sure yet whether this was the inevitable completion of a perfect evolution or that Isloa had been just 1 step away from it. He took a glance. Blessing of Stars. Summon the power of the stars to grant true blessings to allies, moderately enhancing their speed and energy for a certain period. The reminder sound didn't stop, it kept ringing over and over. More frequent than when Dead Bone and Duo Lai evolved. Reminder. Your hero, Isloa, has awakened the epic skill, River of Stars during evolution. Reminder. Your hero, Isloa, has had a small insight, integrates multiple prerequisite skills, and created Starlight Avatar, Starlight Law Sphere. Reminder. In front of him, the light finally converged, and Isloa's floating body also slowly fell. As she set foot on the ground, her eyes opened, seeming to have a galaxy revolving within, like a god standing proudly in the starry dome and looking down on the world. Just kidding. What's more, in her eyes are surprise, joy, excitement, and all kinds of indescribable emotions. She looked at her hands, clenched them hard, rolled up her sleeves, even pulled open her collar and looked down. Those blue lines have really disappeared. When she fully erupted, these blue lines would climb all over her body, and they could be seen on her exposed arms, neck, and even cheeks. It was not that with these star lines, she could enter the eruption mode, but once she went into the bursting state, some diseases in her body were hard to control. Even if she didn't burst, she had blue lines in parts like her chest and lower abdomen before. This was her bloodstream disease, which occasionally brought her sharp pain. Isloa was used to it after so many years, but now. Evolution, symptom removal, she felt like she had taken off a yoke and never felt as relaxed as now. And she could clearly feel her own strength at this moment. Yes, she is now an epic life. Just like giant dragons and angels, one of those epic lives that could become stronger just by breathing. Hee 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 hee. Stop being silly and laugh. Try to feel the changes in your power. Mu Yuan had to interrupt her silly laughter and pointed to a few figures sneaking around and peeking not far away. Isloa. Ahem. She coughed, walked in front of Daisy and others, with a serious straight face. What are you all doing, finished with work? Lien Yu made a funny face and then slinked away. Mu Yuan then loaded the Isloa template, and together with Isloa, they studied her new skills. The strongest skill, of course, is the epic skill, River of Stars, at the same level as Dead Bones, Wraith Sacred Mountain and Duo Lies, Spatial Devour. The ability of this level has already transcended the category of skills and even involves the power of some rules. River of Stars, explanation. Project a vast river of stars with the ability to seal, conceal, and defend. At the same time, the holder can mold their own stars within the River of Stars. The more stars are sculpted, the stronger the power of the River of Stars, and other effects can be derived. Isloa gestured, and the River of Stars appeared, revolving around her. The Star River at the initial stage was not big, it seemed to be a ribbon only 10 meters long, brilliantly dazzling. Mu Yuan found that he could step on this ribbon of stars as if stepping on a flying carpet. It was a bit magical. Besides, I also obtained some profound knowledge inheritance during the evolution, but most of these are fragments, and I need some time to sort them out. Isloa said. Mu Yuan asked, how about Starlight Lawsphere and Starlight Avatar? The descriptions of these two skills are also quite vague. The former, gathering beside Isloa's body, like the sphere formed by the art of gathering stars before, except that this one is more solid and can exist permanently. It is like a crafting skill. The Starlight Lawsphere can store a certain number of skills and can be used in combat without chanting and consuming, just like a scroll of magic. However, only the holder can use it. Isloa explained. At the same time, it seems that the Starlight Lawsphere also has the ability to store information and provide computing power? She isn't sure either. Although the skills were created by her and the core was inseparable from the skills she mastered, the evolution also provided some wonderful reactions, which made the entire skill run wild in some ways that she couldn't expect. Starlight Avatar is the super evolution version of the previous puppet doppelganger. She can't exist permanently, and she shares consciousness with my real body, but as long as one more is sculpted, my mental power, my logical thinking power, and my computational ability will double. The Starlight Avatar can also cast many spells, and apart from not being resistant to attacks, her combat power is quite good. Mu Yuan is not concerned about whether the combat power is strong. His attention is completely focused on the mental and processing abilities of the Starlight Avatar, and the Starlight Lawsphere seems to be able to act as a simple computer. Indeed, Isloa is the chosen worker, she alone is a team. The two tested all night and had a good grasp of the new abilities. From a distance, a hint of fish belly white appeared at the end of the sky. Dawn had broken. It's time to start working. Mu Yuan looked at Isloa, showing a warm smile of a boss trusting his employee. Isloa was pondering, she might be stronger than General Duo Lai, and hoping to climb up the combat sequence, but suddenly. She shivered. north of the Tianyuan territory, about 100 kilometers away from the border. Here, the mountains are steep and endless. Between two not-so-tall peaks, within a weed-infested land, an old gray stone platform is half-buried. With intricate carvings on the stone platform, faint traces of civilization could be discerned. Step, 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 a black armored troop pushes through thorns and bushes, walking on steep mountains as if they're flatland. A fair amount of weeds have grown since they were last here. A few goblins hiding within the bushes have somehow made their way here. They are disturbed by the heavy footsteps and charge out from the bushes with a roar, with sharpened wooden spears pointed at the leading skeleton general. Snap! The wooden spear breaks. The skeleton general lowers its head, looking down at the goblin that only reaches its knee, casting a large shadow in front and behind it. It stretches out its hand, its large palm gripping the goblin's head, and squeezes tightly. Splat! Very good, very spirited. Lulu came from a distance and instructed the group, clean out the surroundings a bit for Miss Isloa's magic operation later. Lulu is the temporary commander of this temporary army. Naturally, this is not the trump card battle group, but the second line of elites being prepared to fill the 100-people battle group. As many platoon leaders have self-awareness, Lulu, a foreigner, can also command them. Where is General Dead Bone? Of course, he is leading the trump card battle group, exploring and expanding step by step at the forefront of the map. General Duo Lai often acts alone, aiming at certain tricky monster groups or wandering powerful monsters. Occasionally, he also takes actions to eliminate and purify small-scale lands of filth. There are also 3 hunting teams, 6 transport teams, moving back and forth in these, relatively safe yet monster-infested, intermediate areas. The hunting teams are hunting monsters and providing sacrifices while also undertaking second-level exploration tasks. This hidden relic stone platform was accidentally discovered during the patrol of the hunting team. Tianyuan's exploration speed is now several times faster than in the early stage. However, other new lords are not slower in their exploration. They may not be able to form battle groups or teams, but they can hire players to cast a wide net. The historical remains that Lord Dari encountered was discovered by the player he hired. However, the reliability of hiring players is questionable, as they also sold the news of the historical remains to several other lords. Lord Dari rushed into the remnants to get ahead, not fully prepared, and in the end he lost his troops. Dari is not steady enough in doing things, Mu Yuan commented sharply. Despite this, Lord Dari had no choice. He had a choice, so he was steady with every step he took. Mu Yuan observed this circular array platform through the eyes of his battle falcon from different angles. After a while, a streak of light came from a distance. It was Isloa stepping on the River of Stars, commanding the river. Regardless of whether the River of Stars is strong, it seems quite good as a means of transportation. After Isloa landed, she nodded slightly to Lulu and several platoon leaders, and soon stepped forward, studied the stone platform intently. Soon, her frowned eyebrows relaxed, revealing confident eyes. "Didn't you have no clue some time ago?" Mu Yuan asked. Isloa replied in the spiritual link, "That's not comparable. Back in those days, I was just ordinary. Now, I'm an epic life. Of course, I can see different things." Cough cough. Simply put, to repair this teleportation array, I find it very difficult, but getting it to run is not difficult. Just like this, and like this. The Great Lord Mu understood. Bit by bit. In short, forcibly activate the teleportation array. Based on this broken array, locate the other side, then use special power to complete it and achieve the purpose of teleportation. Isloa began to probe and operate. She embedded some soul crystals in several positions on the platform and infused energy. The dim blue light gradually brightened, spreading along the array patterns, drawing a teleportation array that's slightly different from the original one. It took a few hours for Isloa to get ready, then confidently announced, "I'm not boasting, but this teleportation portal is definitely going to open. However, the entire platform will be scrapped after one use." Since that was the case, in order to be cautious and not to fall into the same footsteps as Lord Dari, Mu Yuan resisted the urge to immediately open the door. He began to enlist people. General Dead Bone, who was tens of kilometers away, handed the command to Hong Yi, and together with several skeleton morticians and resentful spirits, rushed over. General Duo Lai was even farther away, but he shot into the sky and arrived at the site of the stone platform sooner than General Dead Bone. In the blink of an eye, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Isloa, the three great generals of Tianyuan, all gathered in this unremarkable place. Isloa officially started working. Using the skilled Star Road's gate as a guide, she activated the entire teleportation array. In an instant, strands of deep blue light dispersed. Instead of directly teleporting the targets on the stone platform, it formed a whirlpool-like teleportation gate with a diameter exceeding 3 meters right here. Dead Bone immediately resurrected a few crippled little skeletons from the surroundings of the goblin corpses, and commanded them to stumble into the teleportation gate. A moment later, it nodded slightly and dispatched a skeleton general, tentatively stepping into it. "It's okay, let's go." It took big steps forward and stepped into the whirlpool like light gate. The space opposite the teleportation array was not large. It seemed like a small secret realm. Various kinds of miscellaneous items were piled up in the center, and there were also several experiment tables set up around. Whether it was due to haste or something else, the furnishings here seemed quite messy. Under the effect of time magic, they seemed somewhat old. "I wonder if we can find anything useful," Mu Yuan thought. Caw, 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 a strange noise suddenly echoed. Not far away, a pile of seemingly dead objects morphed and transformed, turning into one mechanical guard after another. Even if they are covered in dust, these mechanical guards still possessed significant strength. Boom! The skeleton mortician, who came with Dead Bone, promptly attacked, cutting down with a heavy sword, which caused the just awakened mechanical guard, who might still be stiff, to stumble slightly. The mortician then made a fierce step forward. As he threw a forward punch, bone spikes burst out from his shoulder area. Crash, 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 crash. In the blink of an eye, the mechanical guard was pierced in midair by a robust bone spike, with more than 10 large holes torn open on its body, and its arm broken, scattering parts on the ground. The remaining skeleton morticians and resentful spirits quickly dealt with the awakened mechanical guards without needing the three generals of Dead Bone to take action. This was the cream of the crop of Tianyuan. Next, it's time to reap the benefits. Duo Lai rubbed his hands, his big eyes blinking as he looked around. But before he could begin the enjoyable process of scavenging, another anomaly once again occurred. A faint phantom emerged from a deeper place. His figure was somewhat blurry, semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see that he was a man in a robe, holding a hardcover book in his hand. He seemed neither real nor illusionary, somewhat resembling the light shadows circulating on high-tier remnants of souls. But this was not a remnant soul, it's the remnants of obsession. Just as the thought crossed Mu Yuan's mind, a strong momentum suddenly surged from the body of the distant blurry figure. The figure slightly opened his mouth, the pages of the book rustling as a visible ripple dispersed all around. Boom! The skeleton morticians in the near distance, who were as if hit by a truck, were thrown and smashed directly into the surrounding stone walls, leaving human-shaped dents. Their armors and skeletal structures all cracked. Dead Bone took 2 steps forward and blocked the incoming ripple with his heavy sword. It looked to both sides, seeing some broken bones was not a big issue for the skeleton morticians, so it didn't need to take action to recover. No, the problem is serious. All around, the piles of miscellaneous items shattered inch by inch under the ripple's shock, like withering leaves. The farther experiment tables and rotten bookshelves all broke and collapsed. Duo Lai's eyes turned red. It saw that the figure in the distance was about to flip the pages of the book again. Infuriated, it opened its mouth wide and bit down. Snap! A serrated spatial crack appeared on the blurry figure's body, swallowing him from top to bottom. Crash! Space shattered like a mirror, then healed again. The figure was encapsulated inside, just the right size. At the same time, as Duo Lai killed the remnant of obsession, a faint light ball flew out from the spatial crack and flew straight towards Duo Lai. Duo Lai opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Mu Yuan. You eat everything, but the next moment. Ding! Warning. Duo Lai devoured the power from the remnant of the obsessed. Gained some experience from the previous lives of the strong with obsessions. Warning. Your hero, Duo Lai, has captured an opportunity and stepped into the semi-domain state. Mu Yuan had already remembered the information on remnant of obsession. This is a very rare special monster that only has a chance of being born when a strong being dies and their obsession becomes tainted. After killing a remnant of obsession, there's an opportunity to devour and absorb the essence left by it. It's possible to acquire inherited knowledge, advanced skills, and profound techniques. This is similar to an experience stone. But it's also possible to gain artistic conception, physical enhancement, mental enhancement, and other benefits that an experience stone can't offer. Even the key to becoming a legend, the domain realm, can be obtained by absorbing the essence of obsession. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Many top powerhouses should be eager to find remnants of obsession everywhere, right? Actually, it's not like that. The essence absorbed from the remnant of obsession not only brings benefits, but also various disadvantages. It can easily make one's soul become impure and power disordered. Otherwise, why call it a part of obsession? Duo Lai, are you okay? Don't eat randomly, okay? Mu Yuan was a bit worried, and in the spiritual link, he visualized a hand poking Miss Duo. Duo Lai covered her head innocently, and again sent out the crossed arms slime emoji. Duo Lai, no problem, finally, I've also entered the domain realm, hee. When she heard that Isloa had been promoted to the epic level, she was worried about whether her second place in Tianyuan would be taken. Now it seemed that General Duo Lai was stronger and unbeatable in the world. Wait, why is it half-step domain realm? Where's the other half? Come out quickly for me. Duo Lai was flushed with effort, trying to activate her domain, but, apart from causing a light breeze, nothing else seemed to have happened. She had pushed the door to the domain, but hadn't fully opened it. You're just a little short. General Deadbone said, next, you just have to concentrate and naturally develop your domain with your venue skills. So that's how the door to the domain is opened, General Duo Lai understood. General Duo Lai was full of confidence. 10 minutes later, General Duo Lai began to doubt her existence. General Deadbone also began to question. According to common sense, when everyone got to this point, they should be able to create their domain with their eyes closed. Where did it go wrong? Isloa massaged her forehead. Of course, everything was wrong. The knowledgeable Isloa promptly took out her abundant knowledge and explained meticulously, a domain is a special ability derived from the combination of artistic conception, energy, venue and self-consciousness. We can divide the birth of a domain into 99 steps. You're currently at about the 60th step. Next, you simply need to do this, then this. 1200 words omitted to fully open the door of the domain. So, Duo Lai, do you understand now? Isloa's mouth curled up. In terms of teaching, she considered herself to be much stronger than General Deadbone. She's Isloa, the one who almost became principal, after all. Many fans admired her lectures back in the day. With that thought, she came back from the pleasure of teaching, only to see Miss Duo looking like she was about to faint. Lord. Is this the side effects of Duo Lai absorbing the essence? She immediately went up to Duo Lai, gave her a careful physical check, but found that Duo Lai was very healthy. So why was she looking like this? Isloa fell into deep thought. Mu Yuan didn't fall into deep thought. Instead, he sighed softly, everything's within my expectations. There's indeed no problem with Duo Lai's body. Probably due to her devouring talent, the essence of the remnants of obsession, which is a mixture of medicine and poison for others, is just edible for Duo Lai. Not only is she in no danger after devouring it, but she can also absorb more experience and power. That's how she achieved the half-step domain realm. For the remaining half-step, just keep devouring. Is Duo Lai dumb? Not really. Does Duo Lai have poor comprehension? Not exactly, she just can't compare with Emperor Deadbone and Isloa. But if Duo Lai could learn something through other people's explanations, she wouldn't be Duo Lai. That's right, Guji. Duo Lai put her hands on her hips, looking proud. What on earth are you proud of? While Duo Lai and others began their joyful harvesting process, Mu Yuan started thinking about the recent remnant of obsession. Looking at the results, this remnant's previous incarnation was most likely a top-level powerhouse of fourth-order peak, domain realm, or half-step legend, probably stronger than Lord Linglong. But now that he is reduced to a faint remnant, he seemed pretty weak, easily killed by Duo Lai's attack. The remnant of obsession's power was far from its peak life. In the future, I can look for more information about remnants of obsession. While it's useless for most people, it's not the same for Miss Duo. He could also upgrade to domain realm through the Duo Lai template. It's not that he doesn't have faith in himself, but one must learn to use all favorable conditions. Mu Yuan was also manipulating a few skeleton morticians, carefully searching through the experimental tables and cabinets around him, flipping through the entire venue while maintaining it as much as possible. Half an hour later, he began to frown. The place wasn't too large to begin with, roughly the size of half a football field. It didn't take much time to scour through. Most likely due to the passage of time, the books here became decayed, and the bottles of potion had dried up, leaving behind only some degraded crystals. The AoE attack from the lingering remnants of the obsession had damaged and shattered relics scattered on the ground. Duo Lai stamped his foot. Damn it, he regretted letting that remnant leave so peacefully. When it came to rewards, this trip allowed Duo Lai to take a step into the domain realm, which wasn't bad, but it was disappointing not to find any valuable items in a secret realm site that was barely functioning. The second round of scavenging began. This time, they scoured every inch of the area, not caring if it got destroyed in the process. But they gained little, only finding about a dozen half-broken rare materials. Isloa imprinted damaged books, hoping to restore them back at home. The gleam of archaeology twinkled in her eyes. Excavating an ancient secret, step by step revealing the truth of the past. This was fascinating. Wait, wasn't she technically an ancient herself? Isloa fell into deep thought. However, Duo Lai walked to where the remnants of the obsession had appeared. Here, his spatial devouring had chewed out an irregular gap. Below the floor was rock, and the surrounding area had been searched multiple times, revealing nothing special. Refusing to believe this, Duo Lai stretched his hands into a pair of high-frequency vibrating shovels, buzzing as he started digging. He continued to dig down, following a specific direction. After digging about 30 meters, thud, his high-frequency shovel hit something, as if it was blocked. Soon, a dusty Duo Lai dragged out a shiny black box measuring half a meter on each side. The box was extremely hard. Even a scratch could only leave lightweight marks when Duo Lai's hardened shovel, imbued with electromagnetic vibrations, struck it. Isloa circled around the box, her fingertips glowing as she traced it. This is a spatial security box. Not only does it hold a much larger storage space than a storage ring, but it will also destroy itself when subjected to violent vandalism. We can't forcefully open this box, we have to use skills. Of course, that's not difficult for me. 3 magic spheres appeared behind Isloa, continuously shifting in color. She directed different frequencies of different types of energy towards the security box. After a while, click, the bright black sheen on the box receded like a tide, reducing to only a shiny silver shell. At the same time, the box's lid slowly opened, revealing the roughly 100 square meter space inside. Your treasure hoarding skills, Benduo approves. Duo Lai thought Isloa was a good teammate. He peeked inside, taking out one item after another. The quantity and variety were plentiful. But Miss Duo recognized many of them: treasure handbook, monster illustrated handbook. They were among the few subjects she could grasp. She wasn't worried about those she didn't recognize, as General Duo Lai always carried enough identification crystals. She narrated. Ding, obtained, Soul Crystals X100. Obtained. Standard Equipment X200. Obtained. Rare Equipment X15. Obtained. Mechanical Guards, Rare, X10. Obtained. Mechanical Dragonflights, Excellence. Obtained. Half of the map of large-scale recruitment location. The treasures were ample, seeming to be the final resource reserves of the person from this secret realm? But since the people here were all dead, Mu Yuan gladly accepted them. Standard equipment could be remolded. Rare equipment would be given to whoever it fit. The mechanical guards seemed decent, with elite-level combat power. Yes, according to Isloa, they were very valuable for research. The most valuable, naturally, was the mechanical dragon flights, which took up most of the storage space and was judged as having an excellent grade after being identified. The dragonflight was over 10 meters long and 3 meters tall, with a large abdomen and 2 pairs of metal wings that were folded in. Its mud gold hue made it look like a magnified, albeit rotund, golden dragon. The dragonflight had 4 cannons mounted on both sides of its abdomen, and inside its open mouth was another cannon with no weak power. It seemed to be an armed airship, not weak in power, of course. The energy consumption was not low either. Even if it wasn't used for combat, but simply for transportation or prestige, it was excellent. Mechanical dragon flights, impressive, and the remaining half of the map. Large-scale recruitment location fragment. Instruction. This map piece can unlock a large-scale recruitment location, but for some unknown reason, the guide has been damaged. Only by finding the missing half of the map can this recruitment location be activated. Mu Yuan had heard of such treasure. Some special recruitment locations could only be activated by specific media. And if the word large scale were used, it would mean that this recruitment location could recruit a substantial number of not low-grade soldiers. More importantly, he found this fragment somewhat familiar. Mu Yuan ran to the warehouse and took out a map piece that looked old and wrinkled, but was actually impervious to both sword cuts and fire, comparing them side by side. Land of Bones. What kind of soldiers would be there? Mu Yuan was intrigued. This miniature secret realm probably had nothing of value left. After multiple iterations of digging, Duo Lai could only sigh with regret. It could be the destructive effects of someone's excavation efforts, or perhaps because the secret realm was of small scale, its defensive strength of limited stability, it surprisingly started to hum with vibrations. All around, the stone walls creaked and cracked open, with a faint view of drifting pale fog seen outside the crevices. The gray mist was seeping in. In the secret realm, strands of pitch-black fissures suddenly surfaced. The secret realm is collapsing. The ceiling was also cracking apart, with dust rustling down followed by chunks of crushed rocks. This was a dire situation that even Duo Lai realized. If it were a normal building collapse, no one present would be afraid, it would be nothing more than an inconvenience. However, this was a collapse of a secret realm, something that would cause spatial turbulence. Even the vortex-shaped space gate, that Isloa maintained with a considerable amount of soul crystals, was faintly flickering with arcs of electricity, displaying a state of instability. Seeing this, General Dead Bone felt rather insecure. Projecting a holy mountain, it momentarily supported the space before quickly enabling Duo Lai, Isloa and others to tactically retreat. By the time Dead Bone stepped into the space gate, it could see that the depths of the secret realm had begun to collapse inch by inch. Stone walls were sinking with a roar and the gray mist rolled in like tide water. Wherever it had passed, those already old objects became even more decayed and defeated, as if they had been air-dried for 1,000 years, scattering like ashes in the wind. A secret realm had thus collapsed, obliterated in the turbulent flow of space, leaving no traces behind. If such small fry like them were caught in it, they would surely die on the spot. Being weak was still too weak. The vortex like spacegate, sparkling with electric arcs, finally broke apart, unable to withstand the pressure after about 10 seconds. The blue vortex continuously contracted until it reduced to a point. The array pedestal below cracked, gradually becoming dim and lightless. A thrilling exploration came to an end. Dead Bone and Isloa were both prepared to leave. Isloa had several avatars busy in the City Lord's mansion, but her presence assured high efficiency. She wanted to study the few mechanical guards. She thought that it would be nice to develop some firearms, weapons or manufacture mechanical maids for daily life. The research location was at the Mage Tower. The Lord had already given her this tower. The only thing was, the equipment in the primary mage tower was lacking in basic. Isloa was considering whether she should manufacture some equipment. Besides, studying the mechanical dragon flights was also worthwhile. After her epic evolution, she had many new abilities to practice and develop. There was also the idea of a Starlight Lawsphere network that the Great Lord had mentioned before, and so on. Her schedule was planned until 3 months from now. General Dead Bone was also busy. It had found a few more monsters and tribes that could pose a threat to the territory and needed to eliminate them as soon as possible. This world was still too dangerous. General Duo Lai was probably also busy. It was responsible for bringing the valuable war loot back to the Lord. Among the 3 great generals of Tianyuan, 2 were preparing to return and 1 was heading to a foreign land. Suddenly, Dead Bone paused for a moment. There's a prying gaze, is it some kind of wisdom monster? It was extremely sensitive to this kind of gaze. After all, during its explorations, it had encountered ambushes and assassinations more than a few times. This subtle gaze, though more concealed, couldn't escape its senses. Another monster was trying to harm them, unacceptable. 2 seconds after Dead Bone's halt, it didn't unsheath its sword. It merely stretched out a finger pointing into the distance, and an unassuming bone spur shot out. The bone spur was like a bullet, bursting out with a strong undead energy near its target, and exploded 200 meters away with a loud bang. Boon gray flames rose up. A figure clad in a gray-green outfit burst out from the fire, raised both hands. Misunderstanding, my brothers. I am a player from Zon country, a good person, really. The figure was dressed in a gray-green combat uniform and was an unattractive young man. Whether from his clothing and equipment or appearance, one could determine that the young man was a player and not a monster. Moreover, the young man did not speak the universal language, but instead fluent Zon country's language. Dead Bone and Isloa were both proficient in Zon country's language. Even Duo Lai understood it, because when it awakened its self-consciousness, the first language it naturally learned was the mother tongue of its lord. Dead Bone hesitated. If the observer was a monster, regardless of whether it was hideous or bewitching, Dead Bone would have dealt with it by unsheathing its sword. However, this person was a player, and moreover, a player from Zon country. Dead Bone wasn't sure how to handle it, and could only keep its guard up while asking for the Great Lord's advice. The young man in the green-gray combat uniform stopped after a few dozen meters, seemingly maintaining a safe distance due to etiquette. He said, "Folks, I'm just a passing adventurer, and I was just observing because I found something unusual just now. We all are players from Zon country. Let's not spoil our mood because of misunderstandings." His gaze swept over Dead Bone and Lulu and finally landed on Isloa. He addressed her. "Duo Lai. Am I so unnoticeable?" Lord Shepard immediately switched on his Battle Falcon brand TV as soon as he received the message, observing from afar. The young man's statement seemed to have no problems. Meeting other players in the wilderness wasn't a rare event, even in such deep wilderness like here. Some elite players dared to venture into such dangerous places alone. Like the adventurer who was captured by the Dark Knight Dancer and became her juice source. However, there was just something about the situation that didn't sink. While the young man's Zon country's language was fluent, his manner of speaking and his wording seemed a bit odd. The young man also took the opportunity to scan Isloa, Dead Bone and others. "It's the Lord's army. A lord, 2 seem to be high-order troops commanders, and dozens of well-ranked elites." He glanced at the sky. Just now a gray figure flitted by, which he had keenly caught sight of. It was the Storm Falcon, a rare 3-star troop. Such a lineup, and such behavior, it implies. This is the troop of Tai Zon's new lord, and among the newly appointed lords, with such a configuration, I, Shansheng Miguang, have hit the jackpot today. His heart was ablaze. The rewards given by the Eye of Shiny are clearly marked. There's a slot for new lord, 2nd generation lord, and the highest is Tianyuan. The lord in front of him is, at least, a new lord. He only needs to look a few more times and memorize key information to earn a lot of bounty. If he can kill this lord, he can get an even higher bounty. But what to do next? Shansheng Miguang hesitated, struggling between pretending to be a Zon country player retreating and reporting the information, or taking direct action. If he wanted to report the information, he had to use the communication tool. They could not infiltrate the player's territory because they did not physically enter. Hesitating for a while, Shansheng Miguang finally decided to retreat. This was prudence, and he was also worried about startling the snake in the grass. At this moment, Isloa spoke. "Are you really a player from Zon country?" Shansheng Miguang nodded sincerely. "Of course, I am a pure Zon country's person." But Isloa's gaze was as sharp as an arrow. "You're lying." Behind her, 3 magic spheres hovered. An auxiliary skill was used silently. Skill. Heart asking. Can detect whether the target is lying. It cannot detect targets that are too powerful, but the person in front of her was not within the range of the powerful. More than a dozen skeleton generals had quickly surrounded from both sides. Shansheng Miguang's eyes condensed, and his entire body blended into the shadow, appearing more than 100 meters away, in front of Isloa, the next instant. This was the maximum distance of his shadow instant. The position where he stopped was chosen purposefully. As his shadow instant appeared, his counterfeit seal emerged, and one by one, shadow assassins began to appear around him. Their cold blades gleamed with a faint glow. It was like an instant ring-kill array, engulfing Isloa. Shansheng Miguang smiled grimly. "You chose the wrong way to deal with it." However, before he could finish his words, he found that his shadow assassins, which he had spent countless resources to train to a beginner elite level, were all stagnating in midair. Even his own actions were gradually slowing down, as if stuck in mud, as if a mountain was pressing heavily on him. And around him, a dazzling river of stars undulated, enveloping the whole surrounding area. It made his assassins, who were pouncing forward, appear as if they were insects frozen in amber. Instant kill. If it was before evolution, I might have to put some effort to suppress you, but now. She was an epic, and she had yet to unearth the potential of an epic. The Eye of Shiny, base. Hound 33 confirmed missing. His probing range is D36-D39 area. Hound 114 confirmed missing. His probing range is G52-G56 area. It didn't take long for them to lose quite a few hands. It might be due to monster attacks, or it might be because they were targeted and killed by Tai Zon's patrolling elites. This was as expected. These hounds, who were attracted with heavy money from the outside, could only serve the purpose of probing and scouting, and the real play would begin next. And they had patience. The prey can't escape. In the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan witnessed Isloa imprisoning and suppressing the enemy. But before he could ask anything, this foreign player started foaming at the mouth, nose, and ears, and in just a few seconds, he turned into a puddle of pus, with no bones left. Even his clothes were completely gone. Was it a suicide soldier? No, it's more like a pawn with a planted backhand trick. Isloa was somewhat annoyed. General Deadbone was pondering whether he could develop a skill to read memories. Mu Yuan thought it was possible, but using it on these cannon fodders would likely yield little effect. Because they knew very little. Even if he could read anything from their brains, he would still have to be wary of whether it was a misleading trap set by the shadowy hand behind the scene. It would be better not to worry about it. Keep the position safe, improve one's strength, and then no matter what plots, tricks, spies, or assassins, all will be blown away with one punch. In the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan sat on a reclining chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the azure sky where the white clouds were constantly changing. Every now and then, storm falcons with wingspans of 3 to 4 meters long would circle overhead, their sharp eyes sweeping over the earth, the forests, the hills, forming the first line of defense of the territory. On the ground, there were units like the Royal Guards, God Archers, big halberdiers constituting the second line of elite forces, patrolling non-stop round the clock without overlooking any blind spots. These were both the overt lines of defense. Hidden in the shadows, resentful spirits were lurking, with only a pair of black eyes staring in all directions. These were the 3 major lines of defense. Apart from these, the areas where the units on the east and west situated had their own measures. Great Lord Shepherd and Isloa, who were permanently based in the territory, also used the Lord's Hero's vision to occasionally initiate a satellite heavenly eye for a check, so as to cover any omissions. At this time, although Mu Yuan was laying ostensibly, he was actually working hard. For instance, he was maintaining dozens of spiritual links that he held on a daily basis, which was quite draining. He kept them while eating, and even while bathing and sleeping. Furthermore, he had developed and upgraded this common spiritual link talent into a private chat network channel, which certainly demonstrated his diligence and hard work as Great Lord Shepherd. The rapid development of Tianyuan territory was, of course, due to his hard work. At this moment, ding, a thread of spiritual link was pulled, displaying an incoming message from Real World, Sophia. 60 seconds to understand the world, Sophia's condensed version. She hung the printed data on the wall, turned the notebook screen acting as a medium to face the data precisely. She then switched on the light to ensure it is properly illuminated. My lord, these are the important events in the last 2 days. Please let me know if there is anything that requires special attention. She left a message in the spiritual link. In addition to studying, purchasing remnant souls, and working part-time as a maid cleaning the villa, one of Sophia's daily tasks was to collect and filter important information from the internet and forums. In just a few days, she had learned to use computers and mobile phones quite adeptly. Of course, both the mobile phone and the computer were specially bought for her by Boss Mu. One must never delegate the task of using a mobile phone or computer to someone else. He also used his identity as the Lord to vouch for Sophia and registered a real identity for her, Mu Fei, a privilege all lords had, and gave Sophia her own forum account. This way, Sophia wouldn't need to log into his Mu Yuan's account. Mu Yuan directed his gaze to reality. The 6th set of nationwide physical exercises of Zan country was released, suitable for people above 12 years without major diseases. 19 new border areas appeared in the country in the last week, and 3 old border areas disappeared. Animal tide erupted in the Meondian area, suspected of having a lord-level ferocious beast. A large recruitment spot was found in the West Mountain region with over 20 lords competing for it, among which 6 are senior lords. A nest of filth appeared in the Longchuan city region, and the city lord is currently calling on lords from different regions to form a joint army to deal with it. A large archaeological site was excavated in the West Mountain region, with numerous mazes inside. The emergence of a new legendary epic hero who has been recruited by the Lord of Tenglong Domain, whose father, Lord Baiting, claimed, "My son Wang Longtong is destined to become legendary." Tai Zan Lianji destroyed a Black Play stronghold in the Twilight Plain region, killing over 30 wanted criminal players. Tai Zan Lianji is one of the most important departments of the Alliance, acting as a counterbalance to the Pioneer Group. The Pioneer Group operates externally, while the Tai Zan Lianji operates internally, responsible for maintaining stability and defenses. The stronghold destroyed this time was likely not a simple Black Play lair, but a secret base built by the Eye of Shiny around Tai Zan. Mu Yuan guessed in his mind. After all, he had informants, so he was well informed about many things that the Tai Zan Forum did not disclose publicly. The machinations of the Shenyao Empire were conducted by nameless individuals. Calling them wanted criminal players wasn't wrong either. After going through the condensed information in his hand, Mu Yuan nodded slightly. The news selected by Sophia was indeed quite important, considering her talents and skills. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. If Sophia indeed has talents in this regard, in the future, she could be considered for the role of intelligence officer for the territory. While he was pondering, Duo Lai and Isloa flew back. Isloa returned to her post. Duo Lai, however, meticulously took out the plunder from his stomach, also carrying a storage box that could not be included in the dimensional space. Thud! The mechanical dragon flights, which resembled a robust golden worm, was held tenderly by Duo Lai and carefully placed outside the city lord's mansion. Mu Yuan entered the plump belly of the mechanical dragon flights. The size of this vehicle is not large. The interior space is comparable to an extended van, but the decor is considerably lavish. There are seat cushions made of high-quality rare animal skins, refrigerators with storage and cooling functions, numerous bottles of high-quality wines frozen in space, still fresh, as well as various exquisite and elegant decorations. To say this mechanical dragonflight is an armed airship is not as accurate as calling it a luxury car. Mu Yuan was indeed very satisfied. Sometimes, a lord needs to show off, and the mechanical dragonflights can serve as a showy front. If he were to spend precious soul crystals on such luxury, he would definitely be reluctant. Still, if something comes for free, he wouldn't sell it either. After all, it's an excellent vehicle. The main event is up next. The keyword for large recruitment spots is large, encompassing an entire region and equivalent to a collection of numerous individual recruitment spots. It can't continuously produce recruitable units like unit buildings, but the quantity that can be recruited at once is quite substantial. Moreover, a high-order troop is guaranteed to come out of every large recruitment spot. Mu Yuan recalled the strategy information he had just consulted. Many veteran lords registered for the latter. They might already have high-order troops, but after experiencing the strength of high-order troops, they wanted more. Moreover, there are various ranks among the high-order troops. Mu Yuan was different, he wanted both. He took the remnant map passed over by Duo Lai, and took out a slightly smaller one from his spatial ring. Placed side by side, the remnant map on the left looked as new as the other one. Even with half of it torn away, it still radiated a light aura and seemed extraordinary. The remnant map on the right, however, seemed old, creased, dry, as if it was toilet paper crumpled in a pocket. But when the two remnant maps were put together, the jagged tear lines perfectly aligned. A faint blue glow emerged and spread along the fracture line. In a blink, the two remnant maps were joined together. The right side also became brand new under the action of a mysterious force. No trace of the tear could be seen. Large recruitment point. Land of Bones, prompt. Do you want to use this special item? Yes. With Mu Yuan's confirmation, a dazzling blue light blossomed into a winding, endless blue constellation in front of him, leading to the Land of Bones. This is a spatial trajectory. Following this road, you could reach the target destination. Prompt. You have activated the large recruitment point, Land of Bones. Keyholders can directly enter this region through the spatial trajectory. Prompt. If the keyholder cannot completely take over this recruitment point within a week, the Land of Bones will truly emerge. This activated key blueprint, the image on it also changed in a blink, featuring mountains, rivers, a towering city, and a faint blue dot blinking in a certain place, representing the real location of the Land of Bones. So it seems, the previous large recruitment point that appeared in the region of Shiji City might be the result of the activated lord failing to take it over, leading to widespread competition. Mu Yuan mourned silently for that lord who got but missed an opportunity. Thinking about it, he shouldn't mourn too early. What if he can't take it over either? There are strong monsters guarding recruitment points. Nevertheless, this is a large recruitment point. At this time, General Dead Bone was not at home. After some thought, Mu Yuan called General Duo Lai and General Lu Lu, who had just returned to the territory, and a group of elite soldiers to explore the Land of Bones. As for Isloa, he looked back and saw the best worker still busy. He wouldn't give her more tasks. Top fighters must be stationed in the territory, after all. Let's go. General Lu Lu was walking in front, Lord Shepard in the middle, and General Duo Lai provided assistance from the left. With a group of elite troops that would have made countless lords envious even in Tianyuan, Mr. Mu stepped onto the blue space trajectory. The space trajectory was winding, like an unending snake path. As Mu Yuan stepped into it, it felt like moving through a spatial tunnel with everything gray on either side. He did not spend too much time, just walked a few dozen steps, and the world in front of him suddenly opened up, the trajectory already coming to an end. He set foot on the ground. Ding, prompt. You have reached the Land of Bones. Behind him was still a gray area. The gray fog wall was arched, enclosing a whole area of the world. In front of him, the land was dry and cracked, and hardy weeds were growing sparingly from the crevices. The further you went, the less green there was, until only a view of gray and black was left. Mu Yuan did not see a pile of white bones, but in the distance, hidden behind mountains and rocks, there were many places where conspicuous beams of light were shooting out. Inside the light, you could see some figures in armor, appearing and disappearing. That was the recruitment point. Large-scale recruitment points are made up of a number of small recruitment points. Mu Yuan maintained his formation and moved forward cautiously, soon arriving at the first recruitment point. When he reached out to touch it, the prompt sound echoed as expected. Ding! Prompt. The current recruitment point has Skeleton Mage times 2 feet, Skeleton Soldier times 10 feet. Prompt. Do you wish to recruit? This recruitment requires soul sand. Yes. Click, click. Under the effect of the rule power, the revolving light became solid. A skeleton wearing a gray robe and holding a bone staff walked out from it, followed by 10 familiar skeleton soldiers. At the same time, as soon as he finished recruiting, the light beam in front of him dimmed and completely disappeared. Mu Yuan continued to move forward. Ding! 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 In just over 10 minutes, he had visited 3 more recruitment points and recruited several rare troops and dozens of common troops. And this was just the appetizer of the Land of Bones. He looked forward to it, then suddenly stopped. I knew it, there is no way such a big place would have no monsters.